Facing off for me, know that that's a wrong move. I got you down on your knees. I just kill and make them lose it. I'm the carnival king. You can't kill me, I just hit it and just respawn, relaunch, repossess the reaper. Some respect to the name, know that all my enemies and graves are having going insane. I got a stellar wind behind me, I just glow like champagne. And your girl a fan of me, excuse me for the pain. And it looks so easy, I'm on TV, I'm like, hey, watch me eat the competition like a remix to Ignition. And my lyrics ammunition, and that amber for that vision, like a hero on a mission. So my aim got that precision, you don't wanna mess with me, you just stop looking. Cause I'm coming out the underdog, throne of the world, you know baby that I want it all. Every day I hustle, grind, I'm building up a stamina. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. Eyes on the prize, I won't stop, it's just the underdog. Diamonds and pearls for you baby, know I want it all. Every day I hustle, grind, I'm building up a stamina. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. Like Saitama, I don't need another punch. Always land on number 9, always win like Baccarat. Mahalak Bia or the underdog, I'm phenomenal. Watch me rise, cause I'm coming out the underdog. Throne of the world, you know baby that I want it all. Every day I hustle, grind, I'm building up a stamina. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. Eyes on the prize, I won't stop, it's just the underdog. Diamonds and pearls for you baby, know I want it all. Every day I hustle, grind, I'm building up a stamina. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. You know that I'm up next, the next phenomenon. You know that I'm coming up next, the next phenomenon.
Enemy down. Cool. The new song has a drum beat.
Facing off for me, know that that's a wrong move. I got you down on your knees. I just kill and make them lose it. I'm the carnival king. You can't kill me, I just hit it and just respawn, relaunch, repossess the reaper. Some respect to the name, know that all my enemies and graves are having going insane. I got a stellar wind behind me, I just glow like champagne. And your girl a fan of me, excuse me for the pain. And it looks so easy, I'm on TV, I'm like, hey, watch me eat the competition like a remix to Ignition. And my lyrics ammunition, and that amber for that vision, like a hero on a mission. So my aim got that precision, you don't wanna mess with me, you just stop looking. Cause I'm coming out the underdog, throne of the world.
So hello guys, welcome back and back the welcome.
Foxy
We are.
put them out of their misery, 13-1, a statement game from Gen G.
O mindset mais é realmente que a gente tem de não desistir. Pode estar 12-1 como estava, pode estar 7-0 pra gente, 2-0 pra gente. A gente sempre vai estar muito focado pra ganhar o jogo.
Okay, but वो help नहीं कर रहा है sir.
Seja o mais fácil possível e nos jogos mais difíceis a gente deu o nosso máximo.
It's a lot to do with mental. It's a lot to do with confidence, how you approach individual decisions, and if you let the other
TL भी मेरी
then
fave.
you're just gonna
ठीक
get
ठीक
bored.
टीम में नाट्स भी है
Voltar
उसमें
melhor
फिर
pro jogo
MIBR.
contra o time, vai ser um jogo que acho que
बुरा लग रहा है
provavelmente
bro.
vai aqui já. Então vai ser um jogo mais difícil. Mas a gente tá bem confiante, acho que vai ser um jogão.
It's my second chance to prove myself again. Bangkok, it was really fun to play at, but I didn't do amazing how I expected myself to do.
Gotta be a sour moment stepping from that stage after what could have been.
I want to show myself on the international.
A gente vai continuar bem confiante contra a Team Liquid.
Let's
a gente
hope, bro.
vai reassalar e ganhar 2 jogos pra classificar pelos playoffs.
Good luck, and we'll see you on the server.
Let's hope, bro. आज elimination match है.
One of the nastiest losses that Heretics have suffered in quite some time.
Nobody's guilty of the loss.
They immediately, utterly crush Team Heretics.
It's not on anyone's shoulders individually, it's on us as a team. We just need to keep doing our part, so the end result is good.
There it is, folks!
我们输给生藤老师是因为我们的经验不足，但是我们从失败中吸取经验，因为这有可能是我们最后一次机会了，可能我们可以继续走下去。
I mean, it's do or die. Nobody wants to leave the international event first. Every individual needs to show up in terms of their communication and teamwork. We have to remind ourselves we are not gods, but we are heretics.
But we are heretics.
No one expected this game to be that close.
我们就越想证明自己，我们可以打败这些世界的强队。下一把的对手你要小心一点，我们会非常的不一样。
I'm quite confident. I think we have high chances. I just hope that whoever wins actually deserves it, and it's gonna be a great game.
Damn.
Team Heretics versus WOL.
So Team Heretics versus Wolves का मैच है आज. मैं Team Heretics को सपोर्ट करने के लिए आया हूँ. Obviously, Wolves is a Chinese team, but Team Heretics is a ex-champions contender. So
the stakes are very,
obviously,
very simple today. You
team
win,
अच्छी है.
you survive, you
But
lose,
let's see.
you will be the first team to be eliminated at Masters Toronto.
Let's hope
nobody wants
for the
that.
best.
Yeah, it's an unenviable position to be
Let's
on
hope
stage
for the
this
best.
first game and have that hanging over
Team
your
Heretics
head,
come back and
especially for Team
I really
Heretics,
want.
which came in with so much expectations, even as the #2 seed out of EMEA. A lot of people expected this team to be able to make a deep run in the tourney.
With Fnatic being the only team to really put them to rest in the past 6 weeks.
Holy
I
shit.
don't blame anyone for thinking that.
Holy
Sorry,
shit.
but why? Why?
Oh,
Why? I know I'm in-house and I don't want to disturb them, you know, doing their huddle on the stage, but I need a clear answer from Heretics as to why they are floating a Pearl on a global stage.
It's a surprise. Look, Pearl, they left
Damn.
in their first series versus Paper.
पल पे इतना गंदा हारने के बाद
versus that
वापस से
team. I think
वुल्स को
if
यूज
I
करने
am
दे
to
चूज करने
look
दिया
at this-
पल.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And Ascent is lost! Ascent!
Damn भाई.
Yinsu, I know.
Damn
I know you
भाई.
come from EMEA. I know that it's doom
Damn.
and gloom right now. As someone from across the pond,
Fuck
I
हो गया
wanna
भाई.
help you through this
बहुत मुश्किल है.
difficult time.
Okay.
Let's look at Pearl.
I'm gonna
Team
try
Heretics
and be calm real quick, but
क्या
Ascent
सच्ची जीत
now,
पाएगी?
I mean, you guys know this, but Ascent was at permaban all of last year. They never played it, not even one time, unless it was a grand final when they were forced to play it.
Damn.
And when they did, won the best.
Okay.
So a map they don't play.
I see.
Pearl, a map they don't play.
I see.
And then Lotus.
Woo! So here I am as the cult merchant yet again. I feel like in
Holy
the spirit
shit.
of this
I really
tournament,
don't
right,
think
the theme
the
of redemption. I want to say
Team
maybe it's a
Heretics
bit of
पहला
pride
मैच जीत
here from
पाएगी.
Heretics. They want to prove themselves.
पल
that
इनका
they
बहुत
can
गंदा है भाई,
prove
genuinely.
themselves on Ascent, a map that was their permaban. And
Let's
there's no
really
way
hope
they
for the
leave it
best.
Without having a clear game plan in mind. I think they're coming back with a vengeance.
I also think
Rad
that this
बड़ी
matchup,
मांगते
they're
रहते हैं
gonna be
bro
playing
सब लोग.
against a very different style of team, a very different style of comp. They struggled a lot on the defensive. They didn't get to play
Holy
attack
shit.
on Pearl, right? What they struggled against was the double dive. So
Let's see.
Rayjor was overwhelming their sights. Jing
क्या
was
सीन
all
होगा?
up in their business.
मुझे तो
They could not
next
handle it.
impossible
Now,
लग रहा है.
Wolves on the other hand play the older style G2 comp with a Yoru and a chamber. So no double dive.
अबे हाँ,
It's
Nats तो
much
वापस आ
slower
गया ना?
pace. It has a lot less explosive power, especially on its attacking
अबे
side.
Nats वापस आ गया. Damn भाई MIBR तो fuck.
Style of defense, and while I'm still not a full believer in their Pearl, they will be light years
Damn भाई.
ahead in terms of competitiveness to that.
Next to impossible होने वाला
I
है.
appreciate you guys so much.
MIBR के लिए
I
जीतना.
appreciate
No, I
you
got
so
you.
much.
Holy
Lotus,
shit.
however, I really love them being able to go there. Their Lotus have been
भाई next to
good. I
impossible
love
है.
what they do
Genuinely
on there.
next to
Looks
impossible
really,
है.
really formidable. But this part is where I get worried because again, you don't want to start.
अभी Team
somewhere
Heretics versus
slow.
Wolves
You
सकते
need to
हैं.
start
MIBR
strong,
तो
you know,
अभी
the way the
पिटेगी.
Wolves did against
मुझे पता है.
Sentinel, for example. And if they
I'm
go
not expecting that
0-1
much.
down, this is
Holy
where I get
shit,
really
what the
worried
fuck, वो
because
क्या था?
Ascent is another place that I wouldn't want to see
Pokemon
them
की
go. And they chose to
वो
go
थी.
there.
I'm fully
छोड़ो.
expecting something like surprising here from Team Heretics. I mean, they're gonna have to. Pearl, we saw how they played just a couple days ago.
Holy shit, Wolves se pick bhi kar liya. Abhi Yoru.
I'm not the biggest fan of the breach on this map, but I've been saying over and over, drilling
Oh
it
my
in,
god.
they need to have a different plan than the one I saw just 2 days ago.
Exactly. I think Heretics
Yoru le rahe
got
dono.
over in their previous map playing
Wait.
Pearl. This time
Boot Jetty.
Oh, yes! Okay,
This is what
okay.
I wanted to see.
Oh, midi pura Yoru liya.
I believe again. I believe
Oh
again.
my
Yeah, I'm back. We're so back,
goodness.
baby.
Oh, and Frians on the Sova, we're so back.
We're so back. We're so back.
I actually love the Jet Yoru comp versus how Wolves like to play. Now Heretics are starting.
Oh my goodness, what is this team, bro?
Two agents that are fantastic at
Wolves se
playing
chamber
forward
liya
and
hai.
beating content.
Bhai kya chal raha
What
hai?
do Wolves love to do, especially with a comp like this? Play the entire map, let a lot of solo players look for different lurk timings. Jet and Yoru absolutely crush that style of play.
I'm really excited to see kind of like a bait and switch.
भाई साहब ये क्या चल रहा है?
Chamber on Wolves side. We've seen G2 a team
उल्टा
that is
Wolves
very
का
dominant
पल बहुत
this
ज़्यादा
season so
strong
far.
है.
They have very similar
जहाँ तक हम लोग को
on
इतना
Pearl
मालूम
to
है.
great success. So I'm really excited to see what they implement.
Let's just
what
hope
they
for
take
the
away.
best, bro.
Yeah, the pressure seems to be for the side of Wolves here because this is a map they love
Fingers
to play.
crossed,
They
bro.
have a lot of experience and a very
ये जो
high
टीम
win
चूज
rate.
की है ना इन लोग ने
Speaking
बहुत
of
डायबोलिकल हो
wins,
सकती है.
Let me give you another W. Here's Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. It is elimination time. One of
भाई ये
these
क्या
teams
टीम है
is going to
भाई?
be going home.
भाई
The winner
साहब.
sticking around for at least a little bit longer, still with an opportunity to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a crazy high-stakes match for Team Heretics and for the Wolves. I mean, the Wolves said it, you know, hey, we're coming in loose today. We don't feel like we have anything to prove. If we
Let's
win,
hope.
great. You know, nobody expected a lot out of us at this tournament, but for Heretics, it's the complete opposite story. Everybody expected a lot
दिक्कत
out
तो
of
यही है
us.
टीम
Look at the
हेरेटिक्स
tier list that fans and
चैंपियनशिप
the
लड़
analysts and
चुकी है
everybody
ब्रो.
putting together, Heretics
फाइनल्स
lost
तक
it
गए
at
थे ये
the
लोग.
top. So this needs to be a
So,
big game for Heretics if they're going to get
टीम
themselves
हेरेटिक्स के लिए तो
back
बहुत बड़ा
into
मैच
that
है.
position and maybe make a run.
Absolutely. Already, though.
भाई मिड क्लियर भी कर लिया हम लोग
Ace
ने.
here from the side of Wolves. Juicy just
My
storming out of
goodness,
mid
what the?
doors. Quick check over towards Shop. Sees nothing. Should lead Wolves to the conclusion that this A side's about to be attacked. Moving forward here from MIBR gets himself situated. on
Oh
the
my
side.
god.
Still need to be brought forward. The wall holding them back for the moment. Lysor. Here backside dodging that concuss does get spotted out. Rian's
Wow.
flanks it through the smoke.
Nice trade.
Finds a kill. Smoke is dropping. Juicy able to find one. Trade it back.
Still trade ही चल रहा है. Oh my god तो भाई. Nice. 2v1.
Final shot's gonna go flying across. Two players from the side
And
of
पता भी
Wolves.
नहीं चला and Wolves
Still
जीत गई.
standing tall. The pistol is theirs.
Tremendous util here from Siufat. Just really nice.
Wow,
ability to
what
get
a
that
keyboard,
bomb
bro.
out. That really
वो
broke things
keyboard
open
कितना clean
for
दिख
the
रहा है.
Wolves. That fade util so powerful. And
Genuinely.
The IGL does such a good job. Not just with his util, but with his shooting as well. But Juicy, the one thing I was really impressed about with him, I mean, obviously you and I got to cast him all the way back at Ascension when he was on Bleed. An incredibly talented player. We know how good he is. But this is his first time at the international level. And
Siofat भाई कोई जरूरत नहीं उछलने की भाई आराम से खेल भाई. जनरली मैं दोनों टीम को सपोर्ट करना चाहता हूँ बट टीम हेरेटिक्स फॉर अ विन. Genuinely.
And he, once again, stepping in there. A little concerning with Lysor. Try to make
Because obviously थोड़ा connections है भाई.
at the end of the day, didn't cost him too much.
Emo connection से तेरे भाई के.
Outlaw in the hands.
तो genuinely what की TRX टीम हेरेटिक्स जीते. But लग नहीं रहा है. Okay अब slow approach खेलने लग गए वो लोग Wolves. Generally बहुत slow कर रहे हैं.
This is likely going to be 4-player push in through A main. Try to death ball and overwhelm anyone who'd be waiting for them on the side.
And you got a little bit extra Vice utility there to back up the Astra. If this execute
मिड
does
के लिए
come
कितना
through this
अच्छा
direction,
वो कर रहे हैं
so
लोग
it's
ना.
gonna be a little bit tricky.
एक साइड चैम्बर एक साइड
Yoru
ट्रिप.
can get past it a
That's
bit,
it.
and you have a Jet as well. So you do have some options to bypass some of the stall, some of the delay that this double Sentinel Wolves comp brings at you.
Oh shit.
Along with that Astra, of course.
Wow, बच गया.
Attempt there, unable to find it. Just going to be a little bit of info gained. You see the Astra cutting across from
फिर
Shop.
से 8 आने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं लोग.
30 seconds about left. To get hit, especially as the Prowler. Nothing in link. Free fire shot. Connect onto Woot, puts him down to half HP.
दो लोग साइड पे हैं, इनके पास बाय भी नहीं है. Obviously. Nice. एक को तो मारा. Time भाई.
And that is going to be overall a very clean
Sheesh.
win as Wolves start things off 2-0.
Yeah, looking really solid here. maybe a little bit off with some of those outlaw shots for YU, but that's okay because the game plan was good. You had a lot of stall at the front of
कोई दिक्कत नहीं फिर तुम लोग ने एक कोई मारा प्लांट भी कर लिया that's good that's really good.
You've got dugout, you've got secret, you've got flowers. You have a great
बट ये मार कुछ ज्यादा गंदा रहा है.
knock him out of the round and
ये कैसे खड़ा हो गया भाई?
pop off I've ever seen.
Should I?
खड़ा हो गया भाई वो.
You know, I had a chance to talk with Fade a little bit today before the match, and you know, asked him how he felt. They were super confident coming into today. The one player he mentioned was Lysor. He said, you know, this is the guy who has experience on the big stage. We need him to step up more.
Damn. Now let's see बहुत ज़्यादा important round Team Heretics के लिए.
Holding close over at A.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Goodness.
Guardian just absolutely.
Benji क्या कर रहा है bro? Sound पहले से दे दिया.
She'll send the cage to slowly drift across over towards Art.
Oh
pushes
shit!
Forward into the smoke. Does get flushed out eventually as Rien's with the spray. We'll be able to get it to connect. This is still
nice trade आया. हो सकता है.
Into the site quite just yet. Wood's still tagged up. Only 65 health behind. It's thrown over the top. We'll be able to get the spot out on the one.
क्या Wood मरेगा obviously.
Just try to go for the wallbang shots here. Tailwind now expires, flashes into their face. The spike still not brought forward here into the site.
Wallbang क्यों नहीं कर रहा है bro?
About this flank, but now has his eyes turned back into the site itself.
Oh nice flank idea है उसको.
They consistently have to have heads on swivels.
अरे यार Wood एक काम था bro तेरे पास.
Benji fishy. And Wolves are about to get themselves a bonus conversion. Rien's needing to pull off a miracle. 9 remaining here in the magazine. 3 swings out. It's Juicy's 3K.
ऐसे काम नहीं चलेगा bro. ऐसे काम नहीं चलेगा.
So deadly with this Guardian. Just winning an isolated battle there against Boom. Spring, who was tremendous throughout that match against the Sentinels. Him and Juicy both just really stellar. But Spring absolutely was a hero at times. I mean, he won so many rounds for the Wolves. Believe it or not, he's second in ADR right now in the tournament.
Sheesh, right?
Only behind Texture.
Spring तो
pretty insane considering the ample pause. Very closely fought one. 3 sheriffs, a frenzy, Stinger here. Heretics looking to try to change up the pace a bit.
इनके पास तो guns भी नहीं है.
A little touch of damage there, but Spring will be able to snap on for the headshot. Who's going to be taken down?
Spring ने तो निपटा दिया.
Doing a great job there.
Nice.
Holding his angle, not overstaying his welcome. Not giving team
बैठा रहे, please बैठा रहे.
Stack an extra man and trade. Very efficient stuff.
Basically trapped in here at the moment.
Nice. उनको आइडिया नहीं है. उनको अभी तक आइडिया नहीं है.
Giving this up. They feel the pressure. They've only got 2 in position. They don't really have full information other than Rien's. They don't know if they stuck around inside of
Okay. काम होने वाला है. B push है, nice. भाई विनेबल है ये round.
With a very nice headshot. Brings it now into a 4v4. Spike getting planted.
Winnable round.
No punish to come through. It's still 2 players from Wolves needing to rotate all the way across the map, and now Miniboo has a Phantom in hand, as well as the Dimensional Drift. He's committed. It's the question.
भाई बू निकली नहीं रहा. Nice bro.
Certainly feel a bit more inclined to do so. Benji fishy though. Yeah, right through the corner.
Benji fish too bro.
Taken down low and
okay. Oh my goodness.
Transfer connecting. Rien's with another headshot though. Now finds himself in a 1v2 situation, trying to clutch us out. Weapon recovered. The Nebula, however, dissipating. Gets the spot out. Finds the kill.
Oh यार क्या जल्दी थी. हो सकता था भाई. Anti.
Similar scenes for the Wolves to what we saw against Sentinels. A hot start. But this time it's on the defender's side. The side of the map where they struggled a bit. But here on Pearl, they look so in control. As you would maybe kind of expect with the comp that they're running. But they're still doing a great job of setting up from these post paints.
Nikala hai bro.
Really patient, coming from a lot of different angles.
It's always that other side of the coin though, because
Damn
Heretics, they have that Jet Yor, they have that double duelist, and the impact hasn't
बहुत
really
close
been
था, बहुत
overall
close था,
a decent
genuinely.
round from Miniboo. It doesn't lead to the win. It gets them close, but
बहुत ही close था.
it's not going to be good
enough. NT. Genuine NT.
His ultimate to deal with. The tour de force available. Gonna try to hide from the drone.
No one here to clear this out for him, so we'll just go for a bit of a timing.
The ult है उसके पास broom.
Back around the corner, Hunter's Fury gonna be lobbed in to try to get the tracking here onto him. Dances around it. Back down inside. He does manage to stay safe. Minibu now. Swing towards upper. Exits the dimension.
Please नहीं Minibu आराम से. Oh shit.
He goes back through.
Oh no. 3v4.
To be found there from the tour de force and springs flush
Nice.
Out. We're still
4v2 winnable. Please अब बता रहा please.
2v4. Boo once again gets the spike planted.
Spike planted.
Be tough to go for this one. We need a haunt in the seas.
Last player standing. No charges.
Now
पहला round bro, पहला round.
Makes it impossible.
Finally bro.
He's got plenty of money. He knows that Heretics don't. Playing for some damage. Gonna be the worst idea here for him. Let's see if he can actually get in.
प्यारा bro.
Shock Dart does connect.
We'll catch them.
Looks like in the end, we'll just be a quick little repivot back over to the top.
भाई अगर एक को भी मारा ना तो
Spot out, but
Heretics को बहुत ज़्यादा फटके
now he's
लगेंगे.
got Boo in pole position to go ahead and get this punish.
प्यारा.
He'll be able to do so. So 4 players surviving. Team Heretics. That's the round win they've been looking
प्यारा
for.
प्यारा
Yeah,
प्यारा
this
प्यारा
is
प्यारा.
just a really good aggressive
Finally.
round. You know, Liana's
Finally, bro.
talking about the way that this team likes to accelerate. This is a round where they
यही
just
round तो
punish
चाहिए था अपने को.
the solo chamber. No real good opportunities for that tour de force to do its thing. YU gets shut out of that round pretty nicely, using that Hunter's Fury as well to really clear open the site for themselves, along with, of course, the dimensional drift. So that's a
Let's
really
hope,
solid
bro.
round there for Team Heretics to pick up. See if they can double down.
Generally,
The
let's
operator,
hope.
though, for YU, do have a dimensional drift and a cosmic divide of their own. Quick dash forward. A main control established in a spot there.
Okay.
To spring.
बहुत ज़्यादा एरिया लेके रखा है. मैं B हिट कर पा रहे हो तो B ही जाओ ना bro.
2 charges towards the next dimensional drift. Juicy
वापस से वो oh my god ऑप लेके बैठा है वो तो. Fuck.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Heretics try to isolate YU again and
भाई
try to punish him.
ऑप लेके
Worked in the
बैठा है
previous round,
बंदा.
looked a little shaky with the snipers. So maybe that's an angle that you can find to really start pushing the Wolves' buttons a bit. But instead, looks like they're going to set up for an A crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Going to have a little bit of info on this. Here comes the dimensional drift from Juicy.
Dime.
Just saw the back.
Spotting out the 2 players. The others getting ready to strike in. Now advancing forward through Art. Juicy be exiting that.
Sheesh. ये fake था कि real था.
Flank in from behind. Cosmic Divide going to be invested as well here at Spring.
Please अब मत थकना.
Looking just for a wallbang attempt as the plank gets ready to come through. Otherwise, it's just going to be providing audio here for the team and moved up and over the top. Ends up getting taken down. Shots on the Rien's not quite
Nice.
Out alive as the spike does get planted.
अबे दूसरा वाइड डिवाइड भी है.
Player advantage here inside of Wolves. Wolf flash coming through.
प्यारा. Oh my god प्यारा प्यारा प्यारा.
Spring Fat Baby do manage to bring this into a 2v2. Neural Theft getting the reveal. Benji Fishy
Damn.
holding his own. Ducks back behind the enemy Cosmic Divide, using it against them. Pushes forward now into the 1v1, but time ticking away, dwindling down. Looking to try to close this one. Boo reading it perfectly that he's not sticking this at all. Backs away, now knows that he has to commit to it. And he will strike, takes the second tap. He gets the kill all the same. Narrow margins. Heretics.
क्या था bro?
Second round win.
Yeah, this looked like it was going to be a decent round here for Wolves. They've got good information. Spring's position in the dugout, really annoying to deal with. Tried to spam.
भाई उसकी गन रीलोड क्यों रही थी?
Then, yeah, exactly. But then they're able to just kind of flood past that cosmic divide and do some real damage real fast.
Bro गन तो रीलोड कर लेता.
Wolves catches them out in the open
Guys,
just a
we're
little
getting
bit.
into the game. I like that we're fighting. I like that we're going forward, okay? Let's keep that up.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Maintain that aggression.
And now you've got Wolves on their first eco.
पहला eco bro.
Opportunity to get very close.
Nice.
Looking very
You can do this bro. You can do this.
Fat Baby going to be taken down.
They can do this. Minibu के पास outlaw. Wow.
Just a bit of a fallback to wait this out a little bit. I mean, I think they're waiting for their moments to accelerate. Got both of the duelists together and a nice shot from Minibu.
A bit of an off angle.
भाई अगर एक को भी मारा ना इकोनॉमी की चाम हो जाएगी इनकी. नहीं इकोनॉमी की ठीक इकोनॉमी है bro.
See now having to manually move over to try to re-clear this B site. Push not coming in though. Heretics looking to just be a bit flowy with this round. Don't want to over-aggress, don't want to put themselves in bad positions to get punished.
रीड अच्छा किया ब्रो, मैं इसके लिए वो करूंगा. रीड अच्छा किया.
Concerned about an aggressive Wolves play, and you do see this from time to time from them, where they'll try to spread the
रीड बहुत प्यारा किया लोग.
send some lurks. So you got to be real careful. Take flight. You never know when one of them's just going to start walking up mid on you. Rian's
30 seconds
for the
left.
check. Will get the spot there. UC identified.
Try to get the wall bang kill. Hasn't been able to do so, but
Pyara.
flash out. MIBR just storms the site. And that is quickly going to be the remaining players of Wolves dealt with.
Okay, अभी वो आ रहा है, please.
Slowly creeping over to see.
एक को तो मारेगा, एक को तो मारेगा, एक का तो ट्रेड लेगा. Okay.
With it. Flawless round.
Strong team.
Heretics running this back.
Strong one, strong one. Strong round.
This is really nice for them. Starting to find their groove, starting to make some good reads. Yeah, against an eco there, but the previous 2 rounds starting to really come together. It's a tight angle there for Boom. No problem at all. Boom set up with the Nova Pulse. Able to follow up nicely. Spamming through the smoke. Knows somebody's probably back there.
Pyara, bro.
Yeah, just a good round for Heretics. Starting to get the wind underneath their feet. Another op invested here for the Wolves. Trying to get YU going on that chamber.
Let's see.
A bit of a reposition, but
chamber
towards this A side of the map for the Wolves, but everybody right now from Heretics storming their way down through B. Dimensional.
Okay, let's see.
Ahead. Ensure that this is cleared out for them. Is everyone now having to back away?
Let's hope. Oh my God, देखा 2 लोग को देखा होगा इसमें.
Just a flash, quick exit, looking to maintain control of this upper position. Tiny little
पोजीशन बहुत अच्छी है यार.
Widely Heretics in firm control of the site.
टाइमिंग इशू में मरेगा देखना.
Minimum. Lingering to try to see if there's a lurk, but just don't have the information that everyone in the
Back
is
jump.
here from the side of Wolves.
Yeah, I like that we're playing long here. Avoid this nightfall. Beautiful.
Pyara नहीं यार.
Okay, caught off guard a little bit there, point blank. Nice, we're able to come away with the kill. Invests the ultimate. Weapon's going to be taken out of their hands.
Oh no.
Rian's now dead. Woo. Here inside of the smoke has a short. Head shells loaded up, but only gets the one pop off. Looks like we're down to 55, and this retake from Wolves is looking damn clean.
Bhai saab.
That Boo can do full fight basic.
Bhai saab.
Wolves will keep Heretics at arm's length.
Okay, उनके पास बाय आ गया. इनका बोनस राउंड है. इनका पूरा इकोनॉमी जाने वाली है फिर से. भाई खड़ा क्यों हो जाता है बात में?
But I thought Heretics were going to have a really good idea here. You maybe leave one player close because you got the Nightfall and you got the Vice ult, and they just kind of try to play it up close, and they chew through some of those ults, and that really opens things up for the Wolves.
This is my new favorite thing.
Bro, what the?
Just the silent
क्या move है bro?
Yeah.
ये क्या move है?
That you're not flustered at all. 3 rounds in a row, no problem. We're punching right back.
Damn, bhai.
Similar scenes here, trying to cut off this A main access. Seems to be a real pain point they want to identify.
प्यारा bro. बस इसकी ऑप से बचना.
Trading some rounds out here. That's why you trying to go for the blind shot. It's going wide, but Juicy dead. That is a critical target found here for Heretics.
There's no full committal to this push. Spike's still down, back by spawn, so for Heretics, they're looking for a reaction. One of the things that concerned me a little bit with Wolves against Sentinels was Sentinels was doing a great job baiting out their util when Wolves were on the defensive side and really giving themselves advantages.
Okay, देख लिया.
So definitely need to see the Wolves maintain their discipline as this one goes along. Rian's a little bit of info. Boo very close to another Cosmic Divide, and they're going to stack up for another A hit.
Oh shit, nice, nice.
Popped. YU.
Bhai, please, please. Pyara bro, kya nice bro. Nice flashes.
With the rendezvous.
Arts clear nahi kiya bro.
He can hear their movements, hear their footsteps, but doesn't know when's going to be safe to try to go for the strike.
Okay, trade hua.
YU tries to go out with the headhunter in hand.
4v2. Easy. Spring ko maro, match jeeto. That's it.
2v4 now. Wolves try to stretch this lead a little bit further.
Pyara.
MIBR already lingering within the smoke. Finds the punish, and Lysor might just have to go for the save. Looks like that is going to be the call. At least a quick peek over in towards Secret.
NT.
Miniboo looking strong, looking deadly. Gets himself a 4K as Heretics once again just one round away from tying things up.
Just that early kill there on the Juicy. Makes things that much more difficult.
Miniboo form में आ रहा है bro.
Having a whale of a round. 4 kills for him on the Yoru. And that's really good discipline there from Team Heretics. Not overextending, not pushing past where their comfort would be. You know, anticipating that the Wolves are going to be pretty close quarters. You're not going to fall into that shorty. You're not going to give them any opportunity.
Nice timeout.
To kind of reestablish that retake.
Okay, let's see.
Really, really nice stuff. And Wolves, I think, need to calm down a little bit. Vayu looks a little shaky on the chamber. Doesn't seem to be quite in control of some of those snipers, and the headhunter as well, looking a little bit off. So probably a good time here for Fade to get in there and try to mentally recover the team a bit.
I'd say overall, the patience here from the coaching staff of Heretics ends up paying off. They don't opt to go for a timeout after that 0-4 start. Now they're one away from tying things up here on Pearl, and it's Wolves who have to pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, I like that a lot from the Heretics coaching staff, because this is a team that has way more experience on the global stages than their opponents. So you can rely on Miniboo to be that guy, to be the one to get the troops back under control, so you don't have to burn that precious time out to do it. So really, really showing some faith in their team, showing some trust. And it is
trust the process, that's all, bro.
Heretics are back within 1 round again. We'll see what they want to do coming out of this. Wood has a Blade Storm, but not necessarily something you're going to pull out on rifle rounds unless things get a little bit wild. We'll see. Unless they have some kind of trickery up their sleeves.
Might be good for the entries when he's trying to clear out dugout.
Yeah.
Having the blades online.
Definitely usable.
बूका अल्ट आ गया. वुड का भी एक मिनट बूका अल्ट नहीं है, बट स्टिल बूका अल्ट ज़्यादा ज़रूरी था मेरे हिसाब से, rather than वुड का, मतलब कि सॉरी मिनी बूका अल्ट से.
Well, it's a shift back to what worked on the bonus for Wolves, and that's Juicy pushing up long B, holding down that main angle, and nobody has made any contact with him, so he's falling back. This is kind of making Wolves lean more towards the A side.
What the fuck?
Or rather, the gate crash here. It's going to end up taking him a hell of a lot further away than he might like, given that we look to see Heretics committing onto this site. Okay, just pop Spring, though.
Wow.
Pre-fire.
Wow.
It's elimination
They're
there.
coming back in control, bro.
Take it down. Juicy holding back. Pillar now can make his exit. Boot does manage to find one as Spring will fall.
Finally.
Fat Fading able to go ahead and tuck back into Hall. Self-protected. Riens and Boo now. Have to try to clutch this out. There's the first step, but it's all down to Boo. Spike in hand, but position noted. Knows that he is going to be surrounded. Dodges the C's. Gets away from that, but as he pushes back forward, he will meet his demise. Wolves, timeout works a treat and get themselves to 6.
Yeah, this is really into the Wolves' wheelhouse.
Genuinely.
Finding these one and done, finding these picks. Something they're really, really talented at. There's no doubt in my mind about the individual skill on this Wolves team. They are extremely fearsome. To get YU going there with the kill. Juicy. So good. All the time. See you fat. Tremendous outings for them against Sentinels. Some huge clutch plays. And IGLing to boot, but Spring will be their top fragger once again as Juicy trying to push this angle. He's got a little bit of help. Clears the drone.
YU just only has a headhunter and a shorty at the moment. Either way. Plenty of presence.
Okay, back again, guys. Let's hope. Heretics का बहुत important round. नहीं important तो नहीं है, but yeah. We'll see economy चांग हो जाएगी. Oh shit. Oh shit, bro.
All just absolutely annihilated. As Wolves lose one and guarantee a lead at the half.
Spring is so smart. He finds these angles against the Cosmic Divide where he's going to be good for at least one kill. We saw it earlier from the dugout position. Now he finds 3 big ones.
Incredible.
भाई क्या angle है, bro.
Sheesh. Available here for Spring. As well as a dimensional drift for Juicy. Who's got one thematically opposite side.
Holy shit.
Still available, and yet there is plenty to be happy about.
Nice.
Shoot that baby.
Nice one, nice
A
one.
little bit. Woot finally pulls the trigger on this Blade Storm. Finds very good results.
That's what I was looking for. A little bit of trickery
Nice.
there, and up and over. Find that first kill. That's a
Yuka
huge
वैसे
one.
वापस से बैठा
Fade
हुआ
out of the
आउटलॉ
equation.
लेके
Makes
बीसी ये
retakes
बंदा कितना
way
annoying
more
है.
difficult for the Wolves.
Gotta be more creative now that you only have one updraft. You can't go for the Meteor Classic.
Nice.
Hunter's Fury. Gonna be able to find a tag, Light Sword.
अरे टैग था वो.
Shots there. Just managed to stay alive, but Mini Boot right there on top of him.
वो लो वाइट भी आ गया उनकी तरफ से.
Dimensional drift is Juicy flashing himself.
नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल है.
Towards Art. Just stomping around.
अरे नहीं यार. ओ नाइस नाइस नाइस.
Why you falls, but it doesn't matter. Suddenly he's just benching.
Oh shit भाई.
Spike dropped here at the entrance to the A site. And he
Benji
only
Fish का
has a
गन भी नहीं
stinger.
है bro.
I think they're going to be able to suss this out pretty quick. Juicy just cleared Art.
Desk was talking about 4v5 conversions earlier on.
30 seconds left.
This is going to be a hell of one for Wolves to find. To get themselves 8-4 at the half.
Anti bro.
Another multi-frag round here from
But 8-4 bro.
This is looking really good for the Wolves.
Timeout लेना चाहिए. Genuinely timeout लेना चाहिए.
Pop it again.
Out in the lead, we're able to find the opening pistol. We'll see if they can get the second or if Heretics can continue to try to run this back, make this a bit more contentious.
भाई उसको दिखा भी नहीं
After
चलिए.
halftime.
One enemy.
भाई स्प्रिंग को मारो ब्रो. बहुत अनोइंग बंदा है ये. तो भी अच्छा खासा टाइम लगने वाला है. लेट्स वेट एंड सी. बस ही कांट डू शिट. ऐड भाई. वुल सपोर्टर आए ब्रो. मोस्ट सारे लोग वुल सपोर्टर आए. भाई साहब सारे वुल सपोर्टर आ गए ब्रो एक साथ. शीश भाई. अभी डैम भाई सीक्रेट लैब की वैलोरेंट कलेक्शन भी है. कितने का है ब्रो? वो देखना पड़ेगा. देखना पड़ेगा. Valorant. भाई साहब ये तो पडिंग की तरह है अभी से पूरा. ओके राउंड चालू हो रहा है. लेट्स सी.
Good looking contentious in that first half. Looked like they were going to be able to maybe tie things up, make it a 6-6. But those last few rounds slipped away from them. They now need to have an explosive, strong start as they swap over onto the defending side.
No doubt about it. Now you're really looking for Juicy to accelerate for the Wolves. Start kicking indoors. Start finding ways to break through Heretics' defensive lines.
60,000 की चेयर.
Benji Fishy going to be locking down mid with his U-tilt, putting a long cross right outside of Art with one of the trips. The camera right at doors. And a little bit of a push out from Boot. He is checking out towards A, but that's where the trademark is there for YU. So that doesn't seem to be the angle that Wolves are considering for their attack. They're lining up for a B hit all the way.
Prowler heard. An orb take here.
600, oh my goodness, $700 की chair.
Changing thoughts. Yeah,
no
contact there. Maybe feeling like it might be a trap. And they didn't get any responses from their util. They still haven't. They're trying to figure out where the hell Team Heretics are.
Flash. Not gonna catch anything there. They clear out this cam. He's had connected.
Okay.
He's able to wait that one out.
Clear karna. Nice.
However, will scout him out. Move for the sheriff. Off screen, finding YU as shock darts get
Oh,
locked in.
kitna low kara.
Falls down to 60. Right now,
Nice.
little bit contained.
Oh, nahi.
Screens finds that kill, but Juicy trades it back.
Oh, pyara.
Gonna be found. Now it's just Juicy, Lysor. 130 health between the two of them. The plant now coming through. Moved down to 22. Any damage from the ghost basically will be able to find
3v2
there, but
निकाल सकते हैं.
to be the first target, the first point of contact at Juicy.
2v2 please Agna mat.
Player standing.
2v1.
Himself alone. Swings.
Oh
Catches
shit.
Fitchy. And now it's just the Jet with no HP to speak of. As he looks for the ace.
Oh bhai.
Wolves get both pistols. Juicy gets the ace. 9-4.
Unbelievable.
Damn bhai.
I said I wanted to see Juicy accelerate here on the attack side,
Sheesh,
and that is as good as it gets. Stellar stuff from the duelist.
And does it with 60 health.
That is just nasty.
Player
The long-range win. This one right here.
One enemy
the heartbreaker. Oh.
Bhai sab.
Whips on the Jet to kill Benji Fishy. And then gets the closer. That is devastating.
Holy shit, bhai.
Marshall going to be invested here from Miniboo. Trying to hold down that B site. Slow approach from Wolves. Are working their way.
Let's see bro. Miniboo कुछ निकाल पाएगा.
That sniper.
Please. Please.
Trying to fish out. I mean, this is something you have to suspect with Wolves. They do love the Outlaw. You know, whether it's a very popular gun.
It's just a double push up here. They haven't confirmed or heard this.
Pyara, bro. Pyara.
Great headshot. That's the Vandal on the floor. Spring in position to potentially recover it. Let's have it in hand now.
Damn. It's a crazy good shot. This is something that Heretics like to do. Buy up a little bit on these ecos. Marshall Sheriff.
Right there.
Gun here.
Peek out. Not sure if Spring had been spotted, but other players.
मैं गन तो गुया नहीं ले पाऊंगा.
Sylvan spot.
Not much being noted here. You still have
Oh no.
from Heretics all the way across the map.
डंका पुश हुआ ना. बचेगा नहीं Miniboo.
Try to find a bit more value here. Has to clear the Prowler. Knows his spot.
ये तो होना ही था.
Spring taking him down. 4v4, but weaponry not really to their advantage whatsoever unless Woot can come up with some absolutely insane shots with that Sheriff. YU potentially in a poor spot. Pressure getting ready to fly through. And
oh, bye, nice.
Right where you were standing already. Rian's not going to fall for that old trick. Collects the kill. Outlaw not going to be the greatest weapon trying to get the retake going, but they look
oh, nice, bro.
Overwhelm they have.
Last player standing.
Time, bhai.
Back-to-back shots to the skull. Lights are down to 10.
Holy shit, bro.
Two remaining players, but Team Heretics.
Eco round निकाल दिया.
The thrifty win.
Unbelievable. The MasterCard Thrifty coming through there for Heretics. Punching right back after getting aced. And Woot, player we got to see a lot on the duelist role back at Master Shanghai. Has been playing Jet on this match. The one time they played it against Na'Vi. He comes up huge with the Sheriffs. Sometimes you might question a little bit.
Nice.
These investments that Team Heretics likes to put in their eco rounds.
Nice.
Can be a little bit costly if they can't convert, but this one right here, that could be a game changer.
Yeah, if there's anything that can really get the players jazzed up, locked in, it's a round like that, especially off the back of an ace from Juicy.
भाई साहब ये पुश क्यों कर रहे हो तुम लोग क्या जरूरत है?
Sees the trip set.
Okay. Save round इनका. Eco round है Wolves का.
He's with a frenzy here. Use that tripwire.
Idea तो होगा इनको भी.
Hot flash on a timing there for Heretics. Didn't quite catch the Wolves, but right idea, wrong time.
Try to lock them in position there. It's a straightforward. Why you unable to escape? He's dead far too quickly. It's Benji Fishy ready for these players to come.
Oh my God!
Mini boot. He's connecting with the stray shot on the Lysor. Shuts down this push in every which way.
Juicy TP'd out of there and just trying to wait it out, see if anybody gets aggressive and it could catch him with the right click.
Right click तो कोई नहीं मिलने वाला.
Interesting choice of classic there, Juicy.
नहीं मिल रहा Broom.
Showing some support, but
नहीं मिल रहा Broom.
He's gonna have to die.
ये मरेगा mini boost है.
30 seconds left.
I think.
Best play is going to be. Had he just immediately
save क्यों कर रहा है?
would have at least been able to get
मार देता Broom.
money from that.
चला जाता है इससे ज़्यादा. वाह पता भी नहीं चला बेंजी फिश को ने बैठा था. Damn भाई.
Kill comes in. That's flawless.
Holy shit.
Team Heretics continue to try to run this one back.
Finally Team Heretics का comeback हो रहा है Broom.
Good position, but momentum is not on their side.
Joey, how is the juice? Very high, sir. Very high.
This one a very important round for the Wolves to try to stop the bleeding here. Things have been going oh so well. You had got the pistol, and all of a sudden, script.
Very important round for Team Heretics now. Let's hope for the best. Team Heretics अगर ये नहीं जीती तो अगला भी नहीं जीत पाएगी. बस इनका बोनस राउंड है. Let's see. मिनी बू का ही तो जोश चाहिए bro.
Who's next?
Oh shit.
He knows they're probably somewhere near.
ओ भाई साहब दो बंदे.
All the information here about the side that they could possibly want. As the clones go.
Please check करना एंगल को. Please angle check करना. बहुत जरूरत है. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Eats the whole damn thing. Sight broken open. And then you have the op into. Heretics are going to have to just go for the save.
Wood के पास op है. Save ही करना पड़ेगा. They can't do shit.
That dimensional drift to great effect. Kind of understanding that Team Heretics were corralled in the back alley.
भाई साहब, बाय भी नहीं है इनके पास.
Out behind their cyber cage, they're gonna have no idea I'm here. We're gonna clear the site with one of our prowlers. The other prowler, we're gonna use.
भाई अगर इस राउंड मरते ना भाई, Bulls.
Beautiful work and coordination.
Generally 7 तक चला जाता आराम से स्कोर. 7-8 तक. कितना तगड़ा कमबैक हो जाता.
He has answered the call. He has been
ridiculous. एक अल्ट ने पूरे चाम होती. Please नहीं वूट ढंग से देख.
Having a pretty solid idea.
वूट ढंग से देख please.
Oh,
प्यारा.
He'll find out the hard way that he was correct.
Time.
It's going to take it down. Op will be held. Boom.
Finally, bro.
Surviving. Money's going to be there, but
Heretics ने time out ले लिया. Okay. Nice. पहला time out है Heretics की तरफ से. पहले लेना था थोड़ा. भाई कितने blind आ रहे हैं?
Yeah, mini boo's just seeing stars.
Yeah. Bit of a rough one there. The util just goes to show how on point it was from Wolves on the exec.
गाने का नाम क्या है bro?
For Heretics, try to rally the troops, get that energy flowing once again.
Yeah, one thing I'm so impressed with the Wolves, watching some of the VODs, especially against Sentinels and here against Heretics. It sounds strange, but the way they play around smokes, the way that they don't just kind of sit inside of a smoke and try to hold an angle, like they'll use your smokes against you. They'll play in positions where a lot of people wouldn't necessarily try to challenge you. From these little nooks and crannies.
वो नहीं खेलेगा तो नहीं हो पाएगा.
Spring was the one that I saw doing it a ton, especially on split against Sentinels. But in that previous round, you saw Juicy do it a little bit there, using that cyber cage against his opponent, so they don't quite know how close he is off the back of his ultimate, and they're using tons of util to clear the site. So they pretty much know that they can isolate and lock down that position with their util.
On up. Still retained. Woot.
Let's go, Broom. Team Heretics का फिर से एक और important round. Let's hope for the best. Mini Woo भाई please. Please कुछ चुम्मेश्वरी गम देख रहा दे भाई. Gunplay बोल रहा हूँ मैं, gunplay.
On the box, Prowler cleared out by Rien, so the op shot hasn't sung out
Damn
quite just
right.
yet.
Oh no.
Little scope in there. He's trying to reposition. Wolves are throwing forward onto the side.
Oh no.
Down though is YU. Peeks down towards that B side through the connector.
Okay, nice.
Kill found, but
Juicy का मारा, juicy का मारा.
Here in their faces, Wolves are quickly going to pivot away.
Yeah, that
Obviously mid खाली है उनका. Arts भी खाली है.
This angle to be more comfortable for this rotate. Now we can try to hold the line somewhere else, but the drone here.
भाई कुछ तो देखा होगा, please मत, please नहीं.
Try to just catch him off guard. I think they did see him. They pinged it out.
Oh shit.
Probably not the spot that you would expect him to fall back into.
Pyara.
Get the check. Takes a double take, but
पारो भाई पारो. Okay.
Invested though, so they can safely get the plant down.
Plant तो मिल ही जाएगा obviously.
As they get ready to go 4v3 into the retake. Nibu just here, opposite side of the wall.
Spraying नहीं.
Dimensional drifts. Going to be coming through, gets body blocked. Actually, let it come out for a brief little moment, but the players are still going to be spotted all the same. It's all the
अटका लिया था bro.
for his teammates. Trying to send the flashes.
नहीं.
But just trying to wide swing, and that baby says absolutely not. Doesn't give him the opportunity. Woot still does manage to go ahead and swing around the pillar. Find the shot, spring.
Okay, round निकल गया बस. That's what matters. Oh.
Who will swiftly dispatch.
Time.
Timeout work
Pyara.
for Heretics.
Pyara.
Gap once again, 3 rounds.
Yeah, just beautiful util usage
Pyara
here
भाई,
from the
pyara.
Heretics. Getting that identification onto YU's position over an art, kind of being at least somewhat mentally prepared that he could be around that corner. Boo was checking it as he was swinging. YU.
ये अच्छा है कि लोग एंगल चेक कर रहे हैं. But मिनी बू ने जो हगा था ना bro, wide.
Enemy remaining.
And then they're able to just kind of understand, hey, there's only 2 more. They're both in alley.
Nice, guys.
Just lock that down.
Let's go.
3 rounds away from tying up the Wolves. Starting to look good.
Finally bro, comeback दिख रहा है मुझे.
Going, still at that op. Still at A main.
किसने ऑप ली? अबे वो टॉप ली है. वूट नहीं bro.
Find that shot.
वूट. Oh प्यारा. प्यारा.
Disrespects it. Goes out, finds the kill.
Oh प्यारा.
Gets sprayed down by Riens. The wheels are coming off now as Heretics.
प्यारा भाई.
They are finding their groove.
Finally
There's
come
nothing
back.
more to be done here. Sufat and Spring and just try to lock a position down and hold on to these weapons.
You gotta save here.
Okay, अभी तो save ही करना पड़ेगा इनको. Please don't push. Please don't push. तुम लोगों के पास economy नहीं है bro. Next round के लिए economy ही नहीं है इनके पास. Please don't push. भाई अभी भी push कर रहे हैं. Fuck भाई.
Off guard, takes that kill. That starts putting the pressure on the Wolves. Trying to spread.
BC Astra लेके top fragging कर रहा है अपनी टीम में भाई ये बंदा. ये तो next level ही बंदा है Spring. हमेशा BC कुछ भी मारता है.
Trying to figure out where the open space is, using a couple different players.
30 seconds
and
left.
if they can win those individual battles off that individual skill, looks great. If they can't, things just kind of fall apart and they're.
ये तो save round है. Nice.
In a position like this where they have to hold on to their guns.
Next round भी मिल जाना है क्योंकि इनका eco होने वाला है.
We'll be able to retain them. No one really storming out to try to hunt them down.
10
Nice.
seconds left.
Heretics not wanting to take any risks whatsoever, but it will be a flawless. Gap closes.
Finally Heretics को समझ में आ रहा है.
8 rounds
क्या करना
now.
चाहिए.
Picked up for the side of Heretics.
I think Wolves को भी एक वो लेना चाहिए, time out लेना
Find
चाहिए.
their economy down in the dumps.
Time out लेती तो बहुत helpful होगा उनके लिए, in my opinion.
This is starting to look really nice for Heretics. That timeout had worked a treat for
दिया
them,
गया.
and now it's actually going to be a counter timeout. I was curious how much longer.
अबे time out ले लिया.
Going to hold on to this. The gap narrowed to 2. That seems to be the moment that Fade wants to get the ship back under control, get it steered in the right direction again. Don't want to let this Heretics team get hot. That is when they get scary.
They have been steadily becoming more and more alive. I mean, look at the recovery from Woot. He was bottom of the charts for quite some time now, finds himself 12, 13, and 2 over Riens and Benji Fishy. Run back on this jet on this defending side overall has been quite good, but the two brothers, Minnie and Boo, have just been very good this whole way throughout. key reasons why Heretics are playing this so very closely.
Yeah, really consistent. And if you can get some of those rounds from Benji Fishy, where he just shuts you out with his tremendous rifling. Saw it on Icebox against Paper Rex, where he was just able to single-handedly just claw a couple away from his opponents. We know what he can do when he's on fire with those rifles. He is so darn accurate. He can lock down that position over towards B Link. Because that seems to be, I think, where the Wolves want to try. They've been really trying to brute force their way through A main. Haven't been able to find much success in that direction.
Honestly, economy not in a great position, but two decent.
Okay, उनको आइडिया मिल गया है. Mid पूरा खाली हो रहा है.
They have the Nightfall as well as the Steel Garden available.
Mid hard push हो रहा है, bro.
Take these guns out of the hands of Woot and Benji Fishy. There's a possibility here for Wolves.
Yeah, and they're trying to spread out.
भाई एक ट्रिप के भरोसे नहीं बैठ सकते तुम लोग भी पे.
Space a little bit intentionally, and that's
प्यारा, bro.
It is. Benji, of course, does have the shorty behind here, just ready to play off his own trip. Going out, the rush coming through.
लो तो क्या दोनों को लो किया.
Damage dealt as weapon gets recovered. Rienz gets taken down. Suddenly, sights open up. Woot's still here, though. Basically shoulder to shoulder with him. The peek on the
Wow, bro, what the?
Is with a headshot. That Sheriff coming up huge. Minibu drops down, finds one, gets out. Now, only has 30 HP. Barring a miracle, my God, I think Wolves have actually done it. Because Minibu, yeah, he's going to back away. He doesn't want to try to go for this. The Thrifty to come through with just the two carried over weapons.
Save.
The ult's working a treat. Wolves will be 2-round wins away from taking Pearl.
Now, once again, it seems like Heretics trying to avoid those ults as best as they can. And I think Benji Fishy has a decent idea there. Oh, I'm gonna guess.
Seems like no. Oh,
oh my!
Spring is just too damn smart.
Oh my God, bro! Minibu को save भी नहीं कर रहे.
Wait until the last millisecond to make him think that he was safe, to think that he was gonna survive, to hold on to the weapon before he tears everything away from him.
Fat. Eating some of those shorty bullets for his teammate. Finds a double kill with 10 HP again. Did that against Sentinels with a Sheriff. The clutch around. This one just breaks the site open.
Easy भाई. अच्छा निकाला.
A little bit surprised there that he got that last kill.
अबे का Team Heretics से second time उठ लिया.
Full-blown guess, and that means that Heretics are going to be sending the final timeout of this map once again, down by 3 rounds. Need 5 in a row if they want to avoid OT.
Now you've got some
obviously OT किसको पसंद है?
How are you going to change up that defense on the B site? You're doing
feeling तो आ रही है Team
out
Heretics गंदा हारने वाली
You
है.
got to find ways to stall and react a little bit better. Of course, there aren't going to be those same ults in play just quite yet for the side of Wolves, but in general, giving up a lot of space at Link really opened things up for the Wolves to make that execute. And for now, looks like maybe they're just...
And somebody time.
Yeah, how much was left on that clock?
Oh. Pretty much all in on this one. Only a couple players on the side of Heretics with a decent economy.
You have to consider you dropped that op over as well. So you have to be a little bit extra careful, because you know that's still going to be in their hands.
Let's hope.
In YU's hands for this round.
Woot ने वापस से
utilize it still.
Pop ले ली.
Woot. Hadrian's clear the haunt. While you.
अबे यू का के पास है वहाँ पे. Oh, nice.
Woot is able to go ahead and come away with the kill.
Finally, bro. वापस से mid push try कर रहे हैं लोग. Please aggress कर लो.
Right here and now.
Seen some great positioning early in the rounds for Heretics, and that's a nice
Pyara.
shot, Diddy Boo.
Swing out, Juicy. Dead. Hunter ends. Coming away absolutely monstrously. That baby going to be taken down. Lysor tagged to 70. Once again, I think Lysor just going to have to stay tucked together.
Save तो नहीं करना चाहिए. ऑप लेके अगर सेव करना तो करो, और एल्स फिर 1-2 तो मारनी चाहिए इन लोग को मेरे हिसाब से. Basically that peak was down. भाई यहाँ पे यही चलता ही है ब्रो. बहुत छोटी-छोटी peaks देते हैं लोग.
Wolves there gonna scoop that op back up and try to fall back into some safety. See if Heretics can maybe find some last second gun steal of their own if they wanted to go hunting. Boo's got plenty of money.
Okay, save कर रहे वो. Nice call, nice call.
Potentially.
Spring ने op उठाई and that's a save.
Content to stay, but
nice.
Just locking down mid there. I mean, this is you were able to shut down Juicy from getting through.
भाई mid ही तो करना है इनको बार-बार. Mid lock कर रही जरूरी है.
So things are getting addressed here very quickly. Another nice timeout for Heretics.
Mid lock करना ही जरूरी है bro इनके लिए.
Going down without a fight. It's a really nice vertical flick there from Wu.
Holy shit, flick देख रहे हो वैसे?
Necessary one, it feels like. But from there, the round just absolutely
time high.
Gets away from Wolves. Quickly turns the chaos.
Okay. अब इनके पास भी पैसे नहीं बचे. इनको भी राउंड जीतना बहुत जरूरी है. Let's see.
Benji Fishy does have a neural theft.
Let's hope Spring कुछ ऐसा तैसा ना मार दे. अगर मारा तो कांड हो जाने. ओल्ड फैशन वे पे वापस से ये फेक किया है भाई साहब. अबे मिड क्यों नहीं होल्ड करते भाई ये लोग?
See if this time Heretics get a little bit more aggressive on that mid control, but it is very far back. These positions for Heretics are near their spawn.
Clear on the prowler.
Mid A side से clear करके भी. Yep.
Just gonna go ahead and take the gate crashes.
भाई मिड ही नहीं होल्ड करते भाई. वो कितना अच्छा मिड होल्ड कर रहे थे वुल्स वाले. ये मिड ही नहीं होल्ड कर रहे. उल्टा ये लोग बैक स्ट्राइप के लिए ट्रिप लगा के जा रहे हैं. ओके ए पुश करने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं.
On a line back by Flowers, staring into A main.
The Heretics are trying to make decisions off negative information. Meaning they don't have much. They're going
to get a push ही होने वाला है.
On the push. Fake goes through, looking for a position on the off. C's going to be
going. Nice.
Pushes forward, mows down two. Neural Depth now going to get the ping reveal here. Spring is desperately trying to break through the rebound here from Wu. Is able to find it. Rienz takes the last on that leaves just YU left
कुछ ही कर पाएगा.
The time is just not going to be there
easy
for
bro.
I have the spike. Spike is picked up. It's just too
plant भी नहीं कर पाएगा.
To try to make
okay, आवाज तो आई है उसको.
So instead he'll just hold on to the operator. Try
अबे
to.
ऑपरेटर है उसके पास, मार उसको.
Push coming through from Boo off the flank.
प्यारा bro, Boo. चुम्मा Boo.
Lost. Tour de force behind, yes, but Heretics are one round away from tying things up.
Chumma bro.
Dude, Woot with this operator is so fearsome right now, and then Benji Fishy.
भाई क्या प्यारा एंगल होल्ड किया पहली बार बेंजी फिश ने पूरे मैच में. पहला एंगल ब्रो. पहला एंगल ढंग का बेंजी फिश ने होल्ड किया है.
To cut Wolves apart.
You want to play? Let's play.
Now he's up
oh
on the
fuck.
box here. This is such a cheeky angle.
Changing around the positions.
Oh no. Nice.
Flash, able to confirm a bit.
अबे एक मिनट हाफ बाय क्यों? जूसी ने बाय किया है.
Gets the spot out on one of the more critical players here to try to identify two back behind the pillar.
No way, Juicy नहीं.
Sees him. He's just lingering here within the cage. Benji on the opposite side. Smokes obfuscating all.
Oh, pyara. Oh.
Shorty out. Lights are dead. Pops the blade sword immediately. Tails went back up through B long. Repeats. Shot goes a little bit wide. Spring is able to collect one. Juicy back over at Halls.
Spike down B.
Oh भाई, अबे हार कैसे गए?
Will deny.
हार कैसे गए bro?
Abound, but Wolves this time thrive in it.
हार गए bro?
They get themselves
कैसे हारे bro?
up to map point.
That is absolute madness.
हार कैसे गए bro?
On a knife's edge. Some of those shots if they just could have landed one way or another. You know, maybe Woot hits that op shot on the spring.
अच्छा round जा रहा था bro. Genuinely इतना अच्छा round जा रहा था.
Switching into that
and then this
storm when
happens.
the pressure was on. Juicy stuck in the cyber cage, and he still manages to outdo Benji Fishy there. Just another great round off the back of that dimensional drift for
We're off
Juicy.
to the races, it would seem. They're looking for a fight here. Over it.
What the hell is going on, bro?
and sits them down. Boom frantically backpedaling the Prowler on the chase. The spot out on Orien's over by Art. The Thorns and Stairs, they hold him back, they spray him dead.
Oh my god, bro.
As the spike gets planted, Wolves absolutely crank up the pace here on the round. 2v4.
Next to impossible है ये तो निकालना. Oh, ये connect. हो सकता है क्या ये?
Their own cosmic divide going to be used. Wrap around coming through.
Please नहीं.
Fed baby trying to arrive over towards Art.
अरे नहीं. वो आने दो check कर रहे हैं.
13-10. Wolves take the opening map in this elimination series.
They came in with a lot of confidence to start 4 rounds in a row. Since then, it was a lot of back and forth, but that start was good enough to get them over the line on their map pick of Pearl.
Big glow up though from Heretics compared to the last
Sheesh,
outing on Pearl. Now they have their map pick of Lotus coming up next. We'll see if we can get a tied up series when we come back.
Sheesh भाई. इतना गंदा यार. Damn भाई. होली शिट भाई, दिमाग खराब हो गया मेरा यार मैच देख के भाई. इन लोग ने कितना गंदा विफ किया है भाई आखिरी पे. बीसी वाओ, बीसी विस वाओ, नाइस जीजी. हगाया भाई इन लोग ने. इतना अच्छा खेलते भाई, कितना गंदा खेल रहे ब्रो. इनको मालूम था कि इनका वो भी नहीं अच्छा है, पल अच्छा नहीं है, स्टिल वही मैप सेलेक्ट कर रहे. परसों ही अभी इसी टीम से हार, मतलब कि इसी टीम से नहीं, परसों ही इसी मैप में हारे ये लोग, स्टिल वही मैप चूज कर रहे हैं लोग. जनरली पता नहीं भाई क्या सोच के चूज किया लोग ने. ओके, इट्स गोना टेक टाइम. तब तक हम करने वाले हैं वैलोरेंट. ये टीडीएम खेलते हैं. ये कितना गंदा आता है मेरा ये उसे क्या बोलते हैं, स्टोर. सेकंड अकाउंट में देखता हूँ. सॉन्ग का सीरियस ले लिया. अच्छा, अरे नहीं वो खेल रहा हूँ मैं, सिर्फ टीडीएम खेल रहा हूँ अभी. एक टीडीएम जब तक खेलूंगा तब तक मैच चालू हो जाएगा. ये देखो, सिर्फ 1 ही मिनट बाकी है, उसके बाद तब तक तो रन चालू भी हो जाएगा. राणा प्रताप लाओ गाइस, राणा प्रताप लेंगे हम. टुटुम 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 टुटुम. पिज़्ज़ा पिज़्ज़ा भाई यार, मैप रिलीज भी देखना है मुझे. वन ऑफ द मेन रीजंस वही है ये, मुझे मैप रिलीज देखना. मैप कैसा है, फर्स्ट लुक ऑफ द मैप देखना है मुझे. बीच में ये लोग वो देते हैं, हिंट्स भी देते हैं. पिछली बार भी जब विस रिलीज होने वाली थी तो इन लोग ने हिंट्स भी दी थी एट द रिलीज टाइम, एट द मोमेंट ऑफ रिलीज obviously. थोड़ी आवाज़ टेस्ट करनी पड़ेगी obviously. भाई मुझे माइक का स्टैंड भी लेना पड़ेगा. आई थिंक नया थोड़ा सा डायबोलिकल चल रहा है, बहुत नीचे है, मेरे मुंह के सामने है ये माइक का स्टैंड. भाई एम कितना गंदा है मेरा. भाई पीछे खड़े थे सब. डैम
vision.
वो चालू भी हो गया क्या?
Not ready yet.
नहीं हुआ, बट स्टिल हो जाएगा जब तक मैं आऊँगा. अजय ब्रूम प्यारा. Oh no. मरी नहीं रे ब्रो. What the hell? Wait a minute, I gotta go.
Until stage change.
No.
Stage 3.
Get down.
Night night.
Back again. Bye. मरते भी तो नहीं है. वाओ, डैमेज देने के बावजूद ये हाल है. भागो. ईगो सॉन्ग को सीरियस ले लिया. आजा. क्या ले लिया मतलब?
New stage in 10. You want to play? Let's play. Final stage.
भाई ये भी बंदा बैठा हुआ था. बैम भाई. भाई हेड पड़ा था उसको. भाई ये कब से बैठा है? भाई यार स्पैम बोल रहा हूँ, स्पैम.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh, clean, bro. Clean.
Cutting their vision. For dead. They will cover.
अरे यार मेरा अल्ट में ही क्यों होता है? ओह शिट, मेरी टीम में कोई खेल नहीं रह गया ढंग का। Unleash.
You fought well. Still in sight.
My ult's ready.
This is for it. My ultimate's ready.
Got him.
Don't resist.
Damn.
Not ready yet.
Be close. भाई आएगा ये फिर से। नाइस। मैच ना चालू हो जाए ब्रो। ओके टीम तो सिलेक्ट हो गई। फक बस चालू हो गया।
You want to play? Let's play.
Not ready yet. Still in sight.
भाई बच ही गया था मैं। भाई स्पैम पे स्पैम।
Not ready yet. Cutting their vision.
अबे कहाँ गया? पीछे फीनिक्स पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है। वाओ जीत गए। जी ब्रो।
Toronto Wolves in the lead. 13-10 win on Pearl. As the disc was just talking about, paper thin, Heretics have a ton of experience playing against this comp.
No doubt about it. This should be right in the Heretics wheelhouse. I mean, they were 2-0 on this map in EMEA in Stage 1, but they were playing very different comps like the desk was talking about. So they, you know, they're going to come into something different, but it still should be familiar. It's still going to be mostly what you're seeing last year. So
अच्छा चालू नहीं हुआ अभी,
very much
बच
in
गए।
that wheelhouse. I don't have many doubts right now about Team Heretics with this comp. I think the real question is just the mental right now for them. They haven't won a pistol. They've been getting shellacked sometimes,
तो
you know,
ठीक
in
है
a lot of
भाई।
these different rounds where it looks like they have advantages and they can't capitalize. And the shooting for the Wolves is really on point today. You know, obviously Spring is a known quantity at this point. He's consistently just top
अरे जीतेंगे ब्रो।
Juicy stepping up big time when they switched over to that attacker side.
Yeah, needs to maintain that performance if they're going to be looking for a 2-0. Did have a quick little crash in the lobby, but everybody's
जीतेंगे ब्रो।
loaded up, and we should have everything underway here in just a couple seconds. So
Easy
bear with
ब्रो।
us, guys. Hate to tease and tantalize a little bit longer. We all want to get into the action here on Lotus. See if Heretics can, in fact, give us that map 3.
I feel like it's going to happen, but man, the Wolves are just so good. When they're kind of all on the same page, when they're playing together, this team can do some real damage. And you could see on that previous map, they have some great coordination. They have some great executes set up that are just absolutely smothering, so difficult to deal with.
गाने कितने फायर होते हैं?
Heretics, you know, this, again, mental game for me. That's all this really is right now, is you got to get angry or whatever, or hype, whatever it takes to get you back into this match. Whatever your team's, you know, vibe needs to be, you know, the players and the coaches need to find it and they need to get it going right now.
क्या तो प्यारा सा बियर लगा
Especially
है
for
भाई.
this pistol.
Yeah, like I said, 0 and 6 in that regard. The pistols have not been in their favor. We'll see if they
भाई
can
पिस्टल
start
राउंड तो जमाने हो गए भाई
rewriting
जीते हुए.
as we are now ready to go ahead and hop into Lotus. Toronto, you guys ready?
Nice.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Barriers will drop. There's mini boot forward position out here on the mount.
He's maybe gonna get some.
Let's see.
They've got a lot of options to take this mound space with the fade, with the omen, with the raise.
ये पिस्टल राउंड बहुत कुछ बताएगा bro.
If they're just gonna try to dry peek this corner.
Who's going to be ready with a paranoia? Try to stave them off. On up and over the top. Going to be a quick little clear there. Last pack exit. I believe Boo spot where
Okay,
he can try to
B जाने का
get
try
somebody
कर रहे
off
हैं.
guard, but
Placing swarm grenade.
instead it's going to be a pivot cross now towards A lobby here for Wolves.
Yeah, they in their last pistol round, Wolves spread the map and had Lysor solo plant on B and kind of crumbled underneath.
push क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं लोग?
They try to stick together a
Bro,
little bit more
push.
on this one.
Please गलतियाँ करो. मैं चाहता हूँ Wolves जीते. मतलब
Make
TH
them
जीते.
think that the other side of the map was going to be better. A bit of noise made here. Door open.
May the best team win, bro.
Double
Genuinely.
Looks like the push forward in towards Tree. Not going to be coming through. So Spring maybe not going to be caught.
But still, भाई TH जीते.
Two players in that position.
Bias to P ने दे रहा हूँ मैं.
YU going to be held at bay here for the moment as paint shells go through, and now they're once again going to have to do the crossover on towards this A side. The vulnerable there.
Oh no.
Lysor able to find the first. Juicy gets a second. Benji, Fishy, and Rienz have been flushed out. Weapons upgraded time. Ticking down, but still plenty.
10 seconds left.
Get the spike in play.
Boot तेरे ऊपर पूरा.
Down to 22.
Oh
Turn, and
no.
YU now striking on the flank. Spots out another one. Goes unpunished. Boo desperately trying to get himself over towards the site to spray into the smoke. Not finding much, but Boo comes away with a second kill. Right clicks here. Able to find them as Juicy. Gets himself a 3K, and Wolves continue to deny pistol wins from the Heretics.
भाई CO Fat तो मार रहा
Now I'm
है.
concerned. Now I'm concerned.
Sorry,
for
CO Fat
Heretics.
नहीं.
Things are just not going their way on these pistols. And it
तगड़ा
is
मारा भाई.
the
Juicy ने entry
Wolves
अच्छी ली,
looking
to be honest.
So smart in this round. I think learning from their mistakes against Sentinels, making sure that they're sticking together, being really sure of the space that they've been given. And again, it comes off the back of CU Fat. The way that he's using that
भाई Team Heretics के fans कैसे बैठे हुए लाओ डेट करके बैठे हैं भाई.
reinforcements over to go for that plant.
They did drop the anti-eco at the second half of
Fair.
Pearl, so still going to be a concern, as there is going to be a very heavy death ball coming their way, but high-low setup here. Wolves are anticipating this.
Just one sheriff for Rienz. That's the only buy-up this time around for Heretics. Marshall.
He's dead over at the A side of the map. Some noise to be made. Paranoia going to be sent. Prowler getting a catch onto one. Swing out.
प्यारा.
Spike here in the hands of this player. Going to get dropped, but Lysor swinging around the side. Gets a fadeaway shot onto Benji Fishy with the final bullet. Push forward. Looks for a little bit more, but will be Spring to take it away. Two casualties, a bit of damage going to be dealt here, but Wolves this time not dropping the anti.
दो को मारा.
All in
Nice.
all, you're not too fussed about that as the Wolves. A few kills there for Heretics, but the trap didn't really convert into any further damage. Let's see this. Wow, Spring, just a timing, yeah. The guy just is so dialed in.
On his reads.
That's a nice
Piaro.
adjustment there from Lysor, too, to find that headshot. He's got the fist pumping for Fade.
If he doesn't, I mean, you're looking at only 2 players surviving. Hell of a worse feeling going into this bonus as they look for a conversion. Turret set up.
Okay, B पे बहुत लोग बैठे हैं.
Here's a gun that gave Heretics a lot of problems.
No way.
Juicy. Good amount of damage going to be
Juicy
there on the
पास
entry.
oh shit shotgun है.
Paint shells lobbed in. Boombot similarly to try to scout. Doesn't want to try to push this angle towards Baby Door.
Piara.
Judge in hand. Somebody who's able to find one, but Spring does get rid of
अबे
one.
दो लोग
Breaks
हैं.
the fades at the end of it all. Spike now planted 4v4.
दो तो half HP हैं.
So
Yuka और Juicy दोनों लोग हैं.
on the side of Wolves.
Winnable है ये round.
Judge still in play.
Please नहीं.
Right around the corner.
अबे वो जज पड़ी तो गए भाई.
Spring gonna be taken down. Juicy does manage to find one. Lysor
Oh
gets the other player,
no,
Baby
bro.
Door. Now it's just the double approach. Get through the connector, Lysor. Oh, they're just getting spammed out through the smoke to push forward. Benji gonna be good for 2 as he does find YU, but Juicy with another 3K.
अबे Juicy के HP कितनी लो थी उसको नहीं मारे ये लोग.
Having his showstopper online and a bonus conversion as Wolves start things off 3-0 once again.
I'm loving what we're seeing from the Wolves today. I can feel the confidence that Fade was telling me about before the map even started. It is the way that they are working together, the way that they're holding these crossfire angles. They're putting the right guns in the right spot. They're spamming at the right time. They're understanding their opponents so well. They have such a good read. And it is just another hot start on the attacker side for Juicy. He has been a world.
Oh my goodness. Spring. Looking for a little bit more. Does find some damage. They're still going to try to just shove forward over. Eventually, they will be able to do so. YU is going to stop them from getting
obviously gun लेने का try करेंगे.
Comrade's weapon. It's a kill onto one, gets a spot onto Woot, still swings out for the challenge. Looking for the kill, will not be able to find it. Rien's trying to hold things down here at C, but it's just too much opposition. Once again, 4-0 start for Wolves.
Obviously ये तो होना ही था.
This Wolves team is looking to make an upset. They are just fearsome. I mean, Spring. Mechanical God there, got the dink and got the fade away as he was going back behind the toxic screen. Lysor winning one on the other side. Sure, Spring ends up going down, but YU on the job to make sure that that gun's not recovered and there's no big problems behind it. Now you've got a showstopper for Juicy. Let's see if they're going to go for it right off the rip.
Sees nade avoided. Minor little slow up here on the approach.
Tremendous patience being shown.
Trying to figure out exactly what their angle of approach is going to be here. One little shot through the one-way. YU does get a connection onto Miniboo. In the meantime, Spring a lurk forward towards the A orb.
That's so scary. And he's gonna not hear much, not see much. So they're gonna try to readjust into that direction. Try to open themselves up for a pivot, but I like the way Heretics is maneuvering to try to cut this off.
Showstopper up and over the top, dodging this out. And Rien's out into the open, just no way to escape. Juicy finds the kill. Benji Fishy, however, plays forward into the smoke. Gets a catch on the Lysor. Hits the spike on the floor for a brief little moment as the Seas goes at him.
भाई जो weak हो चुकी है टीम मैं उनको ही क्यों सपोर्ट करता हूँ पता नहीं क्यों भाई मगर मुझे टीम्स जो पसंद है वो सारी ही क्यों हार रही हैं. MIBR पसंद है, MIBR गंदा हार रही है. TH पसंद थी वो हार रही है. इतना गंदा वो भी मतलब थोड़ा सा भी नहीं थी ब्रो. जेली प्योर डोमिनेशन दिख रहा है यहाँ पे तो वुल्स का.
Not much util to speak of. A couple blast packs and a haunt.
I'll find you.
Benji can find one that would give him a lockdown. Hate to have to commit that here. Won't get the opportunity. Builds up the ultimate in depth. There's 2 players surviving. Wolves 5-0.
It's just tremendous patience being shown by the Wolves. Not at just the beginning of the round to avoid the C's nade, a little thing like that. But then the pivot over off of the space that Spring is taking. And when Heretics tries to collapse, Heretics has 2 on B and 2 on A. They're ready for this A hit to try to get some flanks going. They're able to find this showstopper and then realize, whoa, there's way too much going on. Benji Fishy already here behind the pillar on site. Let's go over to B. We think that might be open now. And it is a beautiful call again. I mean, CU Fat is on point as the IGL here. As Heretics gonna rip a timeout.
Damn, baby.
You need to.
Juicy is 8-1-3 here at the moment. Once again, knocked back economically, but this has to be the moment for the timeout. You need to start getting some round wins. Yes, you're starting on the defending side. Typically, that's going to be the weaker. We do have some anomalous teams out there.
Sure.
Genji being one of them.
Sentinels.
But aside from that, you also have ultimates available. It's just a pit from Rien's that isn't online. Everything else is at their disposal. You need to make sure that when you commit them, you're going to get value. It's going to lead to a win. And you're not going to oversend it. Only to be faced with a round loss.
It's a really nice looking
Genuinely,
opportunity
bro.
for a thrifty for Heretics, and it would be a much needed one to say the least. But you're getting close to Spring's ult. That Viper's Pit would be a real thorn in the side.
Yeah, me generally
Running a
cooked
bunch
bro.
of sheriffs and a stinger. Not exactly what you would want to try to flood your way through.
Damn,
You have
bhai.
some ability to clear it with the lockdown, the Nightfall.
भाई एक राउंड नहीं निकल रहा ब्रो इनसे
Counterpunches.
टीएच से
If Spring does get that ult available,
इतना गंदा मार रही है भाई चाइनीज टीम वुल्स
Benji clearing the util and spam at, but just gonna fall back. You got Rien's there with him, one away from his Viper's Pit as well. So they're just gonna
Oh
commit.
my god, Viper guarded भी है
Bomb cleared.
Wolo
Sees
utilities.
nade, and now
Oh
it's
my
just Rien's dead
god.
to rights. No way to escape. Juicy, a bad spot. Does get vulnerable.
Nice.
Not get away from that Nanoswarm. Benji Fishy now re-swinging around the back. The peel off a second kill, but actually is going to be flushed out. Spinning was similarly going to take it down. Spring
अरे
still
यार
standing, still
मुझे
delivering.
लगा था winnable round है ये
It's the commitment of the showstopper. Not going to be finding the value that was so
अबे एक
desperately
भी नहीं
needed.
मारा शो स्टॉपर से अल्ट भी वेस्ट हुआ इनका
Boo now alone with just this sheriff in hand.
Gun here.
Turret set up over the top.
Cover going out.
Paranoia is not going to connect. And YU is instantaneous with a headshot.
obviously
Puts him down nice and easy. 6-0. Wolves
what do you expect bro
just looking absolutely electric.
I mean, other than a little bit of a body there by Liza.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh
He
no.
made up for it.
He did.
He killed the Rays.
I mean, the funny thing about this round is, you know, Benji Fishy
Damn,
gets those
bhai.
2 kills, and that makes Heretics think they could pull the showstopper. They whiff on it, and then it still ends up being the Wolves round, and just a little bit.
A little bit more space. Still 4 ultimates.
थोड़ी सी और स्पेस चाहिए थी भाई टीएच तो गंदा आ रही ब्रो टीएच गंदा हार गई ब्रो
Really at risk of getting caught by
Can't
these
do shit,
CCs,
bro.
nade combos. Seems like they always
They
know
can't
where
do
they're
shit.
coming from. They're always
No.
playing back, waiting for that util to get dumped early.
Yeah. You know, Team Heretics is trying to guess.
नेक्स्ट इम्पॉसिबल चल रहा है भाई कम बैक अभी
tendencies, and They have not found
जनरली
any
नेक्स्ट
success on
इम्पॉसिबल
that.
चल रहा है
Prowler going to be cleared. Up and over the top goes Juicy and
Wow.
Benji Fishy will be able
Finally.
to sit him down. Entry power taken out of their hands here. So that is the best possible start to the round here for
बट
the side
बहुत
of
बड़ा
Heretics.
कम बैक करना है ब्रो
Yeah, this is probably one of those rounds where Wolves are just feeling it, feel like they can do whatever they want on the map, but Juicy all on his own when he got into the site. Gonna try to pivot towards B a bit.
Still B जाने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं
On the side, they're going to try to go for the 90-degree clear outs. Can't find either of them.
ऑब्वियसली ये तो होना ही था
Mini Book
स्टिक कर गए ना वहाँ पे अगर लीव करती होते तो हो जाता
30 seconds left. Last one
वैसे
standing,
पैसा
so it
बहुत
seems
है
like
भाई
Heretics
पैसा
here
बहुत है इनके
will
पास
at long last get themselves a round win.
जनरली
A
पैसा
long
बहुत है इनके
road ahead
पास
of them, but being able to get this just on rifling, just on util, not on ultimates, that is a big boon for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And still, they could do a lot of
10
damage in this
seconds left.
defender side. Yes, Wolves already have 6, but you can run 4 or 5 in
कुछ
this
करने
one.
की भी जरूरत
You're
नहीं है
doing
ब्रो
okay, going into your attacker
एक राउंड सेव भी कर लिया ना
This is a good start. Good first foot forward.
एक राउंड इको हो गया चलो मैं मान लेता हूँ इको होने के लिए भी तो 2 राउंड अभी लगेंगे इनको
Gonna have to try to figure out a little bit of what they want to do. You're one away from the nightfall.
अब ये राउंड हारेंगे तब इको होगा ना
Viper spin as
दिक्कत
well.
ये
Got
है
a lot of counter.
बहुत पैसा है भाई इनके पास
A timeout is ripped.
Yeah, Wolves are calling a timeout.
Wow.
भाई एक राउंड में भी टाइम आउट ले लिया ब्रो
We have to build the castle, you know, brick by brick.
Absolutely.
बहुत मुश्किल है मगर ब्रो
But I think to me this is just some of the things that I saw in the VODs when I was watching the Wolves is when they start getting these like individual plays, when they try to go for these big moments where they don't necessarily have the right information, they don't necessarily have their right setups or kind of understanding of where their opponents are. They just try to make something, they just try to force a play.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those things where it's like, okay, I can hear the players talking. I think they're getting a little bit antsy. They're not sticking to the structure that we had set up ahead of time coming into this series. So I want to intervene and make sure that we're sticking to the script. But it does also give The coaching
कुछ ना
staff
हो
of
रहा
Heretics, the opportunity to get back in the players' ears and, you know, feed them information based on what they've witnessed. So it does come at a risk. We'll see what happens coming in off the back of this one. There's plenty of ults available here to both sides. One charge away for a Nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be looking at a very
Damn
similar
भाई
array
कितना
of
hate
ultimates
मिल रहा है
for
भाई
both
अभी
teams potentially.
TH को.
Depends on if they're able to get an orb or a plant over.
I mean,
Or see you fat,
obviously
even a
इतनी
kill.
inconsistent performance के साथ खेल रहे हैं ना, दिक्कत ये है.
Love to run at the beginning of the rounds. Again, season 8 combo attempted early. Rian's just waiting for the pit, and he's going to rip it. See what the response is going to be. Are they going to go
a
for
lockdown?
Oh my god.
I mean,
yeah,
could just be lockdown for lockdown stalemate here on the C site.
Oh भाई साहब.
And that is exactly what is going to happen. And if you're Wolves, you say, okay, we get 2 ults out of you.
दोनों leave कर रहे हैं bro.
We back away. This is giving up a good amount of space and control over towards a site though. Rubble firmly in the hands here of Heretics.
Not gonna fall.
Time waste कर रहे हैं दोनों पीछे. Okay, पे lean हो रहा है.
Let's drop the pit.
What the
Why
fuck?
just hits it straight onto Rien, so even if the pit hadn't already fallen, certainly would have now.
जी भाई.
Oh, they dodged the Nightfall too. They had backed out a mound.
But now that they've dodged that, that could force the pivot from Heretics. They might take this as false information. Blew up and over the top. Spike is going to be brought over towards this side, it would seem. As it's just going to be a TP into the site to get the plant down and spring. Flushes out Boom.
ना भाई TH is cooked भाई. TH is cooked भाई. Generally TH is cooked bro.
Likelihood. Just try to go for the save here.
TH is cooked भाई.
Looks like we'll at least take a peek. He will be noted and dealt with at the door. Benji Fishy has to just walk away. Wolves, the timeout call.
Hell
Ends
nah,
up
bro.
working a treat.
It's brilliant. I mean, just the way that they immediately are ready to counter that Viper's pit. And you said it, 2 for 1. That's just a wonderful timeout call there by Fade. Reading into Team Heretics very nicely. And then they're able to work to the other side of the map. That TP from Lysor really opens things up.
I
for
think
them.
TH का
Spring wins a big
coach.
duel against Boo.
भाई TH का कोच भी ठीक है भाई. ये लोग गन फाइट्स में नहीं ले पा रहे हैं ना, दिक्कत ये है. कोच को क्या गलती करना?
Creating attention or setting up for the lurks, getting information.
But still, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कोच एंड प्लेयर्स दोनों खराब चल रहे हैं पीछे.
Just the timing.
भाई
Had
साहब.
knife out, was just running forward. Got cut down. There's Spring. That he's over there.
भाई
YU
टीम तो
holding the
डेड है
line.
bro. टीम डेड है bro.
That's what you love to see from the Wolves. Just smart play. We know they can shoot. And they're looking for some kind of maybe fast B hit here.
Toxins going up.
Damn भाई. Oh my god, B पूरा खाली है.
Anybody who might be hit with a vulnerable. It's going to be the Boom bot chasing over towards Mini Boo.
Damn B.
Get the season 8 out again.
B पे utils क्यों waste की फिर?
Happy with that. Smoke about to dissipate. Blue going to try to cycle this one back through. Is Nightfall going to be committed on to B? Quick little pick out.
Nice.
Comes away with
Finally.
2.
Still जीत नहीं पाएंगे लोग. जीत नहीं सकते.
Too fat baby. Concerned about
बहुत मुश्किल लगता है भाई मुझे. मैं राउंड की बात कर रहा हूँ. मैच तो बहुत दूर की बात है.
They do have a heavy rotation over to this A side. Now they may be challenging Benji.
And still full util setup. Double nano in the alarm bot. Situated here on the entryway.
भाई सी को छोड़ दिया भाई.
Gets cleared though. That draws the attention of Benji Fishy back over towards B. Peek into the connector. Paranoia from Lysor at the ready, but will end up going wide. He's now coming down. Dodges the Haunt. Smoke going to be coming through. Juicy. Pressured here from multiple angles now. Fights back in, finds the first, tries to look for a little bit more. Was trying to go for a 180 flick, but does end up getting picked off there by
Benji Fish कैसे जिंदा? Benji Fish है किधर?
72. This would be a back-breaking round loss for Heretics.
मैं ट्रेड भी कैसे लेने दिया यार? बगल ही बगल तो खड़े थे.
Lysor should be dead on this angle.
भाई अगर ये 2v3 हारे ना.
It's the smoke set up to push into the smoke, and in fact, maybe unable to find the shots, and they know exactly where the Omen is at. Push forward, Woot winning out the fight. 3 players surviving. Heretics find their second round win.
Yeah, just Boo this time, taking matters into his own hand over at A Rubble. Gets those 2 huge kills. Snappy shots from the IGL of Heretics.
Seconds left.
That really opens up a lot of space for them. Good work by the Wolves to find some open of their own, but numbers were not in their favor.
Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go. 5 rounds and we're good, okay?
Yep, absolutely. Totally agree.
बहुत
They can
मुश्किल है
string 3
भाई.
in a row now. You're gonna feel good about it. Still sitting on the Viper's pit for Spring, but plenty of money for the rifles for the side of Wolves.
भाई वाइपर अल्ट भी आ गया स्प्रिंग के पास. एक बार साइड भी ली तो फिर तो जीजी हो गया इनका.
Oh, this time Wolves not quite ready for it.
डैम भाई अर्ली एग्रेशन में ही मार दिया तो कमबैक तो नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल दिख रहा है मुझे. स्टिल मैं अभी यही कहूंगा जबकि ये लोग एक राउंड जीते हैं अभी. स्टिल मैं कमबैक नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल बोलूंगा. बस ऐसा कोई वाव मोमेंट नहीं किया इन लोग ने या फिर नॉर्मल बहुत हग रहे ब्रो. नॉर्मल चीजों में हग रहे ब्रो.
The high-low here on the corner. That baby just trying to clear out this util. Prowler around the back. Not going to note anyone.
अलार्म बोट अभी तक लगा. अलार्म बोट नहीं तोड़ा ब्रो. उनको पता है कि तुम लोग सी एंटर नहीं कर रहे अभी भी.
In their favor. This one looks extremely difficult to do. Alarm bot right on the other side there for this double stack.
Up टूटा.
Weird. Spots them both out.
Wow.
The first finds the second. Showstopper going to be sent.
Finally, bro.
Why you dead simultaneously? Tuck around the corner here. See Fat Baby now in a 1v3.
Fat push कर रहा है.
1-7-3 here at the moment. Swings in, spots the first, tries to get the transition, cannot do so.
अगर ये निकाल दिया ना.
Grabbing him, trying to pull him in a little bit deeper, but Spike just cannot be planted fast enough. Woot will arrive. They make a good run.
कोई ना.
They make it close.
अभी सेव राउंड आ गया बुल्स का.
Get the round win all the same.
एक राउंड और जीतने दो टीएच को. उसके बाद मुझे देखना है क्या फिर क्या होता है. अगर फिर कमबैक हुआ तो फिर मोस्टली कमबैक हो सकता है. बट मुझे अभी सीरियसली नहीं लगता अभी भी. पास पुश करने का ट्राई किया तभी आ रहे हैं लोग.
That is brilliant work from that angle. Showstopper was there.
Nice, good job.
And it's the one that takes him out.
Bro, that was unfortunate. Like,
so I think I'd like to see Wolves pump the brakes a little bit here. Take things a little bit slower.
Let's see.
So they can find their open space on the map.
Oh!
They went from reading these to disrespecting them and being punished by it.
Shadows traveling.
Damn.
Oh, they dead. Off the very start, why you getting spammed down through the Viper wall at B. It's another rocky start to the round here.
And now you have no ability to gather info. You're just going to have to brute force your way through
Damn.
something. Taking their time.
Cover going out.
Benji's been a thorn in their side.
Rip across, Nano going to be sent out. He's going to be
Oh, pyara Benji.
Benji Fishy holding down this C site.
Hi, sub.
Try to grab this orb and get
Damn.
the ult. Either with this or in death, but this way you can try to go for a save perhaps.
Okay, backstep संभल रहा है.
Absolutely would like to save.
So he's just gonna creep up, see if he can spot anything
30
out.
seconds left.
Challenge into the smoke. One goes out deeper, but yeah, just nothing realistically to be done here in this position. Heretics once again coming alive.
Save round है, save करना चाहिए. जुको को.
A 4th round win.
अबे save कर ले bro.
You can't get caught by
हाँ
these
अभी तो
nades
इतना दूर है.
anymore.
कोई ना.
Gotta wait out the beginning of the round a little bit.
भाई push कर रहे.
I know there that maybe you think you're safe. Oh, hold the phone.
They'll be able to find a kill here onto Woot, but nobody else really in position to try to
क्या
find a
बंदे
punish. So
bro.
why are you gonna be fine to go ahead and hold on to his weapon here?
Push कर रहे bro ये लोग generally.
Lifesword able to escape, but getting a a bit too antsy here. It's too aggressive. It's costing them dearly.
बहुत ज़्यादा aggressive खेल रहे हैं इसलिए हार रहे हैं अभी.
Really good here on this seaside defense in a couple of these rounds. Able to find a ton of.
फिर से वैसे ही मारा bro.
In good spots, positioning excellent. He has been really annoying to deal with for the Wolves. Do have a nightfall, but for Woot on the side of Heretics, showstopper though for Juicy, lockdown as well. Of course, still that Viper's Pit for Spring. No C's named this time. Patience being shown here by Heretics. They've dipped into that well enough. They've gotten their value.
Lockdown.
Okay.
Here off the rip. Brienne's going to try to reposition, wants to take a more aggro position here. Showstopper now going to be invested. Some damage going to be suffered.
Oh, nice!
Still able to find one before getting taken down. Nobody detained. Nightfall out in response. That's going to connect onto absolutely everyone here on the side of Wolves.
क्या चल रहा है?
MIBR goes chasing forward, gets himself here on the side, and they don't know what's hit him.
निकाल दिया भाई round.
A blink and you miss it retake. Heretics deny the plant and they rescue the half.
And that is exactly what the Heretics needed. That is what the doctor ordered. They are right back in this thing.
The Wolves are
finally, bro,
themselves given the lead that they had established. 6-0 at a point. We'll see though, pistols have been on their side. We'll see if that continues.
Comeback मुश्किल है भाई. Generally.
I don't really like committing to
Still.
things. I'm scared.
मुझे अभी भी कमबैक मुश्किल लग रहा है भाई. नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम पॉसिबल भी लग रहा है, एक तरीके से कह सकते हो. लेट्स होप कि मैं जो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ वैसा ही हो. अरे हट जा ब्रो.
Yeah, this is just really impressive stuff
Okay,
from the Heretics. Our
Coinbase
Coinbase Econ report. Kind of a smattering there. See you fat having a bit of a rough go of things, but
yes,
both of our Killjoys having a really strong run there. You know, YU doing a great job on the backside, finding some of that value. Benji Fishy comes out big there.
Nice.
Just kind of cruises through the rest of the way. Was really impactful on that C site. Made it nearly unassailable for a lot of that half for the Wolves. And then they started to take that rubble control a bit, found some connections with their util, and looked really, really strong.
Let's hope for the best,
there,
bro.
See, he bounced back nicely. YU picking up where he left off on Pearl, having a ton of impact on that Killjoy. Looking really comfortable in the back lines.
Because
the stage has been set as far as KJ impact thus far here on the map. Benji Fishy has been getting value in pretty much every regard. Rifling as well as his util placement. Really likes to cluster things together, get that kind of overlap between the nano swarms.
Yeah.
And if you get the alarm bot blown out as well, then, well, you just basically guarantee the kill. We'll see what happens, though. Heretics have not been able to find any pistol wins so far in the tournament. Can this be their first? As they look to take this all the way to Ascent.
Just the alarm bot at the front of the door, the turret over at B. 3 players over at A, but there's a smoke there slowing them down.
And I'm going to be
wait a minute, what the fuck?
Go for the entry.
Oh no. Nice.
Bullets, though.
टेस्ट निकाला.
Force the reposition.
Nice.
He'll get taken down. There through the wall.
पहला पिस्टल राउंड जीत रहे हैं लोग.
5 now, looking for the retake, and overall, players on Heretic still pretty damn healthy. It's just MIBR down to 54.
This has to be crazy.
Finally.
From the side of Wolves. Still the paranoia.
Pistol round, bro. Push already.
Wall will fall. Paranoia to try to clear out the close angles here, but no one gonna get blinded up by that. A paint shell available for Juicy. Sends that around the bend. MIBR gonna eat even more damage, now down to 18. Kills still not yet being found.
What the fuck?
There, though. Juicy finding two. Pushes forward into the smoke. Who able to flush him out. Lives now all alone. Gets the reload off the smoke. Gone. Tries to line it up. Finds the headshot. But needs to go for the stick here. Tries to go for the turn. Benji Fishy is going to try to just jump shot him here with a ghost.
भाई प्यारा बच गया.
Benji Fishy barely gets them over the line. As Heretics will find their first pistol win of the tournament.
That's as close as it gets. It's a great opener here off the back of the fade util. MIBR just hold a W.
भाई कितना close था वो.
Takes Spring with him. And then Woot through the wall. They know they've got YU pinned on the stairs. Just barely gets the wallbang headshot. And that is an absolute nail by Neil Senior.
Yeah, stressing out, and I cannot blame them.
Trying to find some grounding. Oh man, huge.
Holy shit, bhai.
I mean, it's very necessary to instill some hope. Some pressure over towards C. Lysor going to be caught.
अबे लाइसर तो लो भाई साहब कितना लो कर दिया.
So much damage, down to 22.
Really wants to do everything.
Expose नहीं हुआ बस ये अच्छा है. But कितना लो है.
I don't think.
Spotted.
Yeah.
ऐसे ही मर जाएगा भाई.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, Renz maybe now thinks that it's clear, but given the smoke, you have to assume that he could still be in that spot.
Toxins going up.
He's definitely wary of it.
Door chipped away at. Prowler not going to be able to go deep enough to actually
ओ
fully
भाई
clear it
सब
out.
फैंटम खरीद ली भाई MIBR ने.
You'll almost certainly have the Omen dead.
Yeah, now you know.
Well, yep, got the re-reveal. There's the old
ये तो होना ही था.
Lysor's dead. Overkill? Maybe, but still able to go ahead and lock that one in. Boot on entry, right click to the face, not going to be able to find the elimination.
Wow.
It's just going to be Juicy left alone.
Comeback है भाई, comeback है. Comeback है, अच्छा comeback है.
Going to be able to find any kind of damage here. Is that MIBR likely going to be sent out on the hunt? Yep, does swap on the ghost. 3 charges from having a showstopper online. And jiggle out. He'll get 1 charge no matter what. And he'll get it in a kill as he keeps himself alive. Flawless round here.
Finally.
In the anti-eco, Heretics have now tied us up at 7-7.
Yeah. The methodology
Finally
here
come back,
for Heretics is A+, no notes. That is just so diligent. Making sure that that trick position never comes to fruition. I mean, maybe there was a chance there for Spring, but able to crouch down, hold it down. MIBR finds the final.
Juicy.
A little tap of the monitor.
Juicy.
Find some energy there.
2-12-3. It's been a brutal run for him.
7-7 हो गया bro. Comeback करते करते.
I mean, a guy who is so impactful in the frag department. Deep.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है.
Being set up, but right at the door is the nano and the alarm bot here for Wolves.
He's going to be avoided.
Oh!
YU and Spring able to find 1 apiece. Solid starting trying to shut down a bonus conversion, but they're not ready for Boo to be here. Paranoia not going to connect though, and Spring will move down the remainders. Gets himself a 4K and saves the round from being catastrophic. Just the 1 casualty as Wolves regain the lead.
है ना bro.
Just a nice classic C setup here.
निकाला भाई ने.
Some of that util at the front door.
Spring का तो एज चल रहा था.
Player up on the platform, another at the stairs. Set up that crossfire.
Consistency तो next level है भाई.
Given those opportunities, will collect most of the time. And let's get on your feet, see if you can get the energy going. Right now, feels like it is all Heretics. They have really come alive. MIBR is the showstopper as well. And they want to use that C's nade to try to See if they could catch it early, but Team Heretics
कोई होना भी तो चाहिए वहाँ पे.
in that direction.
It does buy them space for Juicy to grab the orb at A, so now he himself is one away from having a showstopper online. So things could get a bit chaotic here if he's able to find it. Same nano lineup up and over the top. Looking for the setup here is the showstopper gets
My God.
dealt with. Response,
But
however,
still.
from his big brother, still looking good.
Still good भाई.
Double kill as Rienz finds another.
आई ठग दिया मिनीबू ने, वो अलग बात है.
1 HP, but this plant can come through.
Spike planted.
Spamming, looking to try to find any kind of straight
भाई
kill, but
बू लो है भाई. बू अगर मरा.
avoided. Rewrap needed as Lysor rotates around towards the back.
बू अगर मरा.
Trying to entry here from the
जनरली पूरी टीम का निपटाना हो जाएगा भाई.
One position. Moves forward into the smoke. Paranoia. Gonna be good for two players. Bounce around the corner. Showstopper now gonna be sent. Knows that he's gonna be close. Finds the kill. Another paint shell built up. Sent. Thrown here at his feet. And Juicy.
Damn भाई.
Absolutely demolishes.
निकाल दिया भाई. छी भाई.
That is unreal. Unreal from Juicy.
Gee,
For a
bhai.
moment, I thought they might consider a save. But Juicy's having none of it. And that paranoia, absolutely perfect. It doesn't get any better than that from Lysor. The opener here, a little bit of a misguess at the beginning of the round. The Killjoy util, a lot of it was actually at the front of B site here for the Wolves. So that actually opened up this extra space, and Heretics are able to just flood through and get that man advantage, but man advantage be damned.
ये Juicy का spring
comes through again.
क्या है भाई ये बंदे?
The timeout call here. Sent from Heretics. Down by 2 rounds. Wanting to try to pull off a recovery. They know how costly that round is going to be. They know how much that's going to impact them. Having that immediate shutdown on the showstopper, losing that critical ultimate.
And then losing a man advantage in the post plant.
बहुत ही ज़रूरी timeout for the
yeah, Juicy's able to get the showstopper, you know, off of that kill. Like you talked about, that orb that he picked up, critical in that round. Just little things. These little things kind of snowball.
Had he been one charge further away, like you
Doesn't
said,
happen.
going for a save might even be the call for him.
Yeah.
When you're that close,
why not?
Juicy decides to roll the dice.
He had like 200 or 300 credits. I was looking at the economy to see if they really were going to heavily commit to it, but Wolves are very aggressive. You know, you see it a lot, even in, you know, 2v4s. They'll try to go for pickoffs. They'll try to get into positions where they can do damage even when the round is basically over. And they find their moments and they catch you off guard.
A little bit of a force here. Half armors for everyone. Stinger, Sheriff.
Okay.
Phantom and
I think push हो सकता है.
Hand here for
कुछ हो सकता है. Nice.
Oh, TP forward.
Go.
Noted and dealt with. Lysor able to just go ahead, TP out towards safety.
भाई angle क्यों नहीं clear करते ये लोग?
Where they commit a little bit of extra of their economy, something that can cost them if they can't convert. But they have so much confidence in their own ability.
Shit भाई, बहुत मुश्किल है राउंड निकलना क्योंकि आधा एको चल रहा है इनका.
An escorting utility of the paranoia taken out of their hands. Potential pivot into B, given that they do have Benji Fishy kind of lingering his way in. If he's able to hit a heater of a Sheriff shot here, will just be the clear on the KJ turret instead as he backs off.
And now you've got a hell of a pinch set up. This does turn into
इनको तो आइडिया भी नहीं बंदे कहाँ पे.
Wolves are just trying to keep it hidden.
Wow.
Still have the C's.
B पे कोई है नहीं, C पे बंदे छुपे हुए हैं.
Let maybe Benji Fishy try to create a little bit of attention on the other side of the map. Oh.
Spotted out though.
30 seconds left.
Manages to hold him back. This flank
Oh, wait a minute.
Not going to be able to come to fruition. Taps the door. We still have Spring hovering nearby.
अब इनको आइडिया भी नहीं ट्री पे बंदा है कि नहीं.
Rewrapping his life sword. Able to find one. Does eventually
Nice.
out the Vandal.
Plant मिल जाएगा.
Hands comes away with the kill. Mini boot up and over the top of rope. Finds a kill there.
ओ भाई.
Interrupted, and now it's on the floor. Spring going absolutely monstrous.
भाई इसको रोको भाई.
The time. It's just not there. It's already over. YU has to do nothing else. Wolves get to double digits.
None of my stuff has gone.
Spring is unbelievable. The game sense that he has. His mechanics are gorgeous. But his ability to just pivot on a dime here. And this opening kill for Lysor, very nice. He gets a second. Then I was a bit worried. The forces were pulled over. Look at this spring. One. Oh,
damn, bhai.
that is otherworldly.
Yeah.
I feel ya.
Damn, bhai.
Just turned around and shot the other guy. And now to add
Lysor with Odin.
There's an Odin in the mix here from Lysor. Wanting to just tell them, nope, not this site.
Heavy investment though for the Wolves. Heretics can get this round.
Placing swarm grenade.
मिली तो नहीं रहा, दिक्कत तो यही है.
Turning the economy advantage into their favor. Sending out some smokes. Again, trying to buy as much attention as they can on this C side. It worked a bit, actually. They pulled some players off of A. It opened up a little bit of space for them. They just got shut down by Spring and Lysor.
मैंने को आइडिया भी नहीं. ओडिन है यार, क्यों जा रहे हैं वहाँ पे? वो ट्री से स्पैम कितना अच्छा कर सकता है.
The Odin continuously ringing out. However, 52 rounds remaining for Lysor. Cover going out. It's a little bit of damage there on the mini boo, but certainly not the big value.
Ult भी waste हो गया सी पे.
Continues to run lower and lower on bullets. Push forward towards the door. Juicy going to try to hold things down here.
Oh, what a paranoia.
The paranoia locks him in position. Hasn't seen anything though. The gun barrel just on the side. The swing in. Wins the fight. The B site here. Almost for the taking, but YU on the repeat. Catches the enemy raised there in midair.
Okay, finally.
Fight not going to go deep enough to be able to get the hit there on the Woots of the spike. Plant can be committed to. Hit now, blocking off baby door.
Let's see. Let's hope भाई.
Slicer says, all right, I'll just reposition TP.
अभी मगर हेवन छोड़ के रखा है इन लोग ने. हेवन कंट्रोल था ही नहीं इनके पास बिल्कुल भी.
That baby. Spring finds one. Benji Fishy going to be taken down. Two of the remaining players here inside of the pit. Push around in from behind. Looking to try to find the Viper.
Oh no, Spring.
Just Boo now to try to clutch it out. Push on the smoke and he can't find it. YU with covering fire.
My ultimate is ready.
Allows them to get the defuse. Wolves 2 rounds away from sending Heretics home.
They are so cool, calm, and collected in this retake. A nice opener there, but then a response from YU. The pit is down.
क्या है ये भाई?
To knock the first player out. And then he realizes where that Viper is. His other teammates are dying for the cause. They're trading along the way. And he knows exactly where Rien's was to get that kill. And then Boo, I thought maybe he might get the timing there. They weren't guessing initially in the right direction, but YU spins on a dime.
Oh, shit, bhai.
The C8 combo doing wonders. Lysor will get caught as Boo. Able to trade it back, find some revenge here for his brother. Again, it's such a critical pick.
Team Heretics does.
The entry power
Team Heretics done,
ults may have to be committed.
Team Heretics is done by generally.
Now you can let C be a little more open. It's so much harder to take C without a raise. You can commit these forces to the A side. Obviously, you know they're there. Obviously, they've been making a bunch of noise. You can lean a little bit further in that direction. Get that lockdown ready.
Damn right.
YU going to be sitting on that ultimate, just waiting for his opportunity. With this turret being cleared. A little bit of another kind of fake here from Benji.
Here the Prowler, good spam out. Reading that spot behind
the
tree.
4v2
does fall.
4v3 है.
Player advantage now here for the side of Heretics.
4v3 चल रहा है. Oh fuck.
Will go across. It's going to connect on the 2. Spring. Shoot that baby.
Bhai.
Getting their audio taken away from them, holding on a wider angle. The C's not quite going to be able to connect. Woot desperately trying to get a breakthrough.
Okay, okay. पीछे देख, nice.
Lockdown, but might not want to commit it into the round quite just yet. Plant coming in, Spring trying to run this down, trying to get the interrupt, is unable to do so. Looks to try to isolate, but it's just too many targets. 4 players alive. Heretics, a very solid bounce back.
Okay, save round आ गया इनका. एक round और अच्छा निकल सकता है.
Sort of able to outguess some of these positions. Sees nade early.
भाई क्या नेट था भाई, generally.
Through the smoke, catches his opponent, his other Omen counterpart off guard, and Lysor.
But still भाई इतना early aggression क्यों कर रहे हैं जब तुम्हें पता है कि वहाँ पे combo आ सकता है? Wait तो करो combo को आने का.
To calmly.
Generally combo आने का wait भी नहीं कर रहे भाई, बस push. That's it, bro.
It's gonna be
हर जगह push.
Here for the side of Wolves, just one bulldog for
अबे ये छोड़ दिया पूरा.
Minibu gonna grab an outlaw then, knowing the economic situation that his opponents are in, and it will be one shot onto every player of Wolves.
They're going to be cleared out. I mean, a 5-man death ball push out towards Mound, forcing Benji Fishy away and back in with the rest of the team. Trying to get a retake going. From
Easy,
here.
bro.
Going to prove to be rather difficult. See if they're going to be able to make a go of this. It's just why you
backstab देख मेरे bro.
Everybody else pushing forward in towards A lobby. Benji Fishy going to be good for one. The paranoid connecting, holding down M1, runs out of bullets, swaps over onto the classic. Gets a right-click kill. Juicy will be able to put him down. Weapon now scooped up. This Prowler will go on the chase, but with the drop down, Minibu finds the kill, spots out the other.
प्यारा.
And it's going to be too easily delivered elimination.
किसी को गन नहीं लेने देना. Okay, एक को तो मार देगा.
Try to drift out of this poison orb, but
नहीं मार पाया. But कोई ना. अभी वापस से Wolves come back कर देगी. मुझे पता है.
Heretics 2 away from tying it up. This map is not done yet.
This is done, bhai. It's done. I'm telling you, it's done.
Are they going to be able to find a little bit more, just like they did in the first half? See if they can catch up, close it out, force overtime. Who knows? Benji playing that
it's
angle.
It's done, bhai. I'm telling you.
This outlaw is such a powerful spot. Just gets tons of value. Nothing YU can do there. So no, thought maybe there'd be a timeout considered. Back into the Odin. Spring, along with YU.
Holding wide. It's tucked back over.
मैं बी पूरा छोड़ दिया एक turret के भरोसे.
Not taking any risks. Nor are Heretics, given the pre-fire on the box.
Some early rotations though from the Wolves. Double stacking the front of B door just in case. Wu is sitting with the spike, but he plops it down by pillars.
Okay, close to clear हो गए.
Kind of is the direction they're thinking about. Turret on the other side there. I mean, it has been the consistent position. I've seen Heretics clear it with a nano before with Benji. So they pinged it out again, so I suspect that that's something that they're going to be diligent about here, but you can see YU ready and waiting with his ult.
Okay, इनको idea तो है यहाँ पे वो है.
Here goes a nightfall.
बहुत time waste करेगा.
Bit of information going to be gathered there. This does allow for Heretics to just pump the brakes.
भाई hit करना पड़ेगा. Side 30 second बची है.
The approach. This is going to be a showstopper. Sent out here from Minibu. There's answering showstopper. Going to be
प्यारा.
He's ahead of the curve on this one. Juicy taken down. Lockdown's going to be exchanged here on both sides. Baby able to find one. The spray on the Odin. Only going to be good for a singular kill. Root dead, but Spring still playing forward here. Rotates around the back and catches Boo unaware.
The time.
The detain is there, but the time is certainly not. Benji Fishy just now picks it up, but the round was already done and dusted. Once again,
फिर से timing issue भाई.
Betrays
क्या है
Heretics
भाई?
and Wolves now find themselves at match point.
क्या है bro?
Just wild. I mean, tremendous patience being shown by Wolves, but they're playing B so much of this round. I mean, Juicy and CU Fat are just ready the whole time at the connector. And then the cross lockdown. Spring is able to spring forward. And the infinitely sharp knife of time cuts the Heretics again.
Shadows traveling. The Chinese third seed looking to take down EMEA second. Heretics need 3 rounds in a row to force this into overtime. For the opportunity, the chance
GG bhai. TH.
To then take us to Ascent. Nanoswarm's coming through. Minibu going to be getting cooked as you
What the fuck?
Find 2. That baby finds Rienz. It's just Minibu and Benji Fishy against the world.
GG है भाई. Team GG है.
You see in the corner. Reload.
पता भी नहीं चला पूरी team clear हो गई.
Where do they try to go? Tap on the door to try to instill some doubt. A smoke going to be cycled over.
भाई 3v2 कैसे 4v2 है इनके लिए तो
To get the plant potentially, but when are they going to make their move? They're not giving them the opportunity to find any
oh my
freebies.
god देखा भी नहीं लोग ने एंगल
Either side with much util, but MIBR dead. Benji Fishy 10
HP देखो bro
versus 3. 30 seconds.
obviously GG है भाई
B side, they're going to be able to re-wrap. He's going to try to fake it out, but they have a numbers advantage. Juicy scaling forward, makes some noise. Benji Fishy hears it, and he cannot make it happen.
GG भाई
2-0 fashion here in the Great White North. Wolves are the apex predator as they eliminate Heretics from Master Toronto.
Unbelievable. The performance that this
अभी ये
team
तो
put
होना ही
on
था
today, absolutely incredible. And see you fat almost falling to his knees.
ये तो होना ही था bro
Nice. The number 3 seed from China would take down the number 2 seed.
Team horrible लिख रहे bro damn
2-0 fashion. Incredible stuff. Hot starts on both maps, and they are able to close it out. This team looks damn good, and they are looking to see if they can find their way to the playoffs.
Commiserations for Heretics, but
Still,
elation here for the Wolves.
Central is very strong right now. मेरे पिकएम में undefeated में रखा था मैंने Sentinel को. So let's see.
Unbelievable scenes, an unbelievable team.
Let's see.
They persevere. They're not done yet. They still have to
भाई हो गया
fight
भाई.
and dig a little bit deeper to make it to the playoffs. But that's a damn good showing. We're going to send it down to Jen, though, for the Verizon post-match interview.
हो गया भाई.
Okay, Juicy, I'm gonna need you over here. Let's talk about this win. All right. Okay. Thank you. Do you know what just happened? It's your first win in the international stage.
Damn,
I mean,
bhai.
I feel like that's gotta unlock a lot of confidence for the team.
Yeah, I guess. At least we won one game. And we sent Team Heretics home.
I mean, yeah, let's talk about that too, right?
Damn, bhai.
Because I felt like Heretics, they were crawling their way back into the game. Everything was just a nail biter. And, you know, it's easy for a team with relatively less experience to kind of crumble under that kind of pressure.
Sheesh,
especially
bhai,
against
ganda mara,
Heretics,
bhai.
a team
Generally.
with so much experience in the global stage, right? So how did you guys remain calm? How did you close it out? What was going on in the comms?
Okay, क्या करेंगे अभी ये देख के. दिमाग तो वैसे भी खराब हो चुका भाई TH को देख के. And talking about the e-sport thing. Wait a minute. ओ भाई ये अच्छा है कि सेंट्रल दोनों मैच जीती. अभी तो सेंट्रल अनडिफीटेड चल रही है. बट दिक्कत ये एक मिनट सेंट्रल प्लेऑफ्स में चली गई ना. तो भूल ही गया था. हाँ सो वुल्स घर पे जा चुकी है. एंड अभी बातचीत यहाँ पे होने वाली है. तो टीम अच्छा सॉरी वुल्स यहाँ अभी मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ ब्रो. जी भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ. जी भाई तो या आई वांटेड टू से कि टीम हेरिटिक्स घर जा चुकी है. एंड अभी वुल्स की बारी है. जी भाई रुको पिकम्स की हालत देखते हैं भाई. अबे नाइट मार्केट मत दिखाओ. पिकम्स दिखा लो ब्रो. पिकम्स कहाँ से दिखता है यार. दिखने भी देगा कि नहीं. कहाँ से दिखता है पिकम्स. दिखता भी है कि नहीं. ई स्पोर्ट से दिखता है. ओ ये रहा. ओके let's view the results. So सेन जीती एंड BLG जीती है. सॉरी सेन एंड BLG. भाई यार मैंने तीनों लूजर स्ट्रीम्स ले ली थी यार. Oh my god. मतलब ऐसा सीन था कि मैंने टीम से तो बहुत वैसे ली थी, सेन, TH, BLG, MIBR। TH गंदा खेल रही है, MIBR गंदा खेल रही है, BLG गंदा खेल रही है। एक सेन ही टीम थी जिसको मैंने मतलब टूटे मन से लिया था, बट सेन अच्छा खेल रही है, तो इसके ही पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे मुझे। हर एक के 25 पॉइंट्स मिल लेते, तो स्विस राउंड में तो सिर्फ सेन है, TH बाहर हो गई है, BLG अभी भी है, और कौन सी MIBR अभी भी है, तो 3 टीम्स हैं मेरे पास अभी बेसिकली। वाह भाई, आज सिर्फ खेलते हैं।
Match found.
अभी टाइम लगने वाला है। मैं राणा प्रताप लेने वाला हूँ, राणा लूं कि और कुछ। चलो राणा प्रताप ही प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। तो कितना ट्रोल कर रहे हैं भाई TH का आज। थंबनेल प्रेडिक्शन भी कुछ टाइप का सीन होता है क्या? नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, बिकॉज मैं देख पा रहा हूँ भाई कि बेसिकली कल का थंबनेल प्रेडिक्शन के हिसाब से PRX और सेन जीतनी चाहिए, बट सेन एंड वो जीती थी जिंजी, तो थंबनेल प्रेडिक्शन तो गलत है। लोग थंबनेल प्रेडिक्शन लिख रहे हैं बार बार, तो उसके बारे में बता रहा हूँ भाई। थंबनेल प्रेडिक्शन इज अ थिंग, बट स्टिल यहाँ पे नहीं काम करती है वो। अरे अरे, मैंने चेंज कर दिया सिनेरियो, फक।
As long as I live, so does every Stoljäger before me. To battle my sisters.
मैं चलाऊंगा शेरिफ। जी
You're done.
Reload him.
हमें ले लेना था।
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Easy.
Defuse the spike.
You really expect them to work?
We won because we were focused. Keep that.
जीश, ओ नैट्स वापस आ गया ब्रूम। नैट्स वापस आ गया है तो हेल ऑफ अ नाइटमेयर फॉर माय गोटी गेमर्स आसपास। वी कांट डू शिट अबाउट इट बिकॉज नैट्स मतलब TL ऑन द होल पूरी टीम भी अच्छा खेलती है बेसिकली। दिक्कत हो है। फक भाई भाई ये क्या है हैं What the hell is this thumbnail? मतलब crosshair bro. भाई क्या crosshair क्या है?
Over there.
One enemy remaining.
Over there.
भाई क्या diabolical crosshair है?
And the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
अरे नाट्स गोटी इज बैक ब्रो डम भाई मुझे अच्छा भी लग रहा है खराब भी लग रहा है क्योंकि MIBR बहुत गंदा हारेगी अगर नाट्स सच्ची में वापस आ गया और तगड़ा खेल रहा है और वो बंदा बहुत ही भीषण मारता है भाई वो जनरली मैं चाहे जितना भी सपोर्ट कर लूँ MIBR को स्टिल अगर नाट्स वापस आ गया ना तो आई कांट डू शिट भाई मैं जितना गुइयाँ सपोर्ट करता रह जाऊँ कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ेगा भाई नाट्स का इंटरव्यू चल रहा है अभी ओ फक ब्रो भाई इंटरव्यू ही देख लेते हैं
One person will be on the back and he will play from time to time.
Okay, thank you very much.
वाओ देखने आए तो इंटरव्यू भी ओवर हो गया इंटरव्यू भी ओवर हो गया वाओ
Spike down mid.
No peeking. Target spotted B. Spike spotted mid. Target spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Uh-oh. I'm stuck.
Cutting their vision. Can't use that.
Begins.
भाई कितना लो किया है
Sensor tripped.
It's you and me.
It's ready.
One enemy remaining.
प्यारा ब्रू प्यारा ब्रू
We rush.
सबसे प्यारी प्रैक्टिस लगती है मुझे
Throwing net.
Finished.
Target spotted B.
Spike down B.
Reloading. I have the spike.
इजी ब्रूम
Target spotted B. Reloading. No throwing net.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
इजी
Stop trying. My
नाइस
Match point.
Damn, that was impressive. Mexico represent.
भाई रियल में हिट तो करती है तगड़ी.
Leave them dry.
Spike here.
There we go.
अरे यार कॉर्नर भी नहीं चेक कर रहे ब्रूम. कोई ना.
Last player standing.
Easy bros.
Do not fight us again.
Okay. हो गया हमारे यहाँ से. भाई 57 की वॉचिंग. डैम व्हाट द फक इज गोइंग ऑन ब्रो. कौन मेरे चैनल पे बॉट व्यूअर्स डाल रहा है ब्रो आउट ऑफ नोवेयर. व्हाट द फक. मेरे चैनल पे कौन बॉट व्यूअर्स डाल सकता है ब्रो जनरली.
The triple smokes comp on Icebox.
What the fuck?
Before. I can't imagine that's a comp that like they've been practicing with Nats and just made the quick pivot over to you. You don't play comp like that without your IGL. If that's something you've really been working on.
That's what I was
Mayuresh,
thinking.
तूने किया है bro.
Also thinking we did see MIBR struggle to adapt
हाँ.
versus the Deadlock and the Viper.
Obviously इतनी तेज audience नहीं बढ़ती bro.
Pulling out yesterday, so I wonder that even if it's not like a perfect fit, if it's a little funny, these comps might be the difference maker when they go against MIBR.
Well, they're going to be
I really don't know.
going up against MIBR, so let's check in on the competition.
मैंने क्या किया भाई?
Hear from the man.
I mean मैं पूछ रहा हूँ तुझसे. मुझे नहीं पता ब्रो. मैं पूछ रहा हूँ ब्रो.
Hello everyone, Jenly here with Verno. Elimination match Verno. Now
Are you
we
sure?
have Nats on the other side.
भाई ये
What are
क्या
your
चल
plans?
रहा है? 130 क्या चल रहा है ब्रो?
I think we're just gonna show up and have fun. That's about it.
Have fun.
That's our plan.
Okay.
I hope he does have some fun today because
No. It's a bot viewing. It's a bot viewing bro.
No, that was the opposite of fun.
Yeah.
It's a bot viewing bro. No, it's a bot viewing bro. It's genuinely a bot viewing bro.
Brutal. They got absolutely destroyed, but I'm really hoping that it is just that opening day jitters.
मैं मार नहीं सकता bro. It's a bot viewing. I'm telling you.
Been on a global stage before, and it definitely looked like it. They were out of their element now.
कोई ना.
Rooting for a recovery because we saw that Team Heretics got
बड़े लोग अब
by
तो उनसे
Big
बात
Rex and
नहीं.
they weren't able
अरे
to
नहीं
bounce
bro,
back
ऐसा
today,
कुछ
as we
नहीं है.
saw. So I am
And it's
rooting
not
for, like, a
the real
redemption
viewing
story
bro.
here. I want
It's
to
a bot
see
viewers.
teams be at their
Chill out.
lowest and come back. I
कोई
think
ना.
it'd be phenomenal to watch. I think it'd be great for everyone. And I mean, I am an MIBR fan, so obviously I'm gonna.
भाई मगर ये seriously क्या चल रहा है bro?
I think the thing that worried me the most, because if it was just like
क्या चल रहा है?
play and maybe looking a little shaky on the aim or things like this, I could get behind them again because I know that this team has the raw talent, but it also
भूल गया मेरे को.
नहीं
भाई क्यों भूलूंगा भाई मैं?
Responding to the things Genji were bringing them.
Yeah, we
भाई एप्पल क्यों भूलूंगा मैं? तू बता मुझे एक बात बता ब्रो. मैं क्यों भूलूंगा?
With the rookies, their performance in the past, and we did like that ending.
That's the thing is back during kickoff, right? They came in. Shannon Cortez are supposed to be insane.
मगर ये चल क्या आ रहा है ब्रो मेरे चैनल पे?
Well, maybe these guys have been overhyped. It didn't look so hot.
Hello,
that
bro.
MIBR team did go on to get a 3rd place finish in kickoff.
What the
Only
fuck?
narrowly missed out on actually making it to Bangkok. So I'm hoping that they can sort of channel some of that similar energy now and bounce back on their second showing.
And we've got so much content
तो
for you
DC
guys
आना
today
बंद कर दिया.
because we got a Melistrator here in Toronto. So
एक
Mel,
से
take it away.
Shall I? I
थोड़ी
mean, I
आवाज
wanted to
सिम कर
highlight
दूं मैं ऐसे.
Texture's prowess, but I also want to
भाई
highlight
DC
that
यार मैं फ्री नहीं रह रहा हूँ ब्रो जनरली मैं बिल्कुल फ्री नहीं हो पा रहा हूँ भाई ये कैसे करते बताना प्लीज भाई मुझे जनरली नहीं पता मुझे सच्ची नहीं पता मुझे भाई तू मुझे बता भाई मुझे बॉट व्यूइंग क्यों चाहिए होगी मुझे चाहिए तो मैं एड्स लगा सकता हूँ हर चीज कर सकता हूँ आई रियली वांट द जनरल जेन्युइन ऑडियंस ब्रो मैं बॉट व्यूइंग के ऊपर क्यों रिलाय करूंगा मुझे इस चीज का बारे में मालूम जरूर है कि ये होता है बट ये मुझे अंदर ही अंदर ऑब्वियसली खराब लग रहा है कि जिसने भी किया है ये मुझे अंदर ही अंदर खराब जरूर लग रहा है कि आई रियली वांटेड दैट जेन्युइन व्यूअर्स टू वॉच दिस मैच जो कि मैं यू नो ग्राइंड ऑफ कर रहा हूँ इस चीज को लेके एंड आई एम गेटिंग अ बॉट व्यूइंग टाइप ऑफ शिट जैसे कि यू नो शैडो बैन होने का बहुत ज्यादा डर रहता है यूट्यूब पे दिक्कत ये है बस दिक्कत हुआ मुझे यू नो इन सब चीजों से दिक्कत नहीं है
This is honestly a great play from here.
I really wanted that satisfaction, bro. कि इतनी viewing आ रही है. I'm doing some shit. It's crazy. That type of thing. I wanted that genuine connection, bro. I wanted that cult following.
And I wanted to bring up one more round to illustrate this point on Haven.
But still कोई नहीं.
All to pay close attention to texture here.
हो सकता है मेरे तो कोई दोस्त हो.
No smoke bricks. He's able to get a lot of opportunities. He misses.
But generally मेरे बहुत कम लोग दोस्तों को मालूम है. I really don't have any idea कि हाँ I'm getting these much views right now. And बात रही अरे यार मैं एप्पल को हाँ एप्पल को बता रहा था बात रही यार मेरे पास जनरली बताए मेरी एक स्लीप शेड्यूल और पूरा मतलब टाइम शेड्यूल इतना गंदा चल रहा है ना ब्रो कि बट कोई तो चाहने वाला होगा यार चाहने वाले की बात ठीक है मैं समझता हूँ ब्रो बट स्टिल यू नो इससे कुछ प्रॉब्लम होती है हाँ भाई इससे शैडो बैन पड़ता है चैनल को इफ यूट्यूब डिटेक्ट दिस बहुत जल्दी चैनल मतलब शैडो बैन हो जाता है चैनल को नई रीच नहीं मिलती नए व्यूज नहीं मिलते मतलब एक तरीके से तुम कुछ भी डाल रहे हो फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा चैनल पे क्योंकि जेन्युइन व्यूवर्स या फिर किसी को नई न्यू ऑडियंस को कुछ दिखेगा ही नहीं तो बेसिकली बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है एक तरीके से बट स्टिल ठीक है क्या ही कर सकता हूँ और उल्टा सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये YouTube की पॉलिसी वायलेट करता है तो अगर गलती से किसी के नज़र में आ गया तो तुरंत ही बैन है मेरा चैनल
versus MIBR.
Aspat the goat. The goatee gamer is back. Nats the goatee is also back. Nats versus Aspas. Let's see कौन जीतेगा ब्रूम.
Things have been absolutely brutal so far on this stage for Team Liquid and MIBR, but they will get a chance.
हाँ वो भी बात है उल्टा इतनी फास्ट चैट भी नहीं चल रही उल्टा वो भी नहीं हो रहा you know कि
for Team Liquid it is Nats coming in back to IGL this team but for MIBR my eyes
घोटी तो तेरी बच्चे अरे क्या बोलूँ मैं
series of his career in that opening match and this guy never has
I'm not angry I'm just upset about this fact कि किसी ने ये किया that's all
on Icebox. I don't think you could ask for a better start for Aspas or Nats than this map.
Yeah, I mean this is his
Koina.
playground for both of them, but in such different ways. Aspas on the duelist, his op pressure, his entry, his knives, so many iconic moments we've seen him thrive. And Nats on the other side.
Generally मुझे ये भी मालूम है कि अभी 30 मिनट के अंदर ही अंदर ये सब गायब भी हो जाएंगे व्यूअर्स जो कि अभी you know bot watching है ये.
This is going to be one of the most fun maps to watch, I think, because for different reasons, right? You highlighted the op versus the IGL. This is going to be a map where Nats is going to have to call around that op pressure of Osbosses so beautifulully. So it's going to be individual play out of MIBR, out of their star, and Nats to lead his team.
And just to
I really don't know how this is happening.
fans. If you're not in
But
the
still-
venue right now, there's a group of
कोई ना
ultras just
चलो अब इतना
standing
इस टॉपिक को इतना ज्यादा वो नहीं दूंगा
singing, cheering, screaming. their
उसे क्या
heads
बोलते
off.
हैं
I can
अटेंशन नहीं दूंगा
understand why they're excited. We're very excited. More
लेट्स सी द मैच एंड
for banning the pearl.
कोई ना
Thank God
you're happy to
won
see
the
that,
MEA
Yin
team.
too.
But the map choice is also them picking the sunset.
होप सो ब्रूम एक मिनट कौन सा मैप सेलेक्ट किया मैंने देखा भी नहीं यार मैंने देखा भी नहीं ब्रूम
I really am just so interested in this icebox because of what we saw Team Liquid play on.
ब्रो बट कल मैंने बोला था कि सेन विल विन या वो तो भाई सेन तो सेन है ब्रो मैंने भी अपने उसमें पिकम्स में अगर तुम मालूम हो कि पिकम्स क्या है वैलोरेंट के पिकम्स में मैंने सेंट्रल को अनडिफीटेड में रखा था तो वो मेरे लिए बहुत मतलब अच्छा काम किया मैं सेंट्रल को सपोर्ट सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं कर रहा था क्योंकि मैं चाहता था कि बिली बिली जीते ब्रो टीम का एक प्लेयर जो क्योंकि मुझे बहुत पसंद था दैट्स इट उल्टा सेंट्रल थोड़ा सा एरोगेंट टाइप की वो है टीम में उससे क्या मिलता है गन बडीज मिलते हैं बेसिकली
such a huge fan of that, so I would love to see it again here.
And the Viper
पैसे मिलते हैं क्या पिकम से नहीं गन बडीज या फिर बेसिकली टाइटल्स मिलते हैं एक्सक्लूसिव टाइटल्स रेयर टाइटल्स मिलते हैं अगर तुम करे होते तो एक मिनट अगर मैं दिखा सकता हूँ क्या आइस बॉक्स का मैच है ओली शिट भाई
And it's honestly, I wonder
Let's
what
hope
we
for the
really
best.
do in terms of game planning.
आसपास द गोटी
I think a lot of it is going to be reliant on the players in the server and how they react and how versatile they can be.
अबे what the fuck?
With the live agent select.
Yeah, you can't come in and wear a Leo shirt and expect me not to have that kind of reaction. But like we said, live agent select, we have a Reyna.
Dream 11 थोड़ी है
I will never say no to an IGL Reyna.
नहीं बहुत लोग करते हैं मतलब कि Valorant की भी बहुत you know इलीगल वेबसाइट्स हैं जो ये सब करती है बट स्टिल अच्छा थोड़ी ना है ये सब पागल हो रहे बावले हो रहे लोग भाई
Team Liquid though, that is where my eyes are going to. How they're going to find answers to deal with Osboss's Jet. The Jet is locked in.
The 3 Viper hover is amazing. But Kiko,
बावले हो
we
रहे
should
लोग
expect him to not be the one to flex off of anything. Right here, with Penny in the line, you can't, unfortunately,
give it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't have 5 Vipers.
करना चाहिए भाई
That
पैसे
would make
मिलते
me
हैं
very happy though. I'm a big Viper.
हेल्ला ब्रो
If we could do
मतलब
a
क्या ही
5
करेंगे
Vipers on
यार
the stage, that'd be great.
Just run a replication here on the match.
इतना दिमाग दुमुक लगाओ फिर वो
All right.
Taking their time though.
They are taking their time, and
this is what I want to see. Penny's on that.
अबे पेनी ने जेट लिया है
It's a chamber.
What the fuck?
I mean, with Harbor locked in, does
अबे ये क्या टीम है
on this map? Because that would leave a ton of holes.
That's a huge gap in mid that I think MIBR is 100% going to abuse. I understand that
अबे ये क्या
RC
टीम है
great IGL, he is going to be utilizing that mid part of the map 100% against this comp.
Very interesting from Team Liquid. I mean, we probably wouldn't have been able to guess this.
अबे चैम्बर ले लिया इमेजिन अभिषेक 1-3 ऑब्वियसली वो तो फिर लक की बात होगी ना ब्रो वो तो ऑब्वियसली लक की बात होगी रुको मैं दिखाता हूँ ये लो ये लो मैं इन पिकअप्स की बात कर रहा था ये मेरा पिकअप्स था तो मैंने सेन पिक की थी टीएच पिक की थी बीएलजी पिक की थी MIBR पिक की थी इनमें से सिर्फ सेन ही मेरी अनडिफीटेड रही है टीएच बाहर हो गई है बीएलजी एक मैच हारी एक जीती एंड MIBR का एक हार चुकी है एंड आज आखिरी मैच है एलिमिनेशन मैच लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट MIBR आज जीत जाए इसीलिए MIBR को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ आज मैं
their head back in the game after being destroyed by Gen.G. This is a team that Osboss
इमेजिन करने की क्या जरूरत है तो भाई इसी बात में पार्टी देते इसी बात में पार्टी देते ब्रूम
Shenam and Cortesia have been lighting teams up throughout their America's run.
और क्या चाहिए लौंडे
Could see against Gen.G. Confidence was low. They were getting nervous. This is the first time that they've been on the international stage, and it's time to bounce back. Early exit.
And what's crazy is that these rookies on this
MIBR side
made their debut on the stage in Americas, and you know, Cortesia, for example, said,
I didn't feel nervous at all.
Bhai, Nats a goatee is back.
It showed in his play. Here in Toronto, it's been a
Oh bhai, lurking karega Nats bhau. Let's see. Aspas the goatee.
Now it's time
with
to show up and show
okay.
out for MIBR. They're on the attack side of this pistol.
भाई कितना aggressive खेल रहे हैं ये लोग. अबे कोड तेजिया तू निपट जाएगा. Oh shit. भाई कोड तेजिया क्यों आगे जा रहा है? आसपास. Okay okay. अरे नहीं यार. भाई जो माइक में बोल रहा है उसकी आवाज फिनिक्स से है.
Exits the round with 3. And EMEA's number 3 seed are off to the races.
Switching up the comp, but getting
accent वैसे ये आवाज नहीं है.
The jet that he was playing when he was
गोटी के हुए. गोट.
At Reykjavik years ago, and we have not
Good.
seen him at a tier 1 level since then. It was a slow decline. He eventually joined up with G2 and Challenge Americas had a role swap, went away from the duelists.
बहुत मुझे नहीं लगता भाई आसपास जीत रहा है. मतलब MIBR जीत रही है आज. MIBR का दिन ही ये नहीं है ब्रो. मतलब महीना ही नहीं, साल ही नहीं है भाई MIBR का. साला आसपास को सपोर्ट ही नहीं मिलता ढंग का भाई. और वो खुद भी नहीं खेल पा रहा है. दिक्कत ये भी है. वापस से सेव राउंड.
Champion IGL. It'll be Penny and Nats over here on the B side early. Nats has a feel for this timing, so going to cut off access to that far side of yellow, but Aspas has already dug Nats out. It's an IGL down.
Damn.
And behind this controller, Util, they're going to go for a plant, but Penny trying
Damn. Okay. Oh shit, bhai.
Through the wall as well. And Aki's Team Liquid a real staging ground for a retake. Aspas will be allowed to plant.
A couple guns actually recovered for MIBR, giving them a
Aspas Boom nahi.
Guardian for Aspas.
They're lining up. Oh, doesn't matter. Patatek a little sharper in that instance.
अबे diffuse हो रहा है.
One of the quietest rookies on this MIBR squad in their debut here in Toronto. Has to solve this problem. Camo's waiting for him to come around the corner. That's an answer converted for Liquid.
Listen, that is, of course, just a go run from MIBR, but I'd like to see, and perhaps I don't want to read this as an early.
भाई मुझे लगा था इको राउंड निकल जाएगा इनका.
I like that they scaled into that site together so fast. Artsin was getting really proactive, swinging deep so people could trade off of him. Again, early days, but I do find that juxtaposed to the game against Gen G, where they were slow to go for trades, so fearful to swing for each other.
Penny is taking a very sort of conservative approach to this round, perhaps wanting to get that op in hand as soon as possible, get rolling on this defense side. Orb denied here by the snake bite, so Team Liquid have to respect it. Naspas has already started to inch forward in the jail direction.
That's your very standard util early. There we go from Cortezia. Patatek punished for the jump up, and now Jern going to get additional info towards the site. Would love to force Camo off this angle with the Outlaw.
Camo giving another option just to fall off those op lines. Outlaw in hand
easy
this round though.
Nice.
Already, it's the Outlaw. Now the game, code for
nice.
Hoping to make some use of it, but Aspas is ready to fight him in this side. Team Liquid a bit denied.
Bus. Easy.
Knocked out of their hands.
Easy.
The critical reason of
मौका भी नहीं दिया Nats को.
So much success on this Icebox map is how well they play around the harbor.
प्यारा.
Blindsided by Nats' emergence from the cove, but all things considered, a pretty clean play against the bonus round by MIBR.
In addition to the round win, that's going to get Artzin just one orb away from a very early reckoning, which could be absolutely pivotal.
अच्छा राउंड निकाला ब्रो.
We're about to be on their first buy. Send them on.
We saw BLG's Russia on this.
मैच तो कल वाला था, उसको देखने में मजा आया. भाई दोनों मैच अच्छे थे जनरली. मैच तो दोनों अच्छे थे, चाहे फिर वो सेंटिनल वाला हो, चाहे फिर वो जेनजी वाला हो. दोनों बहुत प्यारे मैच थे भाई. आखिर तक गोटे मुंह पे थे मेरे तो, बट दोनों बहुत इजीली मैच जीते भाई. I mean, Sen वाला मैच अलग है.
Survival here in Toronto is on the line.
Can't afford to make any more mistakes.
There it is. Behind that high
Kyara.
tower, Artin is able to get the orb safely. Drone going deep. Penny wants to entrench inside. Doubled up with pad attack. Here comes
दूसरा मैच कौन जीता? Genji भाई, easily.
For a bit of an angle around, but Penny dealt with Kotazia pretty comfortably. Through the wall.
आराम से Genji
It's
जीता.
going to be Verno Artazine and Aspas have a crossfire, and that was clinical deconstruction of Liquid's defense here. Camo's on the outside looking in, and he'll be pursued by
Kyara. 2-2 easy.
Brought down.
टेस्ट कैसा था? इसका टेस्ट कैसा था ब्रो?
Fully stack it up with as many players as they can, but they're staring down the reckoning. It disrupts their position, and the executes from MIBR on this map are way too clean. Look at Aspas, they're getting top left on screens, able to punish.
Holy shit भाई, क्या साइड प्यारी क्लियर करते ब्रो ये लोग? चुम्मा भाई. ओके फक, ये क्या हो गया?
Love that. So
नहीं चल रही. नेट बीटी दे रहा है मेरा. वाओ.
Time around to have the reckoning available. Energy much higher here. We had a press conference like, hey, it was the most glum display I've seen from this MIBR team. Felt like they weren't able to. I think the most disappointing part for them outside the losses, they couldn't show what they'd already been able to do over in Americas. These guys blew our mind when they first hit the stage out there.
अभी पहला टाइम आउट आ गया ब्रो. व्हाट द फक? अच्छा टेक गियर. ओके.
Artin is an IGL.
Hi, so.
Also, look, he had that first year with MIBR, and they failed to get much of anything done.
किसका टेक गियर खराब हुआ?
That roster that actually remained going into this year, because you could see his potential the entire time. And then as kickoff began, he wasn't even the IGL for this team. But when he picked up that role, that's
टेस्ट कैसा था गोटे का? अबे छी भाई.
they were able to make that lower final and kickoff.
छी भाई.
To Bangkok, but here able to qualify for Toronto. He has been
छी
pivotal
भाई.
to the success of this squad, and if they want to continue the run here, he's going to need to be IGLing at his absolute best.
And it's worth talking about this icebox, and in fact, the entire map pool for MIBR, it's in theory quite favorable.
भाई सब सो ही रहे हैं MIBR की टीम में. Generally सो रहे पूरी टीम.
In Americas on their run here on icebox, and we had a conversation with Frod the other day, and he said he's very pleased that Sunset's made its way back into the map pool. It feels like that's like a top map for them, one they can really showcase the things that make MIBR.
And then after that, if it needs to go to the decider, Split has been in their wheelhouse all year as well, running that double duelist look. Even
Melody खाओ खुद जान जाओ bro.
Success. That's where Artzin isn't just IGLing. He picks up the raise and he plays like a demon.
Seeing Frod there as well.
भाई आसपास फिर सो गया है. ये साला फिर सो गया भाई. अरे उठ जा ब्रो. Nice. उठ गया भाई, उठ गया.
Has them play his way, but he sort of confided and he said, with Aspas on this team, I can't really go for that. I want to unleash the GOAT as he
मेरे कहते ही उठ गया bro.
Show what he's capable
What
of.
the fuck?
Even he's evolved as a coach to work a little bit more around him. Of course, we had a chance to check in with Penny about subbing in for Nats and what that was like playing in front of a home crowd in his Omen player moment.
I think I played really well, obviously map 2, and that was a surreal feeling, honestly, to have that performance and come out to the home crowd and just see the stage and everything like that. So that felt good, obviously because of Canada, but I feel like the majority of newer gen esports players or like Valorant fans aren't as familiar with me. So I think after the map 2 is when I really felt the love and all that stuff, like getting off that stage, everyone was going crazy. It was like a surreal feeling. And yeah,
इसके बाल कितने crazy है.
Keep Liquid afloat to give them the opportunity.
भाई मैंने तो छोटे करा लिए भाई generally.
On a massive stage like this, a curveball in hand, but he doesn't need it.
But still,
especially here,
कोई ना.
The coaching staff on Liquid is great, honestly.
But maintain करना मुश्किल है भाई बड़े बाल. दिक्कत है.
So close, because obviously we have had no practice, but we had good game plans and everyone knew what to expect. And
या तो फिर मैं छोटी वोटी टाइप का कुछ करूँ.
In the public that
मेरे बड़े हैं.
Nats and do what he does, you know. So I think I'd have to come and
छोटा नहीं कराना चाहता था, बस दिक्कत ये हुई कि मैं अभी कुछ दोनों से बहुत हार्डकोर एक्सरसाइज और बैडमिंटन खेलने लग गया, तो उसकी वजह से कराना पड़ा मुझे. तो उसके वजह से बाल पूरा पसीना भर जाता था और आंखों से आंसू टाइप आते थे, पूरा बाल यहाँ तक आ जाता था. तो बेसिकली मैंने कटाई दिया. दिक्कत होने लग गई थी मुझे खेलने में एंड साइजेस में, तो उसके वजह से. तू है ना भाई होया देने के लिए हाले को लड़के से होया सुनना है शर्म तो है ही नहीं ब्रो शर्म तो है ही नहीं ब्रो
All too easy. This one should pass to that event. Nat's hoping for something on the backside here.
Easy.
One of the highest rated players in Americas after his first couple of weeks of play. This guy can shoot heads.
Chumma, bro, chumma.
Outrageous. That's what people were looking at when he was coming into Americas for the first time this year. He is never getting sprayed.
Chumma gameplay बोलते भाई क्या निकाला है bro बस भाई generally बोल रहा हूँ
Quality ultimates to potentially play for the retake without Hunter's Fury Reckoning being one orb away.
एक बार पिकाचू की आवाज निकालना भाई तो जनरली लगता है कि मेरे से पिकाचू की आवाज निकलेगी
Their executes are
Pikachu
as good as it gets. Anchoring is an absolute nightmare.
Pikachu
Certainly just want to get out and wait for that.
चिगा वाला पिकाचू भाई चिगा वाला पिकाचू
You know, Hunter's Fury disrupt the plant.
CHI बोला है मैंने ठीक है पहले बोल रहा
sort of respects it, ducks out of the range of those knives, and Shannon has already managed to get so far forward. And bear in mind, not a killjoy set up for Liquid, so they can't just stick a turret here and watch for this push-up kitchen. This could be a problem.
अबे mid push हो रहा है देखो तो वो turret कुछ नहीं लगाया है Nats को idea नहीं है fuck Nats मार oh my god Nats था
Cortezia though, who has also worked up tube. Double work.
अरे यार लड़की ऐसी तैसी कर दी bro.
Dissuaded MIBR from drifting over in the B direction to play behind his Viper wall.
Team Liquid, however, they are aware the wall is going to come up. Recon clears out back yellow, so Aspas knows it's safe to move forward. High tide there, rather, is going to cut things off. Hunter's Fury disrupting.
And counter in two, definitely brewing without the Viper, of course. MIBR can still make use of the harbor wall to get in here. Kiko is down. Nats fighting in the side. Glancing blow from that Blade Storm, still wants to challenge Aspas and rips a new one. Honestly, a little on the lower side as Penny's been able to pluck Verno out of formation. So MIBR.
भाई क्या कर रहा है कामू?
Sorry. You know, 1 versus 4.
आर्जन ने आगा था. Sorry. मैं कामू का नाम मुंह से निकल गया.
TL, keep this one at a simmer. Early encounter over at A.
पैसा बहुत है इनके पास वैसे अभी क्योंकि लगातार 3 राउंड्स निकाल लेते हैं ना इन लोग पैसा बहुत है इनके पास धर के
well done by him to get this opening and then they use the Hunter's Fury exactly as you want to be using it on this map disrupting when the spike is going down the players
भाई शॉट से ही लगे बेचारे
gives opportunity to find kills and Cortezia at the end
nice
isolate one has to swing into a high-low while the spike is being diffused. MIBR, obviously, at this point, though, their economy is so strong. Winning
भाई मिस्टर माइन की निकाल एक बार
rounds in a row before
मिस्टर माइन कौन है वो पता भी नहीं है कौन है
a reckoning.
भाई पोकेमॉन देखता थोड़ा ना इन जनरल
The Team Liquid economy for a one tag.
Oh! That had to be a rendezvous there from Camo up to Rafa.
Sheesh!
He's able to avoid that third shot of damage, but now the reckoning comes in because Artizane's had them rolling, and that's forced TL out of the site.
This site should be taken for free. This spike should be going down for free, and then they have the lockdown after the fact. Counter reckoning. Team Liquid, they want to go in fast at the moment, but they're denied by that Molly temporarily.
They respect it. Now going to make the win through rafters. MIBR have the hot foot. They've got to keep moving.
Pyara, bro.
Connect the shot as Artizane on 410 now. Nats will show himself in theory. Just in time, Artizane could connect.
Damn, bhai. Nah. MIBR watched it, bro.
Camo low in the back corner. And it's on Verno. Newest addition to MIBR. Keiko got it to half. One bullet.
Upar dekh.
Not enough. Keiko able to finish him off. Complete the defuse, and that's 2 in a row for TL.
Damn close.
चल मैं भी चलता हूँ एक बार. Bye.
Barely for TL. I like the haste that they were able to get back into the site with the reckoning. Again, using it at the right time. These ultimates to flood and disrupt rather than trying to anchor against the tsunami of utility that MIBR are going to throw at you.
Damn, bro.
Unfortunately, I believe Cortezia just got entrenched pretty deep in the site there.
Bullets ही दी थी भाई वर्नो के पास.
Camo off that drop down. So there wasn't a real opportunity to get the lockdown in on the post plant.
But the retakes look interesting for TL because they don't have flashes in this comp. The Reckoning is a great way to get in, unsettle the team currently holding the site, but after that you've got to contact.
Yeah, and they're basically going to have to hope that the cascades
आसपास का best map में इनको मार रहे भाई.
Cover up the angles. That'll allow them to get out without having to flash through. MIBR.
Why is this happening,
today
bro?
again. They just love hitting this site, and why not? They are very good at it, and they've got the lockdown to free things up.
Why?
Able to drop off, get man advantage to play for retake again.
And MIBR, well, they've got the lockdown in. That's fine. Once more, TL respect it. Looking to retake now with a player advantage. Flashes or no, they're going to be favored.
भाई इतना सेफ स्पेस में प्लांट कर रहे हैं अभी
Doesn't actually have to use the code for
रीटेक हो जाएगा कितना आराम से
Cascade to assist Shenum, who's playing so far forward.
Covered off the push into screens. Here comes a Viper's Pit from the back of the site. In theory to give TL a way in. Artazine, he's got camo. That was Shenum.
Okay, 4v3, 4v2, 4v2.
Needs to find a time to get out of this pit, but it has been rough. You can see TL don't necessarily have to
Pyara, bhai.
now without the reckoning.
MIBR desperately needed this Shenum. He couldn't get anything started against Gen G. Was not able to win out duels, but here in that pressed up position, being supported by additional utility from his Harbor IGL, capitalizes. That's just a great multi-kill. You have Quasecho aware of that flank. Had a read on pay right there.
भाई Chinese team और
lovely headshot too. This is
और क्या और कौन सी थी? हाँ, APAC बहुत strong है भाई. Generally.
Under the pressure, under the bright lights, and so far they're stepping up.
Whatever's happened in the last couple of days.
Asian Pacific teams बहुत ज़्यादा strong है rather than
TL. A Viper's Pit to try and get into that A side was uncomfortable. Now already they're looking to stack this B side. They've been knocked down to just a hero rifle for Quasecho.
Okay, save round please, जीत जाओ please.
Cascade up to give MIBR a little bit of a base of operations on the B side, but they're not convinced.
Team Liquid have got
भाई 4 बंदे हैं यहाँ पे.
Plus Quasecho.
Why are you doing this, bro?
Down mid. MIBR, they are pretty straightforward when it comes to this attack. So why not stack? Recon instantly broken. Opposite Team Liquid, not the greatest weapons actually. Spam through.
Pyara.
This is exactly what MIBR wanted. Trap them in with a high tide. Reckoning for Quasecho. No plant yet. 48 seconds in the round.
Oh my god, please harna mat.
It's good. Shenum dealt with. Cortesi.
Bhai.
Mastercard thrifty here for TL. Behind that reckoning. It's an ultimate that's really dictated this game so far.
That is flattening for MIBR. Quasecho is turning up right now. Such a small angle. I love this from MIBR. Look at this proactivity. They're swinging together. But it's CL players, specifically Quasecho, even then, getting that opening kill, wrapping around site, catches Shenum.
Woo! That hero rifle in Kiko's hands ultimately unraffles MIBR, but Penny in midair dropping down from Crows. That's pretty nice too.
Commitment from TL to fully stack investment into the operator for Penny, one of the OG great offers of the NA Valorant scene.
Verno plays off.
भाई वर्नो क्या खेल रहा है भाई?
Hunter's Fury deals with the harbor.
प्यारा है यार. पर टीम ही ना अच्छा खेल रही है ना. वर्नो को छोड़ के और कौन निकाल पा रहा है? उसने निकाला था एक मिनट. उसने निकाला था. नाम नहीं ज़ेनम ने निकाला था. Z नहीं सॉरी X है Epsilon X से नाम X
Team Liquid, they have an idea that this is likely happening right now after the noise cut. You can see multiple players at the top of the minimap on their way. They want to get
okay,
to
B stack हो रहा है
वापस. Placement suggests they might not be staying here. Yeah. Send a cascade, pull out, make use of the inserted Shenum over at the A side of the map. Working the map a lot, but we're running low on time.
Real hope here for TL is up. Penny will be able to catch a player, perhaps on the cross.
He's going to get in though with this high tide.
30 seconds left.
There's just no way. I mean, does he try to go in front of it? He's going to get stunned up by the Reckoning.
How's he supposed to hold an offline in the Reckoning? It's not possible.
He just has to play safe. Spike is going to go down.
Oh no! Off the screens. Aspas had an opportunity. Camo chunked low, but no finish. Back into the pit he goes. MIBR taking a more defensive stance now inside this Viper ult. Panatek has found Verno right at the back at Belts.
Okay, it's a 4v4. And obviously...
He's going in. He's low enough as it is. It's all the same to him if he decays somewhat to try and take this fight. Nanoswarm on the spike location itself. Camo down, but he was low. Artazine being pressured now. Another one from Panatek from long range. And there's Nats. He's in the thick of it. Decay down, and now the pit is gone. Genom's able to find Panatek. But that's not nearly enough. A brilliant retake from TL again. Multiple controller ultimates to fight through. They get their 6th.
The retakes on A have gotten them in this 6-4 lead. They have been so good in those situations. That felt frankly unwinnable and should have been. They're reckoning into the Viper's pit to get the site for free. Spike down. They're in a 5 versus 4. That was a great first kill. MIBR was playing some pretty passive positions, so that does allow Team Liquid to get forward, get up top, and then drop into the pit together. But even still,
we cannot retake that out ever, and we come now. We retake that.
I mean, absolutely. The fact that TL have just been able to unravel a very complex situation on a retake where they don't have flashes. They do have the Sova to try and spot out what's happening in the Viper's pit. Penny was forced off the side entirely by that reckoning, and still they managed to figure it out. This is a retooled Team Liquid roster with Penny sort of just fitting in here. But you can see that IGL prowess from Nats, leading his team to a victory in an extremely difficult scenario.
That round as well would have had Team Liquid economically in a terrible situation. Very crucial for them that they won that. I mean, being up 6-4, already having 6 at this juncture on your icebox defense, you will take that all day long.
And they convert a 4 versus 5. Verno hits a fantastic Owl drone dart and follows up on it with the Hunter's Fury. And MIBR still can't stick the landing.
The success that MIBR have had on these post plants on A is when they've been able to fight deep in the site together. They gave up so much there that even despite having the pit, which is why they felt they could give it up, Team Liquid were able to take advantage of that. Operator still in the hands of Penny, and interestingly, it's with 3 other players towards A. I mean, it's super typical. You'll have the op here, do something like watch B main while there's an A stack. So they want to just get proactive behind it, post up with multiple players here. Yeah, they do. They've got Camo watching belt, but Boss top 2. That's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Got Dizzy as well, might swing at the same time. Nats is overwhelmed. There's not much you can do. It's a verified high-low setup for an
Nice.
MIBR, and Kiko lingers too
Piara.
long. Jedham's starting to gobble them up now.
That's a beautiful bait and switch. Look at the attention that Osboss drew up there. Crosshairs so high up, and then the swing from Shannon through window. That was beautiful.
Retract. Get on out of that part of the map. This will allow Camo to re-clear, but he can only do it via raw contact. Not a great position to be in when you are down 2 versus 4. But he will confirm that MIBR have absconded off to B.
With both the Harbor and the Viper alive heading towards this B site, you know, even if Penny were playing a position like back Snowman perhaps, there's just never going to be an angle to actually get a kill here with the Operator.
Camo made the right choice coming to this site. Penny now going to make his rotate through as they've confirmed it, but Artazine sticks the plant. Now MIBR arrange themselves over around green and yellow. Camo hopes to show him the red light, but there's not a lot to see.
Ultimately, this is just a must-save situation for Team Liquid. They've been taking a bit too much damage on these rounds, still losing 3 on the prior, so they want to carry that op over for the final one.
And despite these back and forth rounds, MIBR's economy has largely remained intact. They've been able to continue to buy full loadouts, whereas Liquid have had to mix in a thrifty round to win that out. A couple of these weaker buys, and they're game planning for a similar situation now with this 2-gun save. MIBR have made this a real competitive half.
Nice one by
making it difficult for TL to put them down.
Getting the 6th round feels more important for MIBR here than it does for
MIBR का best map ही इतना ज़्यादा weak क्यों दिख रहा है मुझे अभी?
Players just entirely occupied with Osboss. Look at the crosshair there.
That needs like those free solo forearms to make that kind of correction.
But कोई ना. Team div दिख रहा है मुझे. Comeback दिखता हुआ है MIBR का.
One ultimate likely going to be used in this round, which is pad attack. So we've seen Team Liquid be really excellent in the situations where they have ults to disrupt the plants, get back in.
भाई साहब hard push कर रहे लोग.
Cascade, he actually pushes it. Aspas up to jail, which is normally where he heads early in these rounds. Penny wants to linger, at least for the duration of that tailwind. Penny now is going to be here for the long haul as it stands, and Artazine walks into his eye. That's a spike drop too.
That information is crucial. MIBR, they like going for this double lurk with both their Viper and the KJ.
Working mid. Oh, Pattek where? Oh man, Cortezia was hoping at least to be able to help from window should it be required, but didn't expect Kiko to be in kitchen as well. Big mid presence this round for TL. Maybe a response to what we just saw from MIBR, but a stunning start for the EMEA squad.
They really are aware as to how MIBR love to play this area of the map. There's multiple lurks. Kiko is on one right now. The aim is just stunning in this first half.
Look at that. We're all
He's laying it on thick, folks. Great mid presence there for TL. Thwarts another attempt of MIBR to thrust into that part of the map.
Damn, baby.
7 defense side rounds. It starts here with Penny pushing up, taking that shot on Artazine, getting the spike loose.
Penny has done a nice job so far. First game on the chat with this team is classic agent, and he's showing up. Kiko has been fantastic as well.
Quick break here at halftime, and Icebox has been competitive so far, but Liquid have the lead by 2. We'll see you in just a moment.
Damn भाई, क्या ही बोले अभी? इतना गंदा प्रदर्शन क्यों आ रहा है ब्रूम? इनकी तरफ से इतना गंदा प्रपोर्शन क्यों आ रहा है? इतना गंदा तो नहीं खेलते हैं ब्रूम ये लोग, हाँ? इतना गंदा तो नहीं खेलते हैं, बट क्यों? बहुत गंदा खेल रहे ब्रो जनरली.
Report, obviously a measure of just the amount of value you're able to get in terms of damage out of the credits that you spend in a round. And I think that Chamber provides an interesting example of this in this case, because obviously Headhunter is a very deadly weapon you could sort of get filled up for pretty cheap.
Yeah, you can get the tour de force as well. So it's interesting to see. Camo didn't have an amazing first half, but also just doesn't need to invest as much into the rounds as the other players. But you know at any point, Camo is the kind of guy that individually can turn up. You know, as for Penny,
बहुत ही ज़्यादा हगासू खेलता हुआ.
The most money, but still able to find value with the op as the game went on. So still maintaining a solid econ rating throughout. Now, as we get into this second half, Team Liquid able to get that 7-5 advantage on defense, winning the pistol there. So MIBR, they would love to make that 1-to-1.
Let's see guys, क्या comeback देखने को मिलेगा, comeback देखने को मिलेगा क्या?
Play, and that's his mid-rounding that has really gotten TL ahead of MIBR so far, but on the pistol second half, this will see MIBR defend.
Let's go.
And TL have that characteristic B-side group early. With a quick ping on Artazine via the Aldrone.
Boss still has that dash available, wants to take a duel. Back yellow, be able to escape and then double up, maybe play a little cross with Artazine right now.
But if Artazine gets overwhelmed, Aspas doesn't have a safe retreat angle. He'll have to stay. Off the line, he gets pushed into the cloud burst. Aspas, okay, realizes Penny's there. One shot. Penny emerges with a headshot immediately with a ghost. Cortezia has to get in here. Pattek has slapped him back down to a paltry 8 points of health, and Kiko gets the plant.
These players are so weak right now for TL. Having to wade through a lot of that Viper utility. They were in some serious danger. Recon available for Verno, going to go back yellow. Can it be played off of effectively?
Shannon is walking up.
भाई किसको आइडिया भी नहीं है, आइडिया नहीं है.
Camo's made some noise and it's an easy finish now to wrap around. He's going to try and do it all.
भाई.
Here's Verno, young gun. Not enough. Kiko continues his streak of dominance.
That has been a rain of terror from him on Icebox. His aim today as sharp as ever.
Hello, Broom.
One of the most talented mechanical shooters coming from Europe. Putting on a show. Both pistol rounds right now converted for the side of TL on
भाई वर्नो कितना मारेगा वर्नो कितना मारे bro
really tough position. We know
generally
one
कितना
of the
मारे
keys to an MIBR victory when they're playing this map is defense, get the economy rolling, get the op in the hands of Aspas. That is always a win con.
So far this has not played out. Arzine just flies a little bit too close to the sun there, and that's sends him out of the round early. The only player over at B, fairly far extended, so MIBR have to.
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है competitive खेल रहे हैं यार ये लोग.
This underport attempt and thwarting TL.
Walls going up, Cove getting thrown down for safety, and a very easy plant. Only one sheriff right now for Shenham, so should be a fairly simple cleanup for TL, who have heavily invested into this round. Look at the array of weaponry they have on a round 2 anti-eco. It's very important that they carry this all over for sure. But when they do, if they do, the bonus round is going to be looking deadly.
See, bhai. Haga hai bhai in log ne.
Such a good spot and pretty confident that they're not about to lose these weapons. MIBR may well agree with him because there's been no further attempt from them to get into the game. Perhaps they don't really want to be feeding Kiko further because he's already over halfway towards that reckoning. Something that's going to make it ultra hard for MIBR, even on a rifle round, to adequately defend any of these sites. So they'll play the pacifist approach to the rest of this round. And this is now the most rounds that MIBR have conceded on this map compared to what they had in Americas.
In any VCT game, prior was only 8. It never happens where we need to see MIBR in a comeback position on Icebox. TL are looking fantastic.
MIBR
and one of the best players of
भाई
all time.
सबसे ज़्यादा तगड़े मैप में इतना हाग रहे.
Goes without saying that this round is must-win for MIBR. Things would absolutely spiral out of control. TL will break their economy. This should be worth 2 for them if they can convert. And again, just look at how good this bonus round buy is.
क्या चल रहा है
bro?
bro?
Half armor on MIBR, so Nats' options for insta-kills will be a little limited. Verno backs off. He does at least see either Nats or Camo here over towards that A side. And that's almost anticipating a bit of a thrust forward by MIBR, but they are very much of a different mind. Falling back to the extremities of A. Maybe trying to get some control from Cortezia, but he doesn't ask for much. He's already got the turret watching it.
They've very much given up the B site.
वो आसपास देखने को मिला ही नहीं bro.
That alarm bot on
पहले देखने को मिलता था.
Turret on boiler. Very
Beast
prepared for this
आसपास.
A hit, ready to absorb that. Multiple players back site, hoping to get that kill. Maybe go for the full retake if that's an opportunity they might have.
The high tide, Aspas gets ahead of it straight away. Cloudburst here for Pinner to play, but Aspas is going to go over the top. Camo's down. Oh,
whoa!
Vamos Aspasin! Massive 3-piece. Patatek and Keiko now have to pick up the pieces.
Holy shit. Holy
Aspas
shit.
is still looking for more.
Holy shit.
He has come alive.
One enemy remaining.
Verno will supplement his effort earlier on.
Aspas is back bro.
MIBR
Finally bro, Aspas.
Not a moment too soon.
We've been waiting
Finally,
for a little bit, perhaps a little bit too long to see the GOAT make a play like that in Toronto. What on earth was that snap to the player on top? You are joking.
Hell no bro, क्यों मारा है भाई?
MIBR fans need to see. And again, very nonchalant approach for Aspas. He's been on these stages so many times before.
That is one of the most unbelievable spray transfers I have ever seen in this game. What the hell? I am absolutely stunned.
Nothing like a little pick-me-up for this beleaguered America squad.
Damn,
trying to assert themselves on their map pick of Icebox. Kenny gets up on top of Tube early. Spotted the bow by that turret.
Really close to an engagement.
Cortezia might give them one, but is he aware of Nats shoved up here?
Nice.
The correction in time. Nats is going to ask for more. Verno eats the vulnerable and hopes.
अबे नहीं, अरे कोर्टेसिया मर गया यार.
Nats is out of there.
मैं भूल गया था दूसरा डिपेंड है यार. छी भाई.
Zin does catch out Penny on the retreat. This is getting awkward. Nats is everywhere taking duels.
Shenham though, rarely expect that second player.
3v3,
MIBR also emphasizing their defensive efforts in mid.
Look at Aspas. He's on the long flank right now, but Patatek aware.
Really spotted up by the trademark. Some sound made. Patatek, patient, waiting on this. Aspas!
Oh my god.
Can't run back. I guess the nasty spray transfer. Shannon through the wall. Timing hurts him though. Camo deals with him. And now the push up over towards Crows. There's Ferno. Didn't have a chance.
Damn,
Team Liquid take one big stride forward again.
Disgusting snap from Camo at the end. Nat's doing the most in that round and doing what he has always done best. Those lurk timings he's finding. Being able to cross through that poison cloud, tucked into this corner. Cortesia not ready for that engagement. Pivots back to Tube, and all the while, he's also just distracting so heavily that off of the high tide Kiko throws into A, they go in and just get a nice free and easy plan.
Bro. There's a reckoning in play as well. Kiko's just been developing those round after round.
Full investment from MIBR right now. If Team Liquid win here, they'd get an opportunity to get some.
नहीं भाई यार.
Match point with the subsequent being an eco for the Brazilian team.
Position forward, cross here a little low though to capitalize. He has to get out as the spray comes in. He is unhurt though. Camo can clear this mid util and step back a bit. Again, two players trying to work Tube.
Camo is hoping someone goes for a reclear. He is daring them to face. Oh, pinged out.
Spray this one.
Bhai!
The Verno at least is able to complete the trade. At the moment, Shenam's starting to think about drifting back towards the epicenter of the action, which is Nats here with the Outlaw up Tube.
इन लोग को लग रहा है mid clear हो गया है.
Wide swing.
Just facing into the open, gun down.
Kiko
What the fuck, bhai?
There was another gun trained on Aspas anyway.
All right, high tide is going up. Counter high tide from.
What is Nats doing?
Martin Verno was trying to entrench himself into the site.
30 seconds left.
How?
Oh no! Nats! He's in the walls! And now he's sat right up behind Artazine. This is absolutely going to put the pressure on. Nats breathing down the neck.
Corner clear ही नहीं है.
Sophomore IGL.
Look at this. There is a long flank from Shenam coming around. He's just trying to ensure that he's not going to make too much noise, but the time is dwindling. Artisan just really wants someone to overextend and push towards him. It's not going to come. He's going to have to be the one to get proactive. One of these MIBR players needs to make noise for the other.
He's going for it. Spotted Kiko, though, can't handle him now. Eyes over towards Raft, and Nats challenges him. Gets destroyed.
Oh no.
But elsewhere, Shenam was dealt with.
भाई थोड़ा wait कर रहा था ना उसको
could
यार.
not do more. This is now heading into a 4-alarm fire for MIBR. They've handed over Team Liquid their 11th round.
Damn, bhai.
And Liquid are just going up gear after gear.
Camo picked up, just cannot get away with even going 1-for-1 there. Aspas swinging out into the open, faces into multiple players. Really wants to be a hero in that situation. This attack side has been a Nats lurking masterclass.
And he's defying all of the assumptions that MIBR are making about the positioning of CL in the mid round. They thought that getting rid of, I think Kiko it was, or Camo rather, up Tube, that would be it. But Nats was actually doubled up with him, unable to help much with that initial fight, but then slipped through the net. Shenam had no eyes on him as he rotated towards A.
When we get back into this, that was the round that was going to put MIBR on a really bad buy where they're going to need to force. It's not appalling, but they're going to have a ton of light armors, weaker rifles, etc. Must come out of this.
अभी क्या ही बोलूं भाई
strong game plan. They have good ults to do it. Look, I'm just looking at Verno right now. He has the most kills in the server at 15. He is one of the youngest players at this event. His first year out of Challengers. The one American player on a team full of Brazilians. This roster move on paper, you're like, this makes no sense. He's fit into the team like a glove, and now he's the standout for them at their international debut.
But it's not enough here on Icebox, not by half.
He was getting multiple Hunter's Fury kills, though, in that first half, using them even early in rounds. Can he get
भाई वरना पूरा अपनी पूरी वो निकाल रहा है भाई. मैं कल भी परसों भी यही देखा था भाई. वरना ने अपने पूरे ट्रेड सारे
second skin is going to have to keep that composure as Aspas again goes down early without support and a wide swing into the attackers.
It's just out in the open, caught after the smoke drops.
थ्रो हो रहा है क्या भाई? ये क्या चल रहा है भाई?
Force from MIBR. There's just two sheriffs. Artisan taking matters into his own hands, and now has a reckoning to play with. Rather, you know, he did already have it, but he will be able to fire that off when the execute comes in.
As far as stall utility goes, MIBR are well positioned, already having bought some time with that awkward situation for TL. They've recovered the spike and all dropped down. They might look to take multi-faces as they contact now into the A site. First challenge, Leon Genom taken down Artisan. Genom's able to find the spacing off of it at least, but Camo's gotten in there. Team Liquid now starting to scrap for the site, and it's only Genom standing under rosters. It's not enough for MIBR, this awkward buy light armors. They get blown apart.
They're playing so heavily to anchor with a Hunter's Fury and a Reckoning. They can pounce, or could have pounced on Team Liquid when they tried to go for the plant with those ults. But anchoring with the weaker weapons is their undoing, unless Cortesia can come up with a monster clutch. Team Liquid are on the precipice of match point.
गुयाम क्लच तो बहुत मुश्किल है. Next to impossible, bro.
To MIBR and Icebox.
Cortesia handled all too easily by Penny. Someone who also
Next to impossible,
stood
bro.
on the America stage for a time.
Yeah, at the beginning of the year was a sub for Brazil with Furia gets them a win, and now unfortunately a sub about
Pacific
to deal
teams
them
क्या
a
beast है
loss on
भाई.
Icebox.
क्या beast है भाई Pacific teams.
Canadians will take the stage here at Masters Toronto.
No, we thought we were only getting one. We've got a second hometown
Pacific team देख लो, Chinese team देख लो. DC EME ही की टीम है और Pacific एक अमेरिका की टीम, मतलब कि अमेरिका की टीम में ठीक है. G2 Central good. और कोई नहीं. EME में कोई नहीं. Vitality weak है. Liquid ठीक है. अमेरिका में बस 2 टीम्स हैं. EME में सिर्फ 2 टीम्स हैं. एक ही टीम में मानता हूँ भाई.
Handled comfortably, just one blade was enough to do it, but he had more where that came from. Another great Hunter's Fury from Verno, but it's not going to be enough. Now to sight under full control of TL, and a fight this bit to make it that much harder for MIBR to get back in. It's now or never, boys.
High tide up right now, they're being delayed. Molly on to Camo, he's on the run, doesn't want to get shot down. Wall vulnerable up, MIBR, they're in backside. This is Team Liquid with more players, passive just in the pit, allowing MIBR to come to them. Pressure now on the spike.
Gives it a tap, draws the util out of TL, but there is still more. Panatek has 2 shockies to play with. Genom ducks in, sees very little, backs out. Recon bolt comes through. Penny has his head ripped off. Cortesia finds those shots. And on the spike is Verno. He's got no to half, and they're going to know he's going to be dead. They're too busy dealing with the rest. But
Oh my god, bro, nuts.
a Red Bull clutch as he sprays through. And what a gut punch to MIBR, their best map this year. TL, no respect, send them absolutely packing to start the series.
I feel pretty good for the Liquid fans to have Nats back in the roster. Masterclass lurking on that attack half. Why not close it out with a little 3K clutch out to take the map. Deal MIBR their first Icebox loss in the VCT this year. Team Liquid are back.
What a blow though for MIBR. A team that only managed 6 rounds against Genji in that game. They only managed 6 here on their map choice. And we need to see them go into a sunset where there are so many question marks for that team. Can they stay alive in this series and in the tournament? A lot of questions, but for now we're going to step away and let our analysts begins to jump on in to break down our first map.
Damn भाई. जी भाई इतने गंदे तरीके से हारेगी भाई यार. दोनों टीम्स क्यों हार रहे भाई? एक तो जीत जाओ यार, एक तो जीत जाओ ब्रूम भाई. एक भी नहीं जीत रहे तो बुरा लग रहा है ना. दिक्कत तो यही है, एक भी नहीं जीत रही ना. दोनों टीम्स हार रही लगातार. भाई मुझे रेडिएंट क्राइसिस की क्यों पकड़ाते रहते भाई ये, ऐसा लग रहा है फोर्स इन कर रहे वीसी, यही खरीदो नहीं तो लेने नहीं दूंगा कुछ और नहीं चाहिए ब्रू। टीडीएम ही लगाते हैं तब तक चालू हो जाएगा। Cause I knew ऐसा ही होता है। ये कलर लगाते भाई क्या हरा लगता है, गन बडी नहीं हटा पाया।
They have no idea how heartless I am.
छठ मुकाबला 10 मिनट के दिन गंदा क्यों खेलती है भाई। आई मीन लेफ्ट में कितना अच्छा खेलता था भाई बंदा, लेफ्ट में देख लो, C9 में देख लो, सब में क्या खेलता था बंदा भाई। अभी इस पे देख लो तो मतलब क्या ही बोले। भाई लेवल लाउड सब में कितना प्यारा खेलता था भाई, पता नहीं क्या हो गया ब्रो यहाँ पे। जब से हम IBR में आए तब से इतना गंदा खेल रहा है। क्या ही बोलूं भाई। बंदा ड्यूलिस्ट ऑफ द ईयर था ब्रो। और अब देख लो क्या हालात चल रहे भाई, नेक्स्ट लेवल भाई। अबे चालू हो जा भाई, कितना टाइम लगेगा। चालू होने में ही 10 घंटा लगा देता ब्रो। कोई है क्या?
Back in a flash.
One less.
Reloading.
Shadows traveling.
I don't think so.
Next.
Reloading.
Reloading. Hitting the brakes.
Auto-column spawning. Stealing sight.
So long. Reloading.
Headshot. Blocking sight.
Feeling sight.
I'm a good shot. Reloading.
Reloading.
वाओ,
New stage in 10.
मैं स्टिंगर चला के देखना चाहता हूँ यार।
Stage 2. Watch it here. Away with you.
वाओ, मुंह पे चला गया मैं, चल गया। आ जाओ स्टिंगर चला के देखते हैं।
Reloading. Nice reload. Still in sight.
Reloading.
Reloading. Raise dead.
Damn.
Cutting the vision.
भाई साहब।
You're done. Adios. Results.
मरा ही नहीं बरो। Damn.
Slowing them down.
Finished.
भाई हेड मारो उसको भी, मरा ही नहीं।
Still in sight. Raise dead.
Damn.
Empty.
Sheesh. भाई साहब 3-3 बंदे बैठे थे। भाई हेड मार रहा है वो।
You're done. Don't miss it too much. Cutting their vision.
They will cover.
आएगा तो। आजा। भाई पीछा करके मारा मुझे।
Cutting their vision.
हील हील हील। वाओ कोई ना भाई साहब हेड ही नहीं लग रहा क्या भाई मैच ही नहीं चालू हुआ अभी तक फक कोच साहब से बात चल रही है ऑपरेटर स्किन मिली है बट ये ज़्यादा गोट ये ज़्यादा अच्छी है इसी को लगे रहने दूंगा मैं एस्केलेशन में बहुत लंबा टाइम लगेगा ओके छोड़ते भाई मैच देखते हैं
On yourself, but it's an unenviable position because like when it feels like so many different things have been going wrong in that last map you just played, in the last series you played as well, there's not like a one-size-fits-all solution to this.
And I think it is a good approach here. You don't want to lean too much into what the other team is doing because maybe there's so many mistakes you're doing on your side. And I think a big part of that is being kind of intentional about what does work for you. I can imagine, I've been in this situation before where you've had a rough map, you go into the next series and you're trying to focus on yourself. What that means when coaches say that, they mean, okay, let's review rounds where we did something good. Hey, yo, Artzine, remember, this default works really well. It bleeds out a lot of info. We can work the map when we do this default. Or, hey, keep the set play in mind. Remember, boys, like this is something that gives us an 80% win rate in scrims. Stuff like that is very literally what could be happening behind the scenes here, as opposed to, oh, watch out for this trap, or be careful, they're going to lurk up here, considering you have no idea who they're playing or what comp team Liquid's even going to run.
I think there's also a lot of things that they can look at that aren't even map specific in terms of like playbook and strats ideas. Like you heard Nats in his like speech talking about like how they're communicating, like saying we're going to be swinging left, timing things, swing right, play together, those types of ideas. Because I think there were numerous different rounds from MIBR in that last map where there's two players alive, maybe have the chance to trade off of each other, but it's not coming in, the timing isn't there, and whether that's miscommunication or not understanding what your teammate is trying to go for, like those things have to be shored up if this team's going to win.
And both of these teams have already played Sunset in this tournament. They both lost, but Liquid have decided to choose it as their first map choice here. They must have seen something that MIBR did against Gen G that they could potentially exploit. We will see the agent select in just a moment and see what kind of comps we're gonna go. But I think it's fair to say with Nats back on the team, Serial would not be playing that Cypher again.
Right, I'm expecting them to bring out more of that deadlock purely because we saw them struggle, them being MIBR against Gen G, against the deadlock.
Hold on a minute.
But as you say
I don't know ball. I don't know ball.
What the fuck?
I don't know ball.
Could this be real? Nats on the Viper after we just saw MIBR struggle against that same agent just against Gen G.
Mel, I know you're a big believer in the Viper on some maps, and especially on Sunset. Can you walk us through what you like about this pick on the map?
Yeah, I love how it disrupts B main control, especially when you're on the defense. Everyone likes to try and abuse B on Sunset, right? If you get into that post plane, once you get the bomb down, the round is practically over. So Nats probably going to be using that wall towards B or doing a cross wall map to apply pressure, and it feels like Nats is everywhere with that wall. So that's what I'm really looking towards when I see this hover. But I don't want to get too excited. I love Viper and I love Nats on it. So
भाई आसपास ने रेज ले लिया.
Yeah, I think I would really like to see it. And you can see Nats there on stage as well.
Giving the speech, yeah.
Still keeping it going, getting his team ready and locked in for that one.
Do you reckon he was like, Kiko, that insta-lock was amazing? You did such a good job locking in the Omen.
I just love how confident you were locking in the agent right away. That is going to be the Nats Viper. This is going to be awesome to see everything Mel just said, but also on the attacking side, I think the lurks having Viper Orb as well can be very impactful, whether that's top mid to enable lurks or in a post plant.
We've seen him play Viper here before, and it was amazing. MIBR, they have to bring it if they want to force a map 3. Take it away, Uber.
Just as you said, Yinsu, last chance for MIBR to show their quality here on the international stage. A lot of rookies, a lot of debuts internationally for this team, and so far they've not been able to put it together. A paltry 6 rounds on their map pick coming into this series, and their sunset was anything but good against Gen G prior. So it's now or never.
And unfortunately for them, it's flashbacks to that map loss as Team Liquid are playing a very inspired comp by Gen G. The difference is being that Serial is on this Cypher, subbing in for Penny to run this comp with a Sentinel plus the double controller, so you can have Max lurking on the Viper. We saw how impactful he was on Icebox on attack lurking.
Let's see, bro.
Did not know how to deal with him whatsoever.
MIBR have won 0 pistol rounds here in Toronto. And for a team that wants to get their duelist rolling early, that is devastating.
They have gone back to the most vintage agents on this map. Gecko was just a staple for early sunset fight in elbow.
It's too early for them. The timing's off. They tried to throw a paranoia and play off of it, but Team Liquid were a second early for them. Shenum and Hardising are overwhelmed.
Man, losing another pistol. Oh, so brutal. They just don't enter these games with any level of momentum, but you have Verno alive. He has been the player for MIBR, the unlikely hero. A lot of damage onto Serial, but with just 3, how can they get back in? You have Cortesia on that late flank, but there's so much delay from this dark cover now going up. And MIBR, they have nothing to really get through it. Maybe a recon.
You're kidding me! Oh man, inside the poison orbit drops, and Nats is able to find just a stunning shot. Cortesia had no way to get on that wrap. And MIBR, it's one false step at the start of the round. They can't recover from it.
You said if there was a mistiming with this early elbow.
खरीद ली भाई, guns खरीद ली उन लोग ने.
Coming out hard in, caught out here.
Next to impossible है अब तो.
भाई. And then even being blinded up, Camo just dives onto Shenum with a real opportunity to get the kill. But the movement is just really tough for him to track. That is exactly why you run the Neon against Billy. Even though it was in a loss, Camo on that agent was really sick.
Okay, over to round 2. Team Liquid, just an exchange here in B main, and paint shells drawn out of Aspas. But they saw so little that they are already out of that site.
He does have the Sheriff, the Brazilian star. That is the only light upgrade into this round. Verno, fortunately caught on the exit.
Shit.
Of course, only had a classic in hand anyhow. So the site is all too free for Team Liquid.
Scanned up the site. DL can still play that old school approach here to Sunset, falling back to B main, smoking it off, spamming the site. They have left Kiko in there. Cortesia has to step up here in market. Now it's a question of timing. The rest of his team are on the way to Boba. And Cortesia is just trying to dot his I's here, see if there's anyone in a backstab position in mid, but MIBR, no business trying to challenge this, and they're very much aware of it.
Matt's just happy to go hunting with this Ghost. And similar to Icebox after the pistol round was won on attack from Team Liquid, they invest very heavily into this round 2. There they didn't have a Ghost at all, actually.
Obviously, ये तो होना ही था.
But even still, double Bulldog, double Vandal.
अभी
they have a real shot
show time है bro. अगर अभी MIBR नहीं खोली
they've got MIBR.
तो खुली ही रह जाएगी bro.
Need to stop the bleeding at
मतलब पूरी तरीके से बंद हो जाएगी.
Now MIBR were able to win against the TL bonus on Icebox and actually made that first half look pretty competitive. It was a 7-5. But again, they've always had to play from a deficit. They've played from behind in every single map they've played here in Toronto. And that is going to take its toll. The fatigue is going to start to creep in. Frustration, I'm sure. This is an old school look for this map.
Yeah, this
is on the Gecko.
Just the past. The old
used to be like Gecko breach. Yeah, have a
to get some info in main, but yeah, this is the breach nerf going away to the Sova. That's very relevant. Look at this hit from Camo all the way through, like off the fast lane, relay bolt to press forward, but
nice.
Aspas shuts him down.
Adesina though is dealt with. Aspas can't really help trade that kill. Patatek is in position, playing around this one way. Trapwire is also there, so MIBR don't have anywhere to go now. They're going to be pinched in this part of the map. They've got to fall back to Halls, ideally. Kiko wants to take the fight to Aspas, and he had his back turned. 4-0 for Kiko. Again, dominance showing on Icebox. He has stepped up.
Damn, bhai.
And our Serial doesn't have to do a damn thing. Shenum is stuck here.
Team Liquid, they know it's definitely possible that a player is here. Shannon with the first.
Now it's a matter of numbers. Overwhelm that position ideally, but Shenum's able to TP away and still might look to take the fight. Cats Nation, do they have the answer? You'd better
Easy
believe it.
भाई, easily निकाल लिया भाई.
Grouped up in link now.
कुछ नहीं हो सकता भाई, MIBR बहुत गंदा हार गया.
Too strong for them apparently. Cortezia gets in though through the cyber cage in the
जहाँ के भी मैं कितना मतलब क्या ही बोलूँ भाई.
down but healing up. Kiko steps out, wide swing from Human now. Nats has to clutch this away. Almost gets there.
Finally
but
भाई.
it's a nonchalant King Verno that's able to get MIBR into the map.
Much like against Genji, Verno in the clutch. The hero of Brazil, an American Challengers player that made his debut in BCT this year.
Challengers players in this series, huh?
The most unlikely of unlikely heroes for MIBR, for Brazil, for the best team that they've got in the scene right now.
Funny, he kind of threw people off in some of his press appearances early in America.
भाई इतना अच्छा खेल रहा है भाई.
Didn't seem to.
वर्रो को छोड़ दो, कोई खेल ही नहीं रहा bro.
I think he was really misunderstood, and you see his like more low-key approach to the game means that he can get onto these high-pressure situations and actually shine, whereas the rest of his team have struggled in that regard.
Since joining, the vibes were so fun and always just felt so great for MIBR throughout their entire America's run. It's just only in Toronto here that we're seeing them, you know, a little bit more sad, I would say, with some of the results that they're having. Pretty dejected, some would say.
क्या ही कर सकते हो भाई. It is sad. Generally sad भाई.
Against that bonus round.
Shadow चल रहा है बेचारा आसपास.
Though, look at the weapons at MIBR. Stinger, Bulldog mixed in with the Guardian. Shenum can't get value out of his weapon. Aspas is able to get away, and Camo took a pretty big hit in that exchange. The Dizzy going to create the space in to get Aspas out properly.
Camo serial दोनों लोग हैं.
Team Liquid still more than enough time to make a pivot. That dark cover to obscure anyone top mid who may have intentions of firing through, and now a noise cut into market. Eventually they'll have to break this strip, give up the game. Low HP Camo, maybe he can make some space and can trade it off.
There it is, Cortezia, Seal and Panatek both go down. Nice little setup here.
Damn भाई.
Artisine, Bulldog a little bit wayward. He's Verno in a clutch position again, and he delivers against a true veteran.
Oh, clutching against one of the all-time clutch gods in Nats back-to-back. Caught jumping up, wanted to get that molly down so he could run forward, try to recover the spike.
And honestly, that's set up by this early engagement. Camo ends up going quite low. In fact, there are two players that die to a shock dart in this position, but Verno wants to fight instead of use that util.
भाई Verno, the goatee.
Decent timing through mid. Good collapse here. That has got to
Verno the goatee, bro.
Vindicating.
Great little triple swings from Cortezia and Shenum in tandem. They're playing from market. Team Liquid on the bad buy. Hero rifle for Kiko, who's been arguably the sharpest shooter in this server. Perhaps inarguably, he was outrageous.
I mean, with Aspas minus 23 over 3 maps, it's hard to see that Kiko has much competition there. A warning shot for Artisan, and he'll have to get off the line as the relay bolts come in. This will allow TL to slowly scale up into halls, but Aspas has been brought over to A to bolster it.
Pivoting here, fast lane now, so Team Liquid can get out onto the site.
Camo wants to fight through this with a stinger.
Good. He could have seen the barrel, but it looked like he was so locked in on the dark cover.
Oh, that's awkward. Camo gets away with it. How? 3 players for MIBR here on Link, and they're going to go for it. Artisan the Herald gets on in there, but now Hunter's Fury comes straight through. Panatek trying to light them up as they get on in here. Serial going to be outdone by Cortezia and the Guardian. Artisan finally finds connection with that outlaw. Natsus goes though too sharp. Kiko now gets that right play. And he gets value. Found 2, leaving Panatek on his own. But he can hear the yells from the stage here. With every round MIBR put together, their confidence starts to build.
भाई मगर कितनी guns lose कर दी.
Very honest by Team Liquid, but they are winning the rounds. That's what matters most. They'll be happy to have gotten one of those ultimates out with Panatek committing the Hunter's Fury, all for naught. They've done it again. Cortezia with that opening engagement. Serial late, biding his time, picked off. Scaled it together nicely, trading.
But still, भाई.
An advantage that they have.
बढ़िया.
Well done.
And you've got a lot to retake with, right? You've got Boombot. That ends up putting that
ठीक ही है भाई.
forces him out.
जितना मिल रहे उतना पकड़ के लो भाई.
So MIBR make the right choice.
जितना ले सके उतना.
Look at the state of the
Space लो, जगह निकालो. Round निकालने की जरूरत है.
Next full buy, showstopper, hunter's
क्यों
fury.
निकल नहीं रहे भाई rounds निकल ही नहीं रहे bro यही दिक्कत है rounds ही नहीं
Both
निकल
exits
रहे
from mid are trapped.
mid
Shot
का trap
dart,
गया
that's going
fuck
to allow Camo to maybe push up as that top cover is getting cycled. Team Liquid, they do love to go for these deep wrap site executes using the neon to get through, you know, one of the other sides.
There's a timing. There's a timing for Verno here through Spawn. Spotted by Camo, who'll now get ahead of it into Boba.
Oh, I love this from MIBR trying to get control of B-Main. This has to be a trade from Ospas, and he connects with the rocket.
Now we can double back. There's action over at B. Camo is in that site. Nat's also causing problems towards the top of mid, but Verno again!
Nice.
He's the kryptonite of the champion of old. Drop down to 4 by that spray. Hunter's Fury, though, has been developed.
And it's going to be read by Verno as the spike gets tapped. Team Liquid wanted to bait this out. You still have Ospas in B main. Oh, that connection was close. Ospas is a little bit weak, and he is biding his time. Team Liquid, they would love to be able to push for some space together rather than feeling encircled in sight. Was that just spray? Pure spam through. Verno only had 3-4 HP.
That's kind of devastating. Verno could still have been such a threat from that Boba position. Camo's still watching for it, but the moves are here in main and market respectively. Shannon wants to head up towards Boba, but Camo is stuck on that line. It's going to be a tough fight for him to win. Aspas gives himself away now. Great power
nice.
to get him, but Aspas is dealt with. He would have had to fight three. And Kiko again slaps down.
Well, the aim still just looking to
save round आ गया वापस से.
Unfortunate that Verno was just on such low HP after one of those previous engagements. I mean, that unbelievable quick tap on such a tight angle from Serial.
Aspas, he just didn't know what was set up on the site.
I think MIBR made some good positional decisions in that round, taking B main after realizing and seeing that Camo's through top mid. They could be pressuring through market as well. We need space somewhere. Let's fight B main, but Serial going 1-for-1 there is huge.
Inferno is able to light the side up with some of that Sova util. That goes differently, but still. Group up here towards this B-side lobby for TL.
And now just on account of the MIBR round wins coming down to primarily Verno clutches, look at their economy. They were on a multi-round win streak and they have nothing to show for it.
Cortesia, though, is able to look into pressure towards that cam position.
Cam cool, bhai.
Set up behind Liquid. One look and all will be a reveal. Cortesia just snarled up, though, in an engagement in front of main. And it's going to be the Outlaw that claims him. Into the site we go here. MIBR happy to give it up. Rather have no real choice without Cortesia.
This is Verno with just a classic.
Stinger for Shannon. It's looking ugly there in terms of the arsenal.
I like this from TL. Tap the spike. Let's try and get some util out. See if they swing into us.
Spike planted.
Play it safe. All right. And now we can get the spike down. Now we can position.
This is what Aspas wanted last round. A recon to try and set him up. Nothing was shown from it. And here's Nats. Happy just to play out in the open by main. Doesn't see Verno cross. He's revealed. Timing was there. Serial dealt with him comfortably. Stinger and Sheriff now to go for it for MIBR. They grouped up, and Nats is going to go looking. Punished for that. Outlaw unrecoverable though, and so is the round as far as MIBR are concerned. Shannon found a second, but eventually TL just overload that market.
Easily TL G3.
He's one of those players that
MIBR
you're always going to see take advantage of the Outlaw on that attack side.
Ganda haregi.
Just loves to recognize these situations, excuse me, where it's going to get the most value, take advantage of it. MIBR are going to be fully investing
TL
into
easily
this
G3
round.
MIBR haregi.
Totally out of the woods economically, but this one for TL, they'll have another buy, even if they lose here. This is a round where Nat still has that Viper's Pit.
Camo wastes no time in pushing towards this A side. That overdrive at the ready. Rifle though in hand. Clear that util, more than happy to be the blunt object to try and crack A open, but he's just the solo player. He can sell ice to an Inuit.
Wow.
Cleans him out, but now MIBR realize the action really is over on B, but it's a Viper's Pit post-plant already set up. Short-handed as TLR. They've got strong defensive positions.
That was a great trade from Verno. That flash was used early. I'm not sure if Arthur was able to get it. Okay, just spam through. Normally with a pit down, that's a no access to sight moment, but Verno comes up.
He's not done either. Serial here trying to play from lobby. Serial killer, they call him, but Cortesia.
Sheesh, bhai.
Able to fight back here for MIBR. They waited on this ability to buy back into the game. It's a costly one for them. But Verno once again delivers the death blow. 3 kills and a Viper's Pit destruction.
That was the definition of must-win for MIBR.
Generally deserves a lot, bro.
He's just that guy for this team right now.
भाई वर्नो ने क्या नहीं किया भाई टीम के लिए?
All right. Going to be satisfied with that little play.
But that is emblematic of the changes made to Sunset. You no longer have that kiosk to hide behind when you're trying to play post-plant there. In B main. Verno can actually spray those defenders where they're set up. Characteristic look there for Aspas, who again was 2-9 in first kill, first death against Gen G. And as Ender put it out, he said he felt like it was the worst performance of Aspas's career against that Gen G team. He had a moment on Icebox, clutch. But again,
worst performance? Damn, bhai.
Like, MIBR need him to.
पूरे career
with
में.
him on the Neon against Gen G, so they have switched things up and gone for a very
Aspas is on the lowest, bro.
Composition, bringing back the Gecko and bringing back the Rays. We've really seen primarily Neon here, you know, since this map was in its latter days before getting removed, and Neon had the buff where it was, you know, she was the most
deadly
overtuned.
accurate on the slide.
It's still real good and primarily being used here. But in that game, there were so many moments where Aspas was getting very disconnected. MIBR were slow to trade, playing very individualistic, but not in a hyper-aggressive way, in a nervous way. And that's just
I'll never forget
have to be completely changed today.
That 4-player swing into Foxy on Haven, where they just get gunned down with poor spacing on that multi-swing. That one lives in my head rent-free.
Let's go.
Standard
Let's see.
stuff with this Gecko on defense. Just throw up the early Dizzy, see if there's going to be quick pressure on this A side. If it's forced to be shot with this Cloud, that's going to give a good opportunity for Team Liquid to cross and then double face as the smoke drops in case someone from MIBR was playing close.
चलो पता तो है इनको कम से कम.
Second guesses himself there and opts not to overextend. Kiko likely was watching that line and still is. But into halls is the rest of TL. 3 players getting a lot of map control, and no one's watching from Ali here, Wyatt.
This wall from Nats is so cool.
भाई पूरी A side खाली
We're
छोड़ी
gonna let Serial play on that side late. Send everyone through elbow. We have most of the angles cut off. Matter of fact, let's just contact in.
Oh, wait a minute. Was Aspas trying to get up on the box there?
Probably for the best he didn't, because he was getting spammed through.
Maybe he just thought better of it not to. Into the side they are. Paranoia really hitting hard. Confusing here for Artazine. Camo now will look to step out. Some good old-fashioned fights here, and it's, of course, blood for halls. So TL don't have to overextend. There's no undue risks that need to be taken here. Nats, though, getting chunked low with this wall break spam. Infernal again is the one that puts MIBR on the board in this round. All out into the sun they go! And Patatech will end the round. It was about as elegant as MIBR could possibly be with time not on their side.
They're just thrown into such disarray, trying to work around that wall that Nats has up. Yeah, this was a miss, but again, I think for the best. Kilo immediately started spraying up top when he heard the satchel, so he might have died there.
Maybe a fake, yeah.
But when MIBR actually get into the site, they don't have any smoke for you know, being thrown down elbow, because Shenum was blinded up, died trying to go through the wall, and then everyone's just stuck in awkward positions. It's resulted in MIBR's economy being broken again. They've got a couple Guardians, sure.
भाई डिफेंस में ऐसा हालत अटैक में क्या होगा इनका?
Verno, I'm gonna be real, like Verno is the one keeping them in this game.
You need to dap my boy up, and you need to give him everything he asks for. Give him the Supermax. Cycling that smoke top mid again, TL have started to take control of that part of the map. Again, it's, like you said, 2 Guardians. Relay Bolt catching onto Aspas. Camo, though, respects the paint shells, but he's going to duck back into market. He's feeling it.
That Shockdart breaks the tripwire. MIBR have been pressed back into more passive positions, so they can assume that Team Liquid are just walking into market right now, slowly, silently.
That cam from Cortesi is designed to be able to look into B main as well. Rid of Kiko. Spraying through the dark cover here is MIBR trying to slow the game down, but Camo's got in
Damn, भाई इतना अंदर घुस गए वो.
MIBR playing from Bobit. They might try and flood in on off timing. It is Aspas leading the way. Shedon was able to get there with the classic Serial under pressure, but takes his. Now a beat, a break in the action. Reloads, Aspas a little bit low. Shockdart takes Serial down to 10, and Shedon converts. It's just Nats. No plant yet for TL. TP from Shenum heard as he gets back into Boba and he shows a little bit of leg.
Spotted out, drone going to come in from Verno. Nats forced to dodge that for now. The Sova has not been able to recover a decent weapon. He's just got the classic Verno versus Nats again.
Verno shoulder piece here, Nats is ice cold! He's ice cold! He's just got enough time to find the plant. Gets it in. Will be spotted out by Verno. It's time to fight. Verno is 35, very low, but he has to drop on Nats, who's watching the other corner. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line. He's looking
Oh bhai, कितना closely देख रहा था मैं. Damn भाई, निकल जाता तो क्या ही मजा आ जाती भाई.
Vengeance for Nats after being denied a couple rounds by Verno earlier. It has been just a face-off between one of the greats of all time and one of the future greats in Verno.
भाई Nats, मगर क्या utilities को क्या disobey करता है bro?
Every aspect of that 1v2 was calibrated and refined over years of play. Not even close, baby.
Oppa, oppa, oppa. Sorry.
Just another day in the office for Nats. I feel like back in the day used to be a bit more of a stone-cold killer, and now a little bit more whimsy about him.
Loosened up, delivering performance reviews at a rate of knots in the halftime, which of course we're getting awfully close to as MIBR have opted for a timeout.
भाई chat पागल हो गए भाई Nats के लिए.
He's performing like when we saw him in his prime with Gambit, when he's won an international trophy, but also being the IGL, pretty crazy that he's just been able to elevate his play as a whole.
भाई MIBR को तो आसपास का MIBR छोड़ देनी चाहिए, वर्णों को भी generally.
Has not been far behind. Just consistent brilliance over Icebox and now Sunset.
I mean, if Nats keeps this up, hell, if he takes down another international trophy, look, he's already in the conversation for one of the greatest of all time, but man, that would put him up there.
Round 11 just around the corner, and MIBR are bought up for it. They're ready to go. Verno's been put in a lot of these clutch situations, and in 1v1s against Nats has looked better at times. It's the rounds they're chasing Wyatt. They've been sorely looking for these conversions.
Out of this timeout, MIBR mixing things up for the first time. Going to push right down mid. Serial might have spotted someone barely on the cross. It's hard to tell, but it's in. What is that? Just spray through the smoke?
I mean,
what the fuck?
They challenged the one-way. Team Liquid. I guess, yeah, there's a smoke at Link, so he just played through that.
Yeah, did the
nutty timing.
Did the dark cover not go down in time, Serial? Right.
Bhai sahab.
Yell back in the round, but Shenum fast on the trade.
I mean, you never expect this, right? MIBR flipped the map. Many of them playing over towards that tiles position still. Arzine, though, has fallen all the way back to spawn. He knows the game plan is to give up this part of the map and go for a later crunch.
जाना चाहिए Quasecho के पास.
That attack on the walk. Does he realize there are 3 players coming? Paranoia is going to force him off the line anyway. Pain Shell, he wants to challenge ahead of it, but then doesn't see a target, so back to box he goes. Pico hit by the Dizzy, flattened Arzine. Beautiful, man. Finds a perfect timing to come back into the back four for Arzine. MIBR, man, that timeout really went a long way. That was definitely an audible that Front called.
100%. Great decision to mix something in like that late in this half. All of those kills in the defuse. Arzine now with that Thrash for the final round too. Yeah, they just push around the corner. Too early. Yeah, a little bit too early. A dark cover came later. Of course, you know, they're doubled up, so they're hoping they can get the kill, but they were perfectly lined up. Making that all too easy.
All things considered, it's felt like a slog for MIBR, but it's just a one-round game here heading into the last of the half. And they've come in drips and drabs.
क्या बोलूं
मैं 3, 4, 5 string for MIBR crucial.
अभी देखने वाली बात है अटैक कैसा करेंगे.
We've seen this before.
क्या अटैक ढंग का हो पाएगा?
And then a couple players pop out at the same time for the double face. This
या फिर MIBR डिनाई करेगी अटैक
को.
Safe line, he's not one and done. Tark, but Camo doesn't care. Slides on in. Time. Will there be a double swing? Yes, Arzine overwhelmed. So the player advantage stands for Tia.
Verno wants to get
वो भी एक अल्ट का bro.
He wants to manifest an opportunity to at least find one kill, bring this into a 3v3 for the retake.
From the shadows there from Keiko. Back with the rest of the team now. Smoke to the top box of Ali, but Quasecho will play just on the vestiges of a T-kick coming. They've overestimated themselves, Team Liquid.
Spike down
A bit of a misassumption made about the position of the Cypher, and it's punished eventually. They bring Quasecho down. Verno's comfortable in his
Oh shit. आसपास नहीं.
He just assumed another player wouldn't be coming from elbow.
This is now Aspas's chance to show us where the heck he's been all week.
30
A 1 versus 1, and he's dealt with by Serial. A 7-round half for Liquid. And an anemic performance by the Rays in the clutch.
MIBR were at such an advantage in that round. Things got sloppy for TL entering into the site. 1v1's going either way. A lot of clutches here.
Hi,
close map. Much hinges on the pistol in that second half, so stay tuned for that one. We'll be back after this.
भाई ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? ये क्या देख रहा हूँ मैं?
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows,
Damn,
this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
Hey, song अच्छा है. कैसे कर रहा है ऐसे?
Another competitive half here in this match between MIBR and Liquid for survival here in Toronto. Look at Cyril's Coinbase Econ report. Big in the clutch in that last round of the half. Over the course of the game, his Cypher gameplay has been very, very efficient.
Hey, आसपास को मार ले रहा है भाई ये बंदा.
Back during the pistol round, which, by the way, MIBR still yet to
आसपास को मारा भाई ये
win
बंदा.
this entire tournament, Mitch. Not one. They need this so bad. So bad. They don't know what it feels like to win a pistol round anymore. They need this early momentum desperately after losing that final round, which felt unlosable, to a 1v1 where Serial closes things out.
Closes things out against a world champion who, as far as this series, this tournament is concerned, has not showed up. Aspas, after the first half of Sunset, is 5-9, switching to the
Aspas washed ho gaya bro.
Look, still waiting. We're still waiting to see him light this stage up, and maybe we don't get it at all.
From MIBR,
Aspas is
like
washed bro.
Well, okay, well, Cypher's left in the dirt on tiles, actually. That is so tough. Artson now trying to scale into sight. Recon going in the back, dissing through the wall. Can anyone actually capitalize off of it?
Going for it, doubles back though, doesn't like what he sees, and that's because there's 4 players from DL looking straight at them. A veritable firing squad set up by the EMEA team, and Serial goes from strength to strength. Verno gets his and more, that's the question. It's shut him down at 2. 0 pistols for MIBR as Team Liquid get another one. Widen the lead to 3. And start to tighten the thumb screws on this floundering NA squad.
Quasecho just takes an early peek through tiles, walks right into a double face there. Pad attack and next kill. Opted to go a bit earlier.
कुछ भी कर लो bro. हारना ही है bro ऐसा लग रहा है. हार ही रहे.
Show me your hat, show me your hat.
My hat?
You're a cipher hat, Nafi.
He was asked for a milady tip your hat in the current year. Come on, Zero, give it the program. So too busy just feasting on these pistol frags.
MIBR has had enough of losing pistols. Why not try some success on a round 2 force instead?
It's an America's force for an America's roster. Aspas will lead the way quietly, just communicating that there's nobody here in elbow whatsoever.
Team Liquid happy to have 3 players ready on this A site on account of the Cypher setup towards B, some passive info gain towards B main. Cam watching towards tiles, jiggle peek from Nats in mid. Team Liquid don't really have to budge over on this site.
Patatech has started to reassume control into this
Damn, boy, kya baitha hai ye banda?
Expecting here that some anchoring could be required. He is yapping.
There are pings going down on the map right now from MIBR. Dizzy ready to be thrown over top. Should connect onto Patatech unless it gets broken, but when they come out of elbow, Kiko is on the perfect angle to get an opener.
Crossfire broken up though. This is scary for Patatech. He's hit with the paranoia, but oh, Aspas taken down. Kiko's on the box, and that wasn't smoked for. 1-for-1. Sheriff claims him, but Camo now is dug in and ready to deliver. Caught Tizia. First casualty in the last round now. Has to go big to clutch it. Just a stinger. Almost enough for Nats, but not quite. Camo exits with 3. And now it's a 4-round game.
Camo लो तो Camo को देखा ही नहीं किसी ने. भाई इतना भी वो नहीं हो रहा क्या यार? कॉम्स नहीं हो रहा है क्या कि इनको पता ना हो कि कौन लो है कौन नहीं है? जब कॉम्स तो चल रहे होंगे ना ब्रो, पता तो चल रहा होगा ना इनको कितना कौन लो है. ये भी नहीं पता चल रहा. ऐसा लग रहा है one-sided match देख रहा हूँ.
Draw attention from the other TL players away.
That mid-rounding for Patatech was sick. He was jabbering at a mile a minute, and look at, they anchored that site after initially playing off of it.
And they just had no reason to leave. They had full passive info defensively across the entire rest of the map. Got a lot of shares for MIBR. Can they do anything here? Oh my god, what? Sure.
Okay. Just a tickle.
Damn, bhai.
Turns into a 41 health Chenom and easily dominated by Patatech. Aspas down again. Verno's low after these early exchanges.
भाई दिल को दर्द होने लग गया भाई देखते देखते. जनरली मन भी नहीं कर रहा अब तो देखने का.
Trust have to put together. IGL Artazine still on the scene.
दर्द हो गया भाई दिल को.
Your options are becoming more and more limited.
Okay.
TL just happy right now to play in the death ball formation, give up A if they need to, go for the retake, face together mid. They're making this easy. They're going to make it look effortless unless Cortezia lives up to the headshot machine name.
Relay bolts for Camo. Into that space. Don't need to do too much here for TL. Just keep MIBR on their toes. No hurry. Oh, jeez, okay.
30 seconds left.
Somebody alert Peter. That was brutal.
Nats is just patient on this angle. Artson dealt with, and Cortezia shut down.
ठीक है भाई, अब मतलब अब बात ही नहीं करनी मुझे. हो गया भाई, ठीक है भाई.
Past couple rounds, Team Liquid carrying over so many weapons.
नहीं बात करनी भाई.
Economy bolstered again.
Is that this shock dart, like 100 damage worth there, perfectly placed, makes the Bulldog conversion all too easy. Camo. He hears a shot fired off and swings it. Yeah, this is just great fundamentals. I mean, for MIBR, what is this? Season 1 of Attack on Titan? Where's the Castasis for these guys? It's all doldrums all the time on this attack side.
Camo has picked up the Bucky and wants to tuck close over towards elbow.
Okay, bhai. GG है भाई. 100% GG है. It's nowhere ki.
Dizzy. Oh, that bolt is great.
Okay. Good fast lane to get off the line.
कहीं से भी, you know, save हो
Still
सके.
find a good application for that Bucky, but comes out of that engagement unscathed.
Artson getting pretty close to the Thrash. Team Liquid, they have 3 players here again.
They're walking this again. Okay. Oh shit, I'm punished to go for the orb. Nat's ready to cover. That is just centimeter perfect.
क्या है ये gun से इनके पास हाथ में भाई?
These trades are just coming too slow from MIBR. The swings are getting watched for. I mean, I'm sorry. How has that timing occurred? Maybe Quasecho can be the hero. MIBR, they want to pivot over towards him, but Verno's facing in mid. Okay. Beautiful tap.
A multi-face coming out of Verno, though. Look at that cool, calm collector, but couldn't quite convert. Still evens up the game with Quasecho. A wedge driven in between TL and that B side they hope to defend.
Verno maintaining hero status
30 seconds
for
left.
MIBR. It has been him keeping them in this game.
Kid is unreal.
It has been all about him. His clutches, his taps, open facing multiple players. This has to be converted by the duo of Aspas and Quasecho.
Surely you can expect Aspas to step up and land this plane.
उनको लगने दे रहे कि ये लोग
swings it in there and his nuts is handled. Chico's are good for this. He's more than up for it. 12 and 8 over the course of the game. But Quasecho and Aspas are doubled up for it. Little swing, little peek. There it is. MIBR get one finally.
इतने देर बाद भाई एक राउंड निकला है इनका.
Is above water.
You can still hear them screaming from the stage.
एक राउंड निकला है तब तक.
I'm barely getting this round win. I mean, this is some awkward stuff happening in elbow. Verno, multiple players. Looked like he was even on for the third. With the aim going pretty awry for Nats.
And at that point, Verno's assuming that TL are probably scrabbling to deal with Quasecho, who's gotten in there to Boba. Good intuition. MIBR having to pay dearly for each one of these rounds.
Kiko was able to avoid that recon, so he's still set up with Camel Paranoia into the relay. Ball up, just Fury as well.
More, they want more.
Beautiful trap play to find an early advantage. Look at Nats even walking down mid into tiles.
And the spike is loose on the wrong side of the one-way. Aspas has to find a way to recover him. Nats on that walk.
And he's just thinking, why is he even here? Patatek timing Shenham with the jiggle peek. Quasecho wondering how he's ended up in this situation. 1 versus 4 against a team who effectively could be anywhere on the map.
Hella, bro.
It seems like they are at all times. Nats like a bona fide sleep paralysis demon turning up.
क्या expect कर रहे हो उससे? क्या पूरा match carry थोड़ा कर देगा यार?
Straightforward objective.
कितना मारे भाई?
Do everything you can to dig your team.
Generally, bro.
Out of a desperate spot.
साहब, कितना भाई साहब.
This cross to the spike location, of course, will be watched by Kiko. Quasecho has a sense for it too. And he doesn't know who's waiting by elbow out in the open. There's no information and surely no hope. But now, Quasecho has allowed TL to get close enough that there's a real risk of him losing this gun.
He does just want to save, but if you look at the cash for TL, they don't really want to hunt right now. They are pretty low.
Cage triggered.
So they'll be content to just win this out and
10 seconds left.
Let Quasecho live to see round 18. The rest of the team won't be able to get too much anyhow with Artzin being pretty low.
Hi, sir, what the fuck?
All right.
Stay alive.
Quasecho lives to see another Fire and Brimstone Dawn here on Sunset, but it's still an ugly situation for this America's #3 seed.
How cool is this on the replay? Initial contact taken from Camel. That goes into a paranoia with the Hunter's Fury. And then when all of that presence is seen from the defense as to MIBR being in A main, Nats just slowly walking down mid, playing behind that Viper wall that cuts off the sight line to tiles. Aspas on the run, wondering, why is this guy here?
Like, does he have
How is he here?
Is he in a solo lobby? What is going on? And yeah, it's a timeout for MIBR. Their last lifeline potentially of this entire tournament. They are on the precipice of being ejected with a 0-2 scoreline. The unenviable task of having to tangle with Gen G as their first opponent. Hard to look good in that matchup for anybody, but here against TL, this was supposed to be fertile ground for them to mount their comeback and fight into the playoffs. But it has looked anything but convincing. 6 rounds on Icebox, 6 rounds so far on Sunset, and now at risk of losing it all.
I think that game against Gen G from MIBR really just illustrated the experience difference. You have a whimsical texture, just having so much fun, and this MIBR team completely out of sorts. That set them off on the wrong foot. They haven't been able to win a pistol round. They're still hanging around. Verno still has them in the game. This might be their last chance, though. It's going to be a full buy. Aforementioned Verno with no armor, glass cannon Vandal, just a sheriff for Artzin. Liquid on the precipice of getting their first win here in Toronto with the return of Nats. This could get them to match point. From there, within touching distance of the victory.
Gonna be a rare cameo appearance for Thrash here for Artazine. Has not been able to develop many of those Gecko ultimates this game.
Oh yeah!
Hey, what the fuck?
Try and clear into market first and foremost. Paranoia comes out though by TL to slow up MIBR from filtering in behind it, but they're still going to assume this space. 2 players in Boba, 1 anchoring the site for TL.
TL trying to get actually back into the site right now. Very quickly playing around Nats Viper wall. Man,
plant अच्छा मिल गया.
Serial heard the pitter-patter little feet, but had to respect the mosh pit at his own.
Thrash isn't done with you.
Another Thrash usage here, a reprise performance. Trapwire caught. Looks like he gets to the back of the site. Nats is taken out. Kamoki with an outlaw. Can't quite connect enough of that damage. And all the ultimates employed by MIBR. This was their Hail Mary round. And it looks like they're set to convert.
Nice.
Aspas with the fadeaway shot on Panatek, and Camo's outlaw has a fair bit of application here, but it's a stacked deck against the EMEA squad. Camo dealt with. MIBR once again come up for air in a flawless round.
Credit to Coach Fraud. Both timeouts, they win the subsequent round. Just going for that fast, heavy ult play through market into B. I want to mention again, if we haven't spoken enough about Bruno, feels like every single Hunter's Fury he's had is converted into a kill.
भाई वर्नो ने किल निकाला है भाई.
Kills Quasecho there.
वर्नो हमेशा किल निकाल रहा है ब्रो. वर्नो की तो बात भी नहीं है.
That was Thrash, you know, made use of by twice. That space was cleared for
वर्नो की तो बात भी नहीं है ब्रो. आसपास नहीं खेल रहा है. इतना गंदा खेल रहा है.
TL still a couple away from a series take. MIBR have got to double down.
बोलो भाई.
Seen from Shannon before when he has the from the
ऊपर छोड़ दिया.
He'll send it into the defender spawn. Actually punished for that by Genji. That a little bit unlucky. Don't think
Someone call the fire department.
Recovered. Someone have a ladder. Cortezia at bay on account of this one way that TL are just so happy to fight off the back of it. They are showing no fear.
And they could refresh that as they're about to. Kiko sets up yet another rotation of dark cover on that one-way spot.
Obviously आराम से निकल जाएंगे.
MIBR though might look to just fight it. Camo's playing up close. It smacks of a one and done, but he's got the speed to get out of the smoke at the very least.
The thing is, the existence of that Bucky is pushing the rest of the team into Liquid, who are stacked up market and mid.
Nat's got 1 kill in market now, falls back to the B side.
Okay.
TL, how do they get Camo involved with this Bucky?
Nats zinda hai, kuch bhi ho sakta hai. 3v3.
Aspas again perched up on the kiosk, and the 10th spot is taken down, and Nats has an opportunity here to really ruin the day.
30 seconds left.
Just Verno again. How much can you ask this guy to do? Kiko shuts him down, and TL are 1 round away from an important match.
कितना करे भाई? Generally वो 18 kill मारा है, जितना Nats से मारा है भाई.
The fundamentals from Liquid there are just lovely. Look at the way that they're repositioning for each other around that site. Kiko throws down the dark cover near jump up to pivot towards stairs. He gets that kill initially, and then Nats is in main. Nats gets traded, but Kiko was already repositioned to play off of him to fight the MIBR team who wanted to get through market.
And that's the kind of intuition we've just not seen from MIBR when it's counted. It's faster play towards A apparently. Kamen wants to go back to that position. Our drone though is going to force him to respect it somewhat more, so maybe a loosened grip on A for TL. Fast lane, Panatek that wants to hang around. He knows the death flow is there. The Damocles sword hangs above MIBR as they await their fate. Cortezia has to get them out of here. Neural theft to see Kiko and Serial lining up for a double face. Until the hope of Brazil is vanquished.
GG,
Amazing world champion for MIBR. And Nats' arrival heralds victory for Team Liquid. 1-1 in the tournament.
Getting their best player back, their IGL. Nats had a hell of a performance today across both maps. His Viper is just GOAT status. This TL team are back. Even making a little substitute for map 2, just depending on the comps that they want to run. Both Penny and Serial playing well. Clutches going their way. Incredible stuff from Team Liquid. It felt online like there was some kind of tear gap when you're talking about the top 3 teams from Europe, as Fnatic convincingly beat Heretics 3-0 Liquid in that lower bracket final. But here, it feels like they are kicking things into that next gear, on pace to make the playoffs after this dominant victory.
Coming back from such a disastrous start, Liquid have earned themselves the respect of the fans, an important match win, and a 6th player that they can make use of. And they've done so effectively on Icebox. Kenny came out on the Jet and showed us exactly what Canada can produce in terms of Valorant talent. And Liquid have said, don't mind if we do, making fantastic use of that Challengers player on the biggest stage of his career. We're going to head down to Jen on the stage. He's standing by on the Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for Team Liquid!
Troll हो रही है भाई आसपास की टीम पकड़ा
Nats, okay. Just a second. Autograph time. Nats, we have to hear it from you. And you have to look into the camera. You know you're busy. Okay, man, you just got off the plane. I don't know how you're doing this. Can you talk to us through what was on your mind since the moment you got off the plane to the moment you got onto this stage?
I mean, I came here not to play one game, right?
Okay.
So I mean, there is not a chance I'm taking 10 hours flight to play one game. But honestly, I'm proud with the boys. It was very hard 2 weeks for them. But yeah, I mean, it's good to be back on the stage. It's good to be back playing the game, not just in Ranked. I mean, I'm enjoying that.
You're definitely here to stay.
Nice.
Earlier today, there was a huge question mark around the 6-man roster, but it seems like it definitely paid off. So can you tell me a little bit about what it's like to work with Penny?
Sheesh.
So
what's it like playing with Penny?
It felt good. I mean, he was playing very good on Icebox, honestly. He brought a lot for the team. And I mean, he's having
क्या हो गया भाई?
He is from different region and he has some different ideas. That's cool to see because we have our ideas in EMEA and he is giving us some other ideas. That's cool to see. That's cool to try them. I mean, that's something new that we're learning also as a team.
So when it comes to the 6-man roster though, was there your input in this or was it more of your coaching staff's decision?
I mean, I was playing Ranked. I don't have any input. For the whole time while I was not here, they were deciding. I only was deciding yesterday and I mean, helping with the decision.
Okay. All right. Now, we are about to redraw, right? And you will be fighting for your chance at playoffs tomorrow. Is there a team you would like to face? Preference?
Who do I like to face? I mean, we cannot play Billy, right? Because we already played them. And it's Wolves and the Paper X. I think Wolves. Because I would like us and PaperX be in the playoffs. Okay. That would be cool. But I don't mind, honestly. But I never played against PaperX also, ever in my life.
Oh, okay.
So anyone's good. You're ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you get back to celebrating with the fans. Now, it's time to find out what tomorrow's schedule is going to look like with the draw show. We are going to have
see the draw show,
teams battle it out for their chance at playoffs. We have Victoria on stage with us from Riot Competitive Operations. Now, Victoria, we have a lot of questions to ask you, especially about the rule. First of all, is regional matchup allowed? Second of all, is rematch allowed? Because as you can see, Team Liquid and Bilibili have played each other. So talk us through the rules.
Regional matchups are allowed.
Okay.
Rematches are not allowed. So like you mentioned, very smart guy, BLG and TL cannot play each other. So we don't want any Swiss rematches already.
Okay. So, shall we get started?
Yeah.
Regionals are allowed, but rematch is not allowed.
Okay, let's see.
All right, first one for the first match is BLG.
Billy. Right.
And then the first team for the other match
will be
Paper
X.
BLG versus PRX. Okay.
Okay. So rematch is not allowed. I think we can kind of predict the matchups, but still. Let's see.
Okay. So TL
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid versus
to play PRX.
Paper X.
Obviously.
As Nats just mentioned,
WOL.
he's never played against Paper X, so this should be interesting. And
PLG versus
Wolves Esports going up against Billy. So a regional matchup.
Yeah.
Right, so we have the matchups ready. What about the schedule, the orders of the matchups tomorrow?
Yeah, so Team Liquid played second today, so they won't play first tomorrow. So this is actually the order that you see it. With only 4 teams, there's only so many matchups, right? But still, they're all fantastic teams, and excited for tomorrow. And then we'll hit playoffs pretty soon.
Well, thank you very much, Victoria. And that's it for the Draw Show. I literally cannot wait to see how these matches play out. So make sure you tune in for tomorrow. And that's it from us on stage.
Okay.
Well, since Nat said he didn't make any of the decisions, we have to go to the source, which is why Coach Lohan from Team Liquid is joining me and Ender here. First of all, our Team Liquid versus Paper X. Now, that has happened before, and not with this current roster. It was 2022 a champ, so what do you think about the draw?
हो चुका है guys. That's gonna wait. आज का यहीं पे खत्म करते हैं. अब तुम लोग को मजा आया भाई. दाढ़ी निकल आई क्या मेरी थोड़ी सी? थोड़ी जो निकलती है ना, मैं इसको पूरा ट्रिम कर लेता बिकॉज ये गंदी लगती है अभी, जैसे अजीब लग रही है बहुत ज़्यादा. एंड या बाय द वे PRX वर्सेस TL है कल, तो कल के मैचेस भी बहुत ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग है. लेट्स सी ब्रो, लेट्स सी हु इज फॉर द विन. आई एम रियली वेरी मच एक्साइटेड बिकॉज मैं TL और PRX दोनों को सपोर्ट करता आ रहा हूँ. तो वैसे भी दोनों को मेरे पास तो पिकम्स नहीं है, सिर्फ एक सेंटिनल ही बची है जिसका पिकम था मेरे पास, एंड एक BLG बची है. तो ऑब्वियसली BLG और वुल्स में अगर तुम बोलोगे तो मैं BLG को सपोर्ट करूँगा, एंड TL और PRX में बात करोगे तो आई एम प्रीटी मच डायबोलिकल अबाउट इट. बट वही है कि मे बी आई विल सपोर्टिंग TL, मे बी, आई एम नॉट सो श्योर. लेट्स सी. लेट्स सी. ठीक है, अभी इस चीज़ को छोड़ते हैं. या हम गोना गो भाई, आज के लिए बहुत काफ़ी है भाई. एंड आज जो इंस्टेंट हुआ, आई होप और कभी ना हो. आई विल ट्राई माय लिटिल बेस्ट कि अगर ये मतलब कोई जहाँ से भी हो वो ना हो वापस से, आई होप. एंड दैट्स गोना वेट. आई होप तुम लोग को मज़ा आया आज की स्ट्रीम में. दैट्स गोना वेट. मिलते हैं तुम लोग को कल वापस से इसी टाइम पे नहीं, मतलब अप्रॉक्स 9:15 के टाइम पे, एज ऑलवेज कल. तब तक के लिए एज ऑलवेज पीस आउट. sayonara भाइयों. एज ऑलवेज कीप ऑन डूइंग द वर्क विच यू वांट टू ब्रूम. ठीक है, बिकॉज दिस इज़ द ओनली थिंग जो कि तुम्हें आगे रखेगा, जो तुम्हें मोटिवेटेड रखेगा, जो तुम्हें ड्राइव देगा. ठीक है, इस टाइम पे मैं कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रह पा रहा हूँ बिकॉज मेरी स्लीप शेड्यूल एंड टाइमिंग थोड़ी सी बीटी चल रहा है. तो आई एम ट्राइंग माय लेवल बेस्ट कि मैं इसको सही करूँ जितना जल्दी हो सकता है. या दैट्स गोना वेट. अब तुम लोग को वीडियो पसंद, लाइव पसंद आया, वीडियो भी नहीं अपलोड हो चुकी है तो उसको भी जाके चेकआउट कर सकते हो. मिलते हैं कल वापस से. तब तक के लिए एज ऑलवेज पीस. स्टे आउट. sayonara भाइयों. बाय बाय.
Till I get up, time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. turns to sun rays, and